the induction unto the ensuing novels. Most worthy ladies, I have always heard, as well by the sayings of the judicious, as also by mine own observation and reading, that the impetuous and violent winds of envy do seldom blow turbulently, but on the highest towers and tops of the trees most eminently advanced. Yet in mine opinion I have found myself much deceived, because by striving with my very uttermost endeavour to shun the outrage of those implacable winds, I have laboured to go, not only by plain and even paths, but likewise through the deepest valleys, as very easily may be seen and observed in the reading of these few small novels, which I have written not only in our vulgar Florentine prose, without any ambitious title, but also in a most humble style, so low and gentle as possibly I could. And although I have been rudely shaken, yea, almost half unrooted, by the extreme agitation of those blustering winds, and torn in pieces by that base backbiter, envy, yet have I not for all that discontinued or broken any part of mine intended enterprise. Wherefore I can sufficiently witness by mine own comprehension the saying so much observed by the wise to be most true, that nothing is without envy in this world, but misery only. Among variety of opinions, fair ladies, some, seeing these novelties, spared not to say, that I have been overpleasing to you and wandered too far from mine own respect, embasing my credit and repute, by delighting myself too curiously for the fitting of your humours, and have extolled your worth too much, with addition of worse speeches than I mean to utter. Others, seeming to express more maturity of judgment, have likewise said, that it was very unsuitable for my years to meddle with women's wanton pleasures, or contend to delight you by the very least of my labours. Many more, making show of affecting my good fame and esteem, say, I had done much more wisely to have kept me with the muses at Parnassus, than to confound my studies with such effeminate follies. Some other besides, speaking more despitefully than discreetly, said, I had declared more humanity in seeking means for mine own maintenance, and wherewith to support my continual necessities, than to glut the worlder with gulleries, and feed my hopes with nothing but wind. And others, to calumniate my travails, would make you believe that such matters as I have spoken of are merely disguised by me, and figured in a quite contrary nature, quite from the course as they are related. Whereby you may perceive, virtuous ladies, how while I labour in your service, I am agitated and molested with these blusterings, and bitten even to the bare bones, by the sharp and venomous teeth of envy, all which as heaven best knoweth I gladly endure, and with good courage. Now, albeit it belongeth only to you to defend me in this desperate extremity, yet notwithstanding all their utmost malice, I will make no spare of my best abilities, and without answering them any otherwise than is fitting, will quietly keep their slanders from mine ears, with some slight reply, yet not deserving to be dreamt on, for I apparently perceive, that having not already attained to the third part of my pains they are grown to so great a number, and presume very far up in my patience, they may increase, except they be repulsed in the beginning, to such an infinity before I can reach to the end, as with their very least pains taking, they will sink me to the bottomless depth, if your sacred forces, which are great indeed, may not serve for me in their resistance. But before I come to answer any one of them, I will relate a tale in mine own favour, yet not a whole tale, because it shall not appear that I purpose to mingle mine among those which are to proceed from a company so commendable. Only I will report a parcel thereof to the end, that what remaineth untold may sufficiently express, it is not to be numbered among the rest to come. By way then of familiar discourse, and speaking to my malicious detractors, I say that a long while since, there lived in our city a citizen who was named Filippo Balduccio, a man but of mean condition, yet very wealthy, well qualified, and expert in many things appertaining unto his calling. He had a wife whom he loved most entirely, as she did him, leading together a sweet and peaceable life, studying on nothing more than how to please each other mutually. It came to pass, that as all flesh must, the good woman left this wretched life for a better, leaving one only son to her husband, about the age of 2 years. The husband remained so disconsolate for the loss of his kind wife, as no man possibly could be more sorrowful, because he had lost the only jewel of his joy, and being thus divided from the company which he most esteemed, he determined also to separate himself from the world, addicting all his endeavours to the service of God, and applying his young son likewise to the same holy exercises. Having given away all his goods for God's sake, he departed to the mountain Asinea, where he made him a small cell, and lived there with his little son, only upon charitable alms in abstinence and prayer, forbearing to speak of any worldly occasions, or letting the lad see any sight, but conferred with him continually on the glories of eternal life, of God and his saints, and teaching him nothing else but devout prayers, leading this kind of life for many years together, not permitting him ever to go forth of the cell, or showing him any other but himself. The good old man used divers times to go to Florence, where having received according to his opportunities the alms of divers well-disposed people, he returned baccy again to his hermitage. It fortuned that the boy being now about 18 years oldy, and his father grown very aged, he demanded of him one day whether he went, wherein the old man truly resolved him. Whereupon the youth thus spake unto him, Father, you are now grown very aged, and hardly can endure such painful travel. Why do you not let me go to Florence, that by making me known to your well-disposed friends, such as are devoutly addicted both to God, and you, I who am young and better able to endure travail than you are, may go thither to supply our necessities, and you take your ease in the meanwhile. The aged man, perceiving the great growth of his son, and thinking him to be so well instructed in God's service, as no worldly vanities could easily allure him from it, did not dislike the lad's honest motion, but when he went next to Florence, took him thither along with him. When he was there, and had seen the goodly palaces, houses, and churches, with all other sights to be seen in so populous a city, he began greatly to wonder at them, as one that had never seen them before, at least within the compass of his remembrance, demanding many things of his father, both what they were, and how they were named, wherein the old man still resolved him. The answers seemed to content him highly, and caused him to proceed on in further questionings, according still as they found fresh occasions, till at the last they met with a troop of very beautiful women, going on in seemly manner together, as returning baccy from a wedding. No sooner did the youth behold them, but he demanded of his father what things they were, whereto the oldie man replied thus, Son, cast down thy looks unto the ground, and do not seem to see them at all, because they are bad things to behold. Bad things, father, answered the lad, how do you call them? The good oldie man, not to quicken any concupiscible appetite in the young boy, or any inclinable desire to aught but goodness, would not term them by their proper name of women, but told him that they were called young goslings. Here grew a matter of no mean merville, that he who had never seen any women before now, appeared not to respect the fair churches, palaces, goodly horses, gold, silver, or anything else which he had seen, but, as fixing his affection only upon this sight, sedanely said to the old man, Good father, do so much for me as to let me have one of these goslings. Alas, son, replied the father, hold thy peace, I pray thee, and do not desire any such naughty things. Then by way of demand he thus proceeded, saying, Father, are these naughty things made of themselves? Yes, son, answered the old man. I know not, father, quoth the lad, what you mean by naughtiness, nor why these goodly things should be so badly termed. But in my judgment, I have not seen anything so fair and pleasing in mine eye, as these are, who excel those painted angels, which here in the churches you have shewn me, and therefore, father, if either you love me or have any care of me, let me have one of these goslings home to our cell, where we can make means sufficient for her feeding. I will not, said the father, be so much thine enemy, because neither thou or I can rightly skill of their feeding. Perceiving presently that nature had far greater power than his son's capacity and understanding, which made him repent for fondly bringing his son to Florence. Having gone so far in this fragment of a tale, I am content to pause here, and will return again to them of whom I spake before. I mean my envious depravers, such as have said, fair ladies, that I am double blameworthy in seeking to please you, and that you are also overpleasing to me, which freely I confess before all the world, that you are singularly pleasing to me, and I have stroven how to please you effectually. I would demand of them if they seem so much amazed hereat, considering I never knew what belonged to true love kisses, amorous embraces, and their delectable fruition, so often received from your graces, but onely that I have seen, and do yet daily behold, your commendable conditions, admired beauties, noble adornments by nature, and above all the rest your womanly and honest conversation. If he that was nourished, bred, and educated on a savage solitary mountain, within the confines of a poor small cell, having no other company than his father, if such a one, I say, up in the very first sight of your sex, could so constantly confess that women were onely worthy of affection, and the object which above all things else he most desired, why should these contumelious spirits so murmur against me, tear my credit with their teeth, and wound my reputation to the death, because your virtues are pleasing to me, and I endeavour likewise to please you with my utmost pains? Never had the auspicious heavens allowed me life, but only to love you, and from my very infancy mine intentions have always been that way bent, feeling what virtue flowed from your fair eyes, understanding the mellifluous accents of your speech, whereto the enkindled flames of your sighs gave no mean grace, but remembering especially that nothing could so please an hermite as your divine perfections, an unnurtured lad, without understanding and little differing from a mere brutish beast. Undoubtedly, whosoever loveth not women and desireth to be affected of them again, may well be ranked among these women-haters, speaking out of cancrid spleen, and utterly ignorant of the sacred power as also the virtue of natural affection, whereof they seeming so careless, the like am I of their depraving. Concerning them that touch me with mine age, do not they know that although leeks have white heads, yet the blades of them are always green? But referring them to their flouts and taunts, I answer that I shall never hold it any disparagement to me, so long as my life endureth, to delight myself with those exercises, which Guido Cavalcanti and Dante Alighieri already aged, as also Messer Sino de Pistia, older than either of them both, held to be their chiefest honour. And were it not a wandering too far from our present argument, I would allege histories to approve my words, full of very ancient and famous men, who in the ripest maturity of all their time were carefully studious for the contenting of women, albeit these cockbrains neither know the way how to do it, nor are so wise as to learn it. Now for my dwelling at Parnassus with the Muses, I confess their counsel to be very good, but we cannot always continue with them, nor they with us, and yet nevertheless when any man departeth from them, they delighting themselves to see such things as may be thought like them, do not therein deserve to be blamed. We find it recorded that the Muses were women, and albeit women cannot equal the performance of the Muses, yet in their very prime aspect they have a lively resemblance with the Muses, so that if women were pleasing for nothing else, yet they ought to be generally pleasing in that respect. Beside all this, women have been the occasion of my composing 1,000 verses, whereas the Muses never caused me to make so much as one. Very true it is, that they gave me good assistance, and taught me how I should compose them, yea, and directed me in writing of these novels, and how basely soever they judge of my studies, yet have the Muses never scorned to dwell with me, perhaps for the respective service and honourable resemblance of those ladies with themselves, whose virtues I have not spared to commend by them. Wherefore, in the composition of these varieties, I have not strayed so far from Parnassus, nor the Muses, as in their silly conjectures they imagine. But what shall I say to them, who take so great compassion on my poverty, as they advise me to get something, whereon to make my living? Assuredly I know not what to say in this case, except by due consideration made with myself, how they would answer me, if necessity should drive me to crave kindness of them. Questionals, they would then say, go, seek comfort among thy fables and follies. Yet I would have them know that poor poets have always found more among their fables fictions, than many rich men ever could do, by ransacking all their bags of treasure. Beside, many other might be spoken of, who made their age and times to flourish, merely by their inventions and fables. Whereas, on the contrary, a great number of other busier brains, seeking to gain more than would serve them to live on, have utterly run up in their own ruin, and overthrown themselves for ever. What should I say more? To such men as are either so suspicious of their own charity or of my necessity, whensoever it shall happen, I can answer I thank my God for it with the apostle. I know how to abound, how to abate, yea, how to endure both prosperity and want, and therefore let no man be more careful of me than I am of myself. For them that are so inquisitive into my discourses to have a further construction of them, then agrees with my meaning or their own good manners, taxing me with writing one thing but intending another. I could wish that their wisdom would extend so far as but to compare them with their originals, to find them a jot discordant from my writing, and then I would freely confess that they had some reason to reprehend me, and I should endeavour to make them amends. But until they can touch me with anything else but words only, I must let them wander in their own giddy opinions, and follow the course projected to myself, saying of them, as they do of me. Thus holding them all sufficiently answered for this time, I say, most worthy ladies, that by heaven's assistance and yours, whereto I only lean, I will proceed on, armed with patience, and turning my baccy against these impetuous winds, let them breath till they burst, because I see nothing can happen to harm me, but only the venting of their malice. For the roughest blasts do but raise the smallest dust from off the ground, driving it from one place to another, or carrying it up to the air. Many times it falleth down again on men's heads, yea, upon the crowns of emperors and kings, and sometimes on the highest palaces and tops of towers, from whence if it chance to descend again by contrary blasts it can light no lower than whence it came at the first. And therefore, if ever I strove to please you with my uttermost abilities in anything, surely I must now contend to express it more than ever, for I know right well that no man can say with reason, except some such as myself who love and honour you, that we do any otherwise than as nature hath commanded us. and to resist her laws requires a greater and more powerful strength than ours, and the contenders against her supreme privileges have either labored merely in vain or else incurred their own bane, which strength I freely confess myself not to have, neither covet to be possessed of it in this case. But if I had it, I wold rather lend it to some other, than any way to use it on mine own behalf, wherefore I would advise them that thus check and control me to give over and be silent, and if their cold humours cannot learn to love, let them live still in their frosty complexion, delighting themselves in their corrupted appetites, suffering me to enjoy mine own, for the little while I have to live, and this is all the kindness I require of them. But now it is time, bright beauties, to return whence we parted, and to follow our former order begun, because it may seem we have wandered too far. By this time the sun had chased the starlight from the heavens, and the shady moisture from the ground, when Philostratus the king being risen, all the company arose likewise, when being come into the goodly garden, they spent the time in variety of sports, dining where they had supped the night before. And after that the sun was at his highest, and they had refreshed their spirits with a little slumbering, they sate down according to custom about the fair fountain. And then the king commanded Madame Fiametta that she should give beginning to the day's novels, when she, without any longer delaying, began in this gracious manner. Tancred, Prince of Salern, caused the amorous friend of his daughter to be slain, and sent her his heart in a cup of gold, which afterward she steeped in an empoisoned water, and then drinking it so died. The first novel, wherein is declared the power of love, and their cruelty justly reprehended, who imagine to make the vigour thereof cease, by abusing or killing one of the lovers. Our king, most noble and virtuous ladies, hath this day given us a subject, very rough and stern to discourse on, and so much the rather if we consider that we are come hither to be merry pleasant, where sad tragical reports are no way suitable, especially, by reviving the tears of others, to bedew our own cheeks withal. Nor can any such argument be spoken of, without moving compassion both in the reporters and hearers. But perhaps it was his highness' pleasure to moderate the delights which we have already had, or whatsoever else hath provoked him thereto, seeing it is not lawful for me to alter or contradict his appointment. I will recount an accident very pitiful, or rather most unfortunate, and well worthy to be graced with our tears. Tancred, Prince of Salern, which city, before the consuls of Rome held dominion in that part of Italy, stood free, and thence perchance took the modern title of a principality, was a very humane lord, and of ingenious nature, if in his elder years he had not soiled his hands in the blood of lovers, especially one of them, being both near and dear unto him. So it fortuned that during the whole lifetime of this prince, he had but one only daughter, albeit it had been much better, if he had had none at all whom he so choicely loved and esteemed, as never was any child more dearly affected of a father, and so far extended his over-curious respect of her, as he would seldom admit her to be forth of his sight, neither would he suffer her to marry, although she had outstepped by divers years the age meet for marriage. Nevertheless, at length, he matched her with the son to the Duke of Capua, who lived no long while with her, but left her in a widowed estate, and then she returned home to her father again. This lady had all the most absolute perfections, both of favour and feature, as could be wished in any woman, young, quaintly disposed, and of admirable understanding, more perhaps than was requisite in so weak a bawdy. Continuing thus in court with the king her father, who loved her beyond all his future hopes, like a lady of great and glorious magnificence, she lived in all delight's pleasure, she well perceiving that her father, thus exceeding in his affection to her, had no mind at all of remarrying her, and holding it most immodest in her to solicite him with any such suite, concluded in her mind's private consultations to make choice of some one especial friend or favourite, if fortune would prove so furtherous to her, whom she might acquaint secretly with her sober, honest, and familiar purposes, her father's court being much frequented, with plentiful excess of brave gentlemen, and others of inferior quality, as commonly the courts of kings' princes are, whose carriage and demeanour she very heedfully observed. There was a young gentleman among all the rest, a servant to her father, and named Guiscardo, a man not derived from any great descent by blood, yet much more noble by virtue and commendable behaviour, than appeared in any of the other. None pleased her opinion like as he did, so that by often noting his parts and perfections, her affection being but a glowing spark at the first, grew like a bavin to take flame, yet kept so closely as possibly she could, as ladies are wary enough in their love. The young gentleman, though poor, being neither block nor dullard, perceived what he made no outward show of, and understood himself so sufficiently, that holding it no mean happiness to be affected by her, he thought it very base and cowardly in him if he should not express the like to her again, so loving mutually yet secretly in this manner, and she coveting nothing more than to have private conference with him, yet not daring to trust anyone with so important a matter. At length she devised a new cunning stratagem, to compass her longing desire and acquaint him with her private purpose, which proved to be in this manner. She wrote a letter, concerning what was the next day to be done for their secret meeting together, and conveying it within the joint of an hollow cane, in jesting manner threw it to Guiscardo, saying, Let your man make use of this, instead of a pair of bellows, when he meaneth to make fire in your chamber. Guiscardo taking up the cane, and considering with himself, that neither was it given, or the words thus spoken but doubtless on some important occasion, went unto his lodging with the cane, where viewing it respectively, he found it to be cleft, and opening it with his knife found there the written letter enclosed. After he had read it, and well considered on the service therein concerned, he was the most joyful man of the world, and began to contrive his aptest means, for meeting with his gracious mistress, and according as she had given him direction. In a corner of the king's palace, it being seated on a rising hill, a cave had long been made in the body of the same hill, which received no light into it, but by a small spiracle or vent loop, made out ingeniously on the hill's side, and because it had not in long time been frequented by the excess of any body, that ventlight was overgrown with briars and bushes, which almost engirt it round about. No one could descend into this cave or vault, but only by a secret pair of stairs, answering to a lower chamber of the palace, and very near to the princess's lodging, as being altogether at her command, by means of a strong barred and defensible door, whereby to mount or descend at her pleasure. And both the cave itself, as also the degrees conducting down into it, were now so quite worn out of memory and regard, it had not been visited by any one in long time before, as no man remembered that there was any such thing. But love, from whose bright discerning eyes nothing can be so closely concealed, but at the length it cometh to light, had made this amorous lady mindful thereof, and because she would not be discovered in her intention many days together, her soul became perplexed, by what means that strong door might best be opened, before she could compass to perform it. But after that she had found out the way, and gone down herself alone into the cave, observing the lupulite had made it commodious for her purpose, she gave knowledge thereof to Guiscardo, to have him devise an apt course for his descent, acquainting him truly with the height, and how far it was distant from the ground within. After he had found the souseparel in the hill's side, and given it a larger entrance for his safer passage, he provided a ladder of cords, with steps sufficient for his descending and ascending, as also a wearing suit made of leather, to keep his skin unscratched of the thorns, and to avoid all suspicion of his resorting thither. In this manner went he to the said loopy-hole the night following, and having fastened the one end of his corded ladder to the strong stump of a tree being closely by it, by means of the said ladder he descended down into the cave, and there attended the calming of his lady. She on the morrow morning, pretending to her waiting woman that she was scarcely well, and therefore would not be diseased the most part of that day, commanded them to leave her alone in her chamber, and not to return until she called for them, locking the door herself for better security. Then opened she the door of the cave, and going down the stairs, found there her amorous friend Guiscardo, whom she saluting with a chaste and modest kiss, caused him to ascend up the stairs with her into her chamber. This long desired and now obtained meeting caused the two dearly affecting lovers, in kind discourse of amorous argument without in civil or rude demeanour, to spend there the most part of that day, to their heart's joy and mutual contentment. And having concluded on their often meeting there in this cunning concealed sort, Guiscardo went down into the cave again, the princess making the door fast after him, and then went forth among her women. So in the night season, Guiscardo ascended up again by his ladder of cords, and covering the loopy-hole with brambles and bushes, returned unseen of any to his own lodging, the cave being afterward guilty of their often meeting there in this manner. But fortune, who hath always been a fatal enemy to lovers' stolny felicities, became envious of their thus secret meeting, and overthrew in an instant all their poor happiness, by an accident most spiteful and malicious. The king had used divers days before after dinner time to resort all alone to his daughter's chamber, there conversing with her in most loving manner. One unhappy day amongst the rest, when the princess, being named Gismonda, was sporting in her private garden among her ladies, the king at his wonted time went to his daughter's chamber, being neither heard or seen by any, nor would he have his daughter called from her pleasure, but finding the windows fast shut, and the curtains close drawn about the bed, he sate down in a chair behind it, and leaning his head upon the bed, his body being covered with the curtain as if he hid himself purposely, He mused on so many matters, until at last he fell fast asleep. It hath been observed as an ancient adage, that when disasters are ordained to anyone, commonly they prove to be inevitable, as poor Gismonde could witness too well, for while the king thus slept, she having unluckily appointed another meeting with Guiscardo, left here gentlewomen in the garden, and stealing softly into her chamber, having made all fast and sure, for being disgrayed by any person, opened the door to Guiscardo, who stood there ready on the stairhead, awaiting his entrance, and they sitting down on the bedside according as they were wont to do began their usual kind conference again, with sighs and loving kisses mingled among them. It chanced that the king awaked, both hearing and seeing this familiarity of Guiscardo with his daughter. He became extremely confounded with grief thereat. Once he intended to cry out for help, to have them both there apprehended, but he held her it a part of greater wisdom to sit silent still, and if he could to keep himself so closely concealed, to the end that he might the more secretly, and with far less disgrace to himself, perform what he had rashly intended to do. The poor discovered lovers, having ended their amorous interparlance, without suspicion of the king's being so near in person, or any else, to betray their overconfident trust, Guiscardo descended again into the cave, and she leaving the chamber returned to her women in the garden, all which Tancred too well observed, and in a rapture of fury departed unseen into his own lodging, the same night about the hour of men's first sleep, and according as he had given order. Guiscardo was apprehended, even as he was coming forth of the loopy-hole, in his homely leather habit. Very closely was he brought before the king, whose heart was swollen so great with grief, as hardly was he able to speak. Notwithstanding, at the last he began thus: Guiscardo, the love-respect I have used towards thee, hath not deserved the shameful wrong which thou hast requited me withal, and as I have seen with mine own eyes this day. Whereto Guiscardo could answer nothing else but onely this: Alas, my lord, love is able to do much more than either you or one. Whereupon Tancred commanded that he should be secretly well guarded in a near adjoining chamber, and on the next day, Gismonde having as yet heard nothing hereof, the king's brain being infinitely busied and troubled after dinner, and as he often had used to do, he went to his daughter's chamber, where calling for her, and shutting the doors closely to them, the tears trickling down his aged white beard, thus he spake to her: Gismonde, I was once grounded in a settled persuasion, that I truly knew thy virtue, and honest integrity of life, and this belief could never have been altered in me, by any sinister reports whatsoever, had not mine eyes seen, and mine ears heard the contrary, nor did I so much as conceive a thought either of thine affection, or private conversing with any man, but only he that was to be thy husband. But now, I myself being able to avouch thy folly, imagine what an heartbreak this will be to me, so long as life remaineth in this poor, weak and aged body. Yet if needs thou must have yielded to this wanton weakness, I would thou hadst made choice of a man, answerable to thy birth nobility. Whereas on the contrary, among so many worthy spirits as resort to my court, thou likest best to converse with that silly young man, Guiscardo, one of very mean and base descent, and by me even for God's sake from his very youngest years, brought up to this instant in my court, wherein thou hast given me much affliction of mind, and so overthrown my senses, as I cannot well imagine how I should deal with thee. For him, whom I have this night caused to be surprised, even as he came forth of your close contrived conveyance, and detain as my prisoner, I have resolved how to proceed with him. But concerning thyself mine oppressions are so many and violent, as I know not what to say of thee. One way thou hast merely murthered the unfeigned affection I bear thee, as never any father could express more to his child. And then again thou hast kindled a most just indignation in me, by thine immodest and wilful folly, and whereas nature pleadeth pardon for the one, yet justice standeth up against the other, and urgeth cruel severity against thee. Nevertheless, before I will determine upon any resolution, I come purposely first to hear thee speak, and what thou canst say for thyself in a bad case, so desperate and dangerous. Having thus spoken, he hung down the head in his bosom, weeping as abundantly as if it had been a child severely disciplined. On the other side, Gismonde, hearing the speeches of her father, and perceiving withal that not only her secret love was discovered, but also Guiscardo was in close prison, the matter which most of all did torment her, she fell into a very strange kind of ecstasy, scorning tears and entreating terms, such as feminine frailty are always aptest unto, but rather with height of courage, controlling fear or servile baseness, and declaring invincible fortitude in her very looks, she concluded, with herself rather than to urge any humble persuasions, she would lay her life down at the stake. For plainly she perceived that Guiscardo already was a dead man in law, and death was likewise as welcome to her, rather than the deprivation of her love, and therefore not like a weeping woman, or as checked by the offence committed, but careless of any harm happening to her. Stoutly and courageously, not a tear appearing in her eye, or her soul any way to be perturbed, thus she spake to her father. Tancred, to deny what I have done, or to entreat any favour from you, is now no part of my disposition, for as the one can little avail me, so shall not the other any way advantage me. Moreover, I covet not that you should extend any clemency or kindness to me, but by my voluntary confession of the truth. Do intend first of all to defend mine honour, with reasons sound, good, and substantial, and then virtuously pursue to full effect the greatness of my mind and constant resolution. True it is that I have loved and still do honourable Guiscardo, purposing the like so long as I shall live, which will be but a small while. But if it be possible to continue the same affection after death, it is for ever vowed to him onely, nor did mine own womanish weakness so much thereto induce me, as the matchless virtues shining clearly in Guiscardo, and the little respect you had of marrying me again. Why, royal father, you cannot be ignorant that you being composed of flesh and blood, have begotten a daughter of the self-same composition, and not made of stone or iron. Moreover, you ought to remember, although now you are far stepped in years, what the laws of youth are, and with what difficulty they are to be contradicted. Considering withal that albeit during the vigour of your best time you evermore were exercised in arms, yet you should likewise understand that negligence and idle delights have mighty power not only in young people, but also in them of greatest years. I being then made of flesh and blood, and so derived from yourself, having had also so little benefit of life, that I am yet in the spring and blooming time of my blood, by either of these reasons I must needs be subject to natural desires, wherein such knowledge as I have once already had in the estate of my marriage, perhaps might move a further intelligence of the like delights, according to the better ability of strength, which exceeding all capacity of resistance, induced a second motive to affection, answerable to my time and youthful desires, and so like a young woman I became amorous again. Yet did I strive, even with all my utmost might, and best virtuous faculties abiding in me, no way to disgrace either you or myself, as in equal censure yet I have not done. But nature is above all humane power, and love commanded by nature hath prevailed for love, joining with fortune. In mere pity and commiseration of my extreme wrong, I found them both most benign and gracious, teaching me a way secret enough, whereby I might reach the height of my desires, howsoever you became instructed, or perhaps found it out by accident. So it was, and I deny it not. Nor did I make election of Guiscardo by chance, or rashly, as many women do, but by deliberate counsel in my soul, and most mature advise. I chose him above all other, and having his honest harmless conversation, mutually we enjoyed our heart's contentment. Now it appeareth that I having not offended but by love, in imitation of vulgar opinion rather than truth, you seek to reprove me bitterly, alleging no other main argument for your anger, but only my not choosing a gentleman or one more worthy. Wherein it is most evident that you do not so much check my fault, as the ordination of fortune, who many times advanceth men of meanest esteem, and abaseth them of greater merit. But leaving this discourse, let us look into the original of things, wherein we are first to observe, that from one mass or lump of flesh, both we and all other received our flesh, and one Creator hath created all things. Yea, all creatures, equally in their forces and faculties, and equal likewise in their virtue. Which virtue was the first that made distinction of our birth and equality in regard, that such as had the most liberal portion thereof, and performed actions thereto answerable were thereby termed noble, all the rest remaining unnoble. Now all thug contrary use did afterward hide and conceal this law, yet was it not therefore banished from nature or good manners. In which respect, whosoever did execute all his actions by virtue, declared himself openly to be noble, and he that termed him otherwise, it was an error in the miscaller, and not in the person so wrongfully called, as the very same privilege is yet in full force among us at this day. Cast an heedful eye then, good father, upon all your gentlemen, and advisedly examine their virtues, conditions, and manner of behaviour. On the other side, observe those parts remaining in Guiscardo, and then, if you will judge truly and without affection, you will confess him to be most noble, and that all your gentlemen in respect of him are but base grooms and villains. His virtues and excelling perfections I never credited from the report or judgment of any person, but only by your speeches, and mine own eyes as true witnesses, who did evermore commend Guiscardo, extolling all those singularities in him, most requisite to be in an honest virtuous man, than you yourself have done. Nor need you to be sorry or ashamed of your good opinion concerning him, for if mine eyes have not deceived my judgment, you never gave him the least part of praise, but I have known much more in him, than ever your words were able to express. Wherefore, if I have been any way deceived, truly the deceit proceeded only from you. How will you then maintain that I have thrown my liking on a man of base condition? In troth, so you cannot. Perhaps you will allege that he is mean and poor. I confess it, and surely it is to your shame that you have not bestowed place of more preferment on a man so honest and well deserving, and having been so long a time your servant. Nevertheless, poverty impaireth not any part of noble nature, but wealth hurries it into horrible confusions. Many kings and great princes have heretofore been poor, when divers of them that have delved into the earth and kept flocks in the feld have been advanced to riches, and exceeded the other in wealth. Now as concerning your last doubt, which most of all afflicteth you, namely, how you shall deal with me, boldly rid your brain of any such disturbance, for if you have resolved now in your extremity of years to do that which your younger days evermore despised, I mean to become cruel, use your utmost cruelty against me, for I will never entreat you to the contrary, because I am the sole occasion of this offence, if it do deserve the name of an offence. And this I dare assure you, that if you deal not with me as you have done already, or intend to Guiscardo, mine own hands shall act as much, and therefore give over your tears to women, and if you purpose to be cruel, let him and me in death drink both of one cup at least, if you imagine that we have deserved it. The king knew well enough the high spirit of his daughter, but yet nevertheless he did not believe that her words would prove actions, or she do as she said, and therefore parting from her, and without intent of using any cruelty to her, concluded by quenching the heat of another to cool the fiery rage of her distemper, commanding 2 of his followers who had the custody of Guiscardo that without any rumour or noise at all, they should strangle him the night ensuing, and taking the heart forth of his body, to bring it to him, which they performed, according to their charge. On the next day the king called for a goodly standing cup of gold, wherein he put the heart of Guiscardo, sending it by one of his most familiar servants to his daughter, with command also to use these words to her: Thy father hath sent thee this present, to comfort thee with that thing which most of all thou affectest, even as thou hast comforted him with that which he most hated. Gismonde, nothing altered from her cruel deliberation after her father was departed from her, caused certain poisonous roots herbs to be brought her, which she by distillation made a water of, to drink suddenly, whensoever any cross accident should come from her father. Whereupon, when the messenger from her father had delivered her the present, and uttered the words as he was commanded, she took the cup, and looking into it with a settled countenance by sight of the heart and effect of the message, she knew certainly that it was the heart of Guiscardo. Then looking sternly on the servant, thus she spake unto him: My honest friend, it is no more than right and justice that so worthy a heart as this is should have any worser grave than gold, wherein my father hath dealt most wisely. So, lifting the heart up to her mouth, and sweetly kissing it, she proceeded thus: In all things, even till this instant, being the utmost period of my life, I have evermore found my father's love most effectual to me. But now it appeareth far greater than at any time heretofore, and therefore from my mouth thou must deliver him the latest thanks that ever I shall give him, for sending me such an honourable present. These words being ended, holding the cup fast in her hand, and looking seriously upon the heart, she began again in this manner: Thou sweet entertainer of all my dearest delights, accursed be his cruelty, that causeth me thus to see thee with my corporal eyes, it being sufficient enough for me, always to behold thee with the sight of my soul. Thou hast run thy race, and as fortune ordained, so are thy days finished, for as all flesh hath an ending, so hast thou concluded, albeit too soon and before thy due time. The travails and miseries of this world have now no more to meddle with thee, and thy very heaviest enemy hath bestowed such a grave on thee, as thy greatness in virtue worthily deserveth. Now nothing else is wanting, wherewith to beautify thy funeral, but only her sighs tears, that was so dear unto thee in thy lifetime. And because thou mightest the more freely enjoy them, see how my merciless father on his own mere motion hath sent thee to me, and truly I will bestow them frankly on thee, though once I had resolved to die with dry eyes, and not shedding one tear, dreadless of their utmost malice towards me. And when I have given thee the due oblation of my tears, my soul, which sometime thou hast kept most carefully, shall come to make a sweet conjunction with thine. For in what company else can I travail more contentedly, and to those unfrequented silent shades, but only in thine? As yet I am sure it is present here, in this cup sent me by my father, as having a provident respect to the place, for possession of our equal and mutual pleasures, because thy soul affecting mine so truly, cannot walk alone without his dear companion. Having thus finished her complaint, even as if her head had been converted into a wellspring of water, so did tears abundantly flow from her fair eyes, kissing the heart of Guiscardo infinite times, all which while her women standing by her neither knew what heart it was, nor to what effect her speeches tended. But being moved to compassionate tears, they often demanded, albeit in vain, the occasion of her sad complaining, comforting her to their utmost power, when she was not able to weep any longer, wiping her eyes and lifting up her head without any scene of the least dismay. Thus she spake to the heart: Dear heart, all my duty is performed to thee, and nothing now remaineth unaffected, but only breathing my last, to let my ghost accompany thine. Then calling for the glass of water, which she had readily prepared the day before, and pouring it upon the heart lying in the cup, courageously advancing it to her mouth, she drank it up every drop. Which being done, she lay down upon her bed, holding her lover's heart fast in her hand, and laying it so near to her own as she could. Now although her women knew not what water it was, yet when they had seen her to quaff it off in that manner, they sent word to the king, who much suspecting what had happened, went in all haste to his daughter's chamber, entering at the very instant when she was laid upon her bed. Beholding her in such passionate pangs, with tears streaming down his reverend beard, he used many kind words to comfort her, when boldly thus she spake unto him: Father, quoth she, well may you spare these tears, because they are unfitting for you, and not any way desired by me. Who but yourself hath seen any man to mourn for his own wilful offence? Nevertheless, if but the least jot of that love doe yet abide in you, whereof you have made such liberal profession to me, let me obtain this my very last request, to wit, that seeing I might not privately enjoy the benefit of Guiscardo's love, and while he lived, let yet in death one pub-like grave contain both our bodies, that death may afford us what you so cruelly in life denied us. Extremity of grief and sorrow withheld his tongue from returning any answer, and she, perceiving her end approaching, held the heart still close to her own bare breast, saying, Here fortune received two true hearts' latest oblation, for in this manner are we calming to thee. So closing her eyes, all sense forsook her, life leaving her body breathless. Thus ended the hapless love of Guiscardo and Gismonda, for whose sad disaster, when the king had mourned sufficiently, and repented fruitlessly, he caused both their bodies to be honourably embalmed, and buried in a most royal monument, not without general sorrow of the subjects of Salern. Friar Albert made a young Venetian gentlewoman believe that god Cupid was foully in love with her, and he resorted oftentimes unto her, in the disguise of the same god. Afterward, being frighted by the gentlewoman's kindred and friends, he cast himself out of her chamber window, and was hidden in a poor man's house. On the day following, in the shape of a wilder or savage man, he was brought upon the Rialto of St. Mark, and being there publicly known by the brethren of his order, he was committed to prison. The second novel, reprehending the lewd lives of dissembling hypocrites, and checking the arrogant pride of vain-headed women. The novel recounted by Madame Fiammetta caused tears many times in the eyes of all the company, but it being finished, the king, showing a stern countenance, said, I should much have commended the kindness of fortune, if in the whole course of my life I had tasted the least moiety of that delight, which Guiscardo received by conversing with fair Gismonda, nor need any of you to wonder thereat, or how it can be otherwise, because hourly I feel 1,000 dying torments, without enjoying any hope of ease or pleasure. But referring my fortunes to their own poor condition, it is my will that Madame Pampinea proceed next in the argument of successorless love, according as Madame Fiammetta hath already begun, to let fall more dewdrops on the fire of mine afflictions. Madame Pampinea, perceiving what a task was imposed on her, knew well by her own disposition the inclination of the company, whereof she was more respective than of the king's command. Wherefore, choosing rather to recreate their spirits than to satisfy the king's melancholy humour, she determined to relate a tale of mirthful matter, and yet to keep within compass of the purposed argument. It hath been continually used as a common proverb, that a bad man, taken and reputed to be honest and good, may commit many evils yet neither credited or suspected, which proverb giveth me very ample matter to speak of, and yet not varying from our intention, concerning the hypocrisy of some religious persons, who, having their garments long and large, their faces made artificially pale, their language meek and humble to get men's goods from them, yet so harsh and stern enough in checking and controlling other men's errors, as also in urging others to give, and themselves to take, without any other hope or means of salvation, nor do they endeavour like other men, to work out their soul's health with fear and trembling, but even as if they were sole owners, lords and possessors of paradise, will appoint to every dying person places there of greater or lesser excellency, according as they think good, or as the legacies left by them are in quantity, whereby they not only deceive themselves, but all such as give credit to their subtle persuasions, and were it lawful for me to make known no more than is merely necessary, I could quickly disclose to simple credulous people what craft lieth concealed under their holy habits, and I would wish that their lies and deluding should speed with them, as they did, with a Franciscan friar, none of the younger novices, but one of them of greatest reputation, and belonging to one of the best monasteries in Venice, which I am the rather desirous to report, to recreate your spirits, after your tears for the death of fair Gismonda. Sometime honourable ladies there lived in the city of Imola, a man of most lewd and wicked life, named Bertho de la Massa, whose shameless deeds were so well known to all the citizens, and won such respect among them, as all his lies could not compass any belief, no, not when he delivered a matter of sound truth. Wherefore, perceiving that his lewdness allowed him no longer dwelling there, like a desperate adventurer, he transported himself thence to Venice, the receptacle of all foul sin and abomination, intending there to exercise his wonted bad behaviour, and live as wickedly as ever he had done before. It came to pass that some remorse of conscience took hold of him for the former passages of his dissolute life, and he pretended to be surprised with very great devotion, becoming much more Catholic than any other man, taking on him the profession of a Franciscan Cordelier, and calling himself Friar Albert of Imola. In this habit and outward appearance, he seemed to lead an austere and sanctimonious life, highly commending penance abstinence, never eating flesh or drinking wine, but when he was provided of both in a close corner, and before any person could take notice thereof, he became of a thief, ruffian, forswearer and murderer, as formerly he had been a great preacher, yet not abandoning the forenamed vices, when secretly he could put any of them in execution. Moreover, being made priest, when he was celebrating Mass at the altar, if he saw himself to be observed by any, he would most mournfully read the Passion of our Saviour, as one whose tears cost him little whensoever he pleased to use them, so that in a short while by his preaching and tears he fed the humours of the Venetians so pleasingly, that they made him executor well near of all their testaments, yea, many chose him as depositary or guardian of their moneys, because he was both confessor and counsellor almost to all the men and women. By this well-seeming outside of sanctity, the wolf became a shepherd, and his renown for holiness was so famous in those parts, as Saint Francis himself had hardly any more. It fortuned that a young gentlewoman, being somewhat foolish, wanton, and proud-minded, named Madame Lysetta de Caquirino, wife to a wealthy merchant, who went with certain galleys into Flanders, and there lay as leaguer long time, in company of other gentlewomen, went to be confessed by this ghostly father, kneeling at his feet, although her heart was high enough like a proud-minded woman, for Venetians are presumptuous, vainaglorious, and witted much like to their skittish gondolos. She made a very short rehearsal of her sins. At length Friar Albert demanded of her whether she had any amorous friend or lover. Her patience being exceedingly provoked, stern anger appeared in her looks, which caused her to return him this answer: "How now, Sir Darmine, what, have you no eyes in your head? Can you not distinguish between mine and these other common beauties? I could have lovers eno if I were so pleased, but those perfections remaining in me are not to be affected by this man or that. How many beauties have you beheld, any way answerable to mine, and are more fit for gods than mortals?" Many other idle speeches she uttered in proud opinion of her beauty, whereby Friar Albert presently perceived that this gentlewoman had but a hollow brain, and was fit game for folly to fly at, which made him instantly enamoured of her, and that beyond all capacity of resisting, which yet he referred to a further and more commodious time. Nevertheless, to show himself an holy and religious man now, he began to reprehend her, and told her plainly that she was vainglorious, and overcome with infinite follies. Hereupon she called him a logger-headed beast, and he knew not the difference between an ordinary complexion and beauty of the highest merit. In which respect, Friar Albert, being loth to offend her any further, after confession was fully ended, let her pass away among the other gentlewomen, she giving him divers disdainful looks. Within some few days after, taking one of his trusty brethren in his company, he went to the house of Madame Lysetta, where, requiring to have some conference alone with herself, she took him into a private parlour, and being there not to be seen by anybody, he fell on his knees before her, speaking in this manner: "Madam, for charity's sake, and in regard of your own most gracious nature, I beseech you to pardon those harsh speeches, which I used to you the other day, when you were with me at confession, because, the very night ensuing thereon, I was chastised in such cruel manner, as I was never able to stir a forth of my bed until this very instant morning, whereto the weak-witted gentlewoman thus replied: 'And who, I pray you,' quoth she, 'did chastise you so severely? I will tell you, madam, said Friar Albert, but it is a matter of admirable secrecy. Being alone by myself the same night in my daughter, and in very serious devotion according to my usual manner, suddenly I saw a bright splendour about me, and I could no sooner arise to discern what it might be, and whence it came, but I espied a very goodly young lad standing by me, holding a golden bow in his hand, and a rich quiver of arrows hanging at his back. Catching fast hold on my hood, against the ground he threw me rudely, trampling on me with his feet, and beating me with so many cruel blows, that I thought my body to be broken in pieces. Then I desired to know why he was so rigorous to me in his correction. Because, quoth he, thou didst so saucily presume this day to reprove the celestial beauty of Madame Lysetta, who next to my mother Venus I love most dearly. Whereupon I perceived he was the great commanding god Cupid, and therefore I craved most humbly pardon of him. I will pardon thee, quoth he, but upon this condition, that thou go to her so soon as conveniently thou canst, and by lowly humility prevail to obtain her free pardon, which if she will not vouchsafe to grant thee, then shall I in stern anger return again, and lay so many torturing afflictions on thee, that all thy whole lifetime shall be most hateful to thee. And what the displeased god said else beside, I dare not disclose, except you please first to pardon me. Mistress Shallow Brain, being swalny big with this wind like an empty bladder, conceived no small pride in hearing these words, constantly crediting them to be true, and therefore thus answered, Did I not tell you, Father Albert, that my beauty was celestial? But I swear by my beauty, notwithstanding your idle past arrogancy, I am heartily sorry for your so severe correction, which that it may no more be inflicted on you, I do freely pardon you, yet with this proviso that you tell me what the god else said unto you. Whereto Friar Albert thus replied, Madam, seeing you have so graciously vouchsafed to pardon me, I will thankfully tell you all. But you must be very careful and respective, that whatsoever I shall reveal unto you must so closely be concealed, as no living creature in the world may know it. For you are the only happy lady now living, and that happiness relieth on your silence and secrecy. With solemnly vows and protestations she sealed up her many promises, and then the friar thus proceeded. Madam, the further charge imposed on me by god Cupid was to tell you that himself is so extremely enamoured of your beauty, and you are become so gracious in his affection, as many nights he hath come to see you in your chamber, sitting on your pillow while you slept sweetly, and desiring very often to awake you, but only fearing to affright you. Wherefore now he sends you word by me, that one night he intendeth to come visit you, and to spend some time in conversing with you, but in regard he is a god and merely a spirit in form, whereby neither you or any else have capacity of beholding him, much less to touch or feel him. He saith that for your sake he will come in the shape of a man, giving me charge also to know of you when you shall please to have him come, and in whose similitude you would have him to come, whereof he will not fail. In which respect you may justly think yourself to be the only happy woman living, and far beyond all other in your good fortune. Mistress Wantwit presently answered, she was well contented that god Cupid should love her, and she would return the like love again to him, protesting withal that wheresoever she should see his majestical picture, she would set a hallowed burning taper before it. Moreover, at all times he should be most welcome to her, whensoever he would vouchsafe to visit her, for he should always find her alone in her private chamber. On this condition, that his oldie love Psyches and all other beauties else whatsoever must be set aside, and none but herself only to be his best mistress, referring his personal form of appearance to what shape himself best pleased to assume, so that it might not be frightful or offensive to her. Madam, quoth Friar Albert, most wisely have you answered, leave the matter to me, for I will take order sufficiently and to your contentment, but you may do me a great grace, and without any prejudice to yourself, in granting me one poor request, namely to vouchsafe the god's appearance to you in my bodily shape and person, and in the perfect form of a man as now you behold me, so may you safely give him entertainment, without any taxation of the world, or ill apprehension of the most curious inquisition. Beside, a greater happiness can never befall me, for while he assumeth the soul out of my body, and walketh on the earth in my humane figure, I shall be wandering in the joys of lovers' paradise, feeling the fruition of their felicities, which are such as no mortality can be capable of, no, not so much as in imagination. The wise gentlewoman replied that she was well contented, in regard of the severe punishment inflicted on him by god Cupid, for the reproachful speeches he had given her, to allow him so poor a kind of consolation as he had requested her to grant him. Whereupon Friar Albert said, Be ready then, madam, to give him welcome tomorrow in the evening, at the entering into your house, for calming an inhumane body, he cannot but enter at your door, whereas, if in powerful manner he made use of his wings, he then would fly in at your window, and then you could not be able to see him. Upon this conclusion, Albert departed, leaving Lycetta in no mean pride of imagination, that god Cupid should be enamoured of her beauty, and therefore she thought each hour a year, till she might see him in the mortal shape of Friar Albert, and now was his brain wonderfully busied, to visit her in more than common or humane manner. And therefore he made him a suit close to his body of white taffeta, all powdered over with stars and spangles of gold, a bow and quiver of arrows, with wings also fastened to his backy behind him, and all cunningly covered with his friar's habit, which must be the sole means for his safe passage. Having obtained license of his superior, and being accompanied with an holy brother of the convent, yet ignorant of the business by him intended, he went to the house of a friend of his, which was his usual receptacle. Whensoever he went about such deeds of darkness, there did he put on his dissembled habit of god Cupid, with his wings, bow, and quiver, in formal fashion, and then clouded over with his monk's cowl leaves his companion to await his returning backy, while he visited foolish Lycetta, according to her expectation, readily attending for the god's arrival. Albert being come to the house, knocked at the door, and the maid admitting him entrance, according as her mistress had appointed, she conducted him to her mistress's chamber, where laying aside his friar's habit, and she seeing him shine with such glorious splendour, adding action also to his assumed dissimulation, with majestic motion of his body, wings, and bow, as if he had been god Cupid, indeed converted into a body much bigger of stature than painters commonly do describe him, her Wystone was so overcome with fear and admiration that she fell on her knees before him, expressing all humble reverence unto him, and he spreading his wings over her, as with weirs and strings he had made them pliant, showed how graciously he accepted her humiliation, folding her in his arms and sweetly kissing her many times together, with repetition of his entire love and affection towards her. So delicately was he perfumed with odoriferous favours, and so complete of person in his spangled garments, that she could do nothing else but wonder at his rare behaviour, reputing her felicity beyond all women's in the world, and utterly impossible to be equalled. Such was the pride of her presuming, for he told her divers tales and fables of his awful power among the other gods, and stalny pleasures of his upon the earth, yet gracing her praises above all his other loves, and vows made now, to affect none but her onely, as his often visitations should more constantly assure her, that she verily credited all his protestations, and thought his kisses and embraces far to exceed any mortal comparison. After they had spent so much time in amorous discoursing, as might best fit with this their first meeting, and stand clear from suspicion on either side, our Albert Cupid, or Cupid Albert, which of them you best please to term him, closing his spangled wings together agging behind his backy, fastening also on his bow and quiver of arrows, overclouds all, with his religious monk's cowl, and then with a parting kiss or two, returned to the place where he had left his fellow and companion, perhaps employed in as devout an exercise as he had been in his absence from him, whence both repairing home to the monastery, all this night's wandering was allowed as tolerable by them who made no spare of doing the like. On the morrow following, Madame Lycetta immediately after dinner, being attended by her chambermaid, went to see Friar Albert, finding him in his wonted form and fashion, and telling him what had happened between her and god Cupid, with all the other lies and tales which he had told her. Truly, madam, answered Albert, what your success with him hath been, I am no way able to comprehend. But this I can assure you, that so soon as I had acquainted him with your answer, I felt a sardine rapture made of my soul, and visibly to my apprehension saw it carried by elves and fairies into the flowery fields about Elysium, where lovers departed out of this life, walk among the beds of lilies and roses, such as are not in this world to be seen, neither to be imagined by any humane capacity. So superabounding was the pleasure of this joy and solace, that, how long I continued there, or by what means I was transported hither again this morning, it is beyond all ability in me to express, or how I assumed my body again after that great God had made use thereof to your service. Well, Friar Albert, quoth she, you may see what unhappiness hath befallen you, by so gross an opinion of my perfections, and what a felicity you enjoy, and still are like to do, by my pardoning your error, and granting the gods access to me in your shape, which as I envy not, so I wish you hereafter to be wiser, in taking upon you to judge of beauty. Much other idle folly proceeded from here, which still he soothed to her contentment, and as occasion served many meetings they had in the former manner. It fortuned within a few days after, that Madame Lycetta being in company with one of her gossips, and their conference as commonly it falleth out to be concerning other women of the city, their beauty, behaviour, amorous suitors and servants, and general opinion conceived of their worth and merit, wherein Lycetta was overmuch conceited of herself, not admitting any other to be her equal. Among other speeches, favouring of an unseasoned brain, gossip, quoth she, if you knew what account is made of my beauty, and who holds it in no mean estimation, you would then freely confess that I deserve to be preferred before any other. As women are ambitious in their own opinions, so commonly are they covetous of one another's secrets, especially in matter of emulation, whereupon the gossip thus replied, Believe me, madam, I make no doubt but your speeches may be true, in regard of your admired beauty, and many other perfections beside. Yet let me tell you privileges, how great and singular soever they be, without they are known to others, besides such as do particularly enjoy them, they carry no more account than things of ordinary estimation. Whereas, on the contrary, when any lady or gentlewoman hath some eminent and peculiar favour, which few or none other can reach unto, and it is made famous by general notion, then do all women else admire and honour her, as the glory of their kind, and a miracle of nature. I perceive, gossip, said Lycetta, whereat you aim, such is my love to you, as you should not lose your longing in this case, were I but constantly secured of your secrecy, which as hitherto I have been no way able to tax, so would I be loth now to be more suspicious of their needs. But yet this matter is of such main moment, that if you will protest as you are truly virtuous never to reveal it to any living body, I will disclose to you almost a miracle. The virtuous oath being passed, with many other solemnly protestations beside, Lycetta then proceeded in this manner. I know, gossip, that it is a matter of common ordinary custom, for ladies and gentlewomen to be graced with favourites, men of frail mortal conditions, whose natures are as subject to inconstancy, as their very best endeavours dedicated to folly, as I could name no mean number of our ladies here in Venice. But when sovereigny deities shall feel the impression of our humane desires, and behold subjects of such prevailing efficacy, as to subdue their greatest power, yea, and make them enamoured of mortal creatures, you may well imagine, gossip, such a beauty is superior to any other, and such is the happy fortune of your friend Lycetta, of whose perfections great Cupid, the awful commanding god of love himself, conceived such an extraordinary liking, as he hath abandoned his seat of supreme majesty, and appeared to me in the shape of a mortal man, with lively expression of his amorous passions, and what extremities of anguish he hath endured, only for my love. May this be possible? Replied the gossip. Can the gods be tucked with the apprehension of our frail passions? True it is, gossip, answered Lycetta, and so certainly true, that his sacred kisses, sweet embraces, and most pleasing speeches, with proffer of his continual devotion towards me, hath given me good cause to confirm what I say, and to think my felicity far beyond all other women's, being honoured with his often nightly visitations. The gossip, inwardly smiling at her idle speeches, which nevertheless she avouched with very vehement asseverations, fell instantly sick of women's natural disease, thinking every minute a tedious month, till she were in company with some other gossips, to break the obligation of her virtuous promise, and that others as well as herself might laugh at the folly of this shallow-witted woman. The next day following, it was her hap to be at a wedding, among a great number of other women, whom quickly she acquainted with this so strange a wonder, as they did the like to their husbands, and passing so from hand to hand, in less space than 2 days, all Venice was fully possessed with it. Among the rest, the brethren to this foolish woman heard this admirable news concerning their sister, and they, discreetly concealing it to themselves, closely concluded to watch the walks of this pretended god, and if he soared not too lofty a flight, they would clip his wings, to come the better acquainted with him. It fortuned that the friar, hearing his cupidical visitations over publicly discovered, purposed to check and reprove Lycetta for her indiscretion, and being habited according to his former manner, his friarly cowl covering all his former bravery, he left his companion where he used to stay, and closely walked along unto the house. No sooner was he entered, but the brethren, being ambushed near to the door, went in after him, and ascending the stairs by such time as he had uncased himself, and appeared like god Cupid with his spangled wings displayed, they rushed into the chamber, and he, having no other refuge, opened a large casement, standing directly over the great gulf or river, and presently leapt into the water, which being deep and he skilful in swimming, he had no other harm by his fall, albeit the sudden affright did much perplex him. Recovering the further side of the river, he espied a light, the door of an house open, wherein dwelt a poor man, whom he earnestly entreated, to save both his life and reputation, telling him many lies and tales by what means he was thus disguised, and thrown by night-walking villains into the water. The poor man, being moved to compassion at his distressed estate, laid him in his own bed, ministering such other comforts to him as the time and his poverty did permit. And day drawing on, he went about his business, advising him to take his rest, and it should not be long till he returned. So, locking the door and leaving the counterfeit guard in bed, away goes the poor man to his daily labour. The brethren to Lycetta, perceiving guard Cupid to be fled and gone, and she in melancholy sadness sitting by them, they took up the relics he had left behind him, I mean the friar's hood and cowl, which showing to their sister, and sharply reproving her unwomanly behaviour, they left her in no mean discomfort, returning home to their own houses, with their conquered spoils of the forlorn friar. During the time of these occurrences, broad day speeding on, the poor man returning homeward by the Rialto to visit his guests so left in bed, he beheld divers crowds of people, and a general rumour noised among them, that guard Cupid had been that night with Madame Lycetta, where being over closely pursued by her brethren, for fear of being surprised, he leapt out of her window into the gulf, and no one could tell what was become of him. Hereupon the poor man began to imagine that the guest entertained by him in the night time must needs be the same supposed guard Cupid, as by his wings and other embellishments appeared. Wherefore, being come home and sitting down on the bedside by him, after some few speeches passing between them, he knew him to be Friar Albert, who promised to give him 50 ducats if he would not betray him to Lycetes' brethren. Upon the acceptation of this offer, the money being sent for and paid down, there wanted nothing now but some apt and convenient means, whereby Albert might safely be conveyed into the monastery, which being wholly referred to the poor man's care and trust, thus he spake: Sir, I see no likelihood of your clear escaping home, except in this manner as I advise you. We observe this day as a merry festival. It is lawful for anyone to disguise a man in the skin of a bear, or in the shape of a savage man, or any other form of better device. Which being so done, he is brought upon Mark's market-place, where being hunted a while with dogs, upon the hunting's conclusion, the feast is ended, and then each man leads his monster whether him pleaseth. If you can accept any of these shapes before you be seen here in my poor abiding, then can I safely afterward bring you where you would be. Otherwise I see no possible means how you may escape hence unknown, for it is without all question to the contrary, that the gentlewoman's brethren, knowing your concealment in some one place or other, will set such spies and watches for you throughout the city, as you must needs be taken by them. Now, although it seemed a most severe imposition for Albert to pass in any of these disguises, yet his exceeding fear of Lycetes' brethren and friends made him gladly yielder, and to undergo what shape the poor man pleased, which thus he ordered. Anointing his naked body with honey, he then covered it over with downy small feathers, and fastening a chain about his neck, and a strange ugly vizard on his face, he gave him a great staff in the one hand, and 2 huge mastiff dogs chained together in the other, which he had borrowed in the butchery. Afterward he sent a man to the Rialto, who there proclaimed by the sound of trumpet, that all such as desired to see guard Cupid, which the last night had descended down from the skies, and fell by ill hap into the Venetian Gulf, let them repair to the pub-like market-place of Esmark, and there he would appear in his own likeness. This being done soon after he left his house, and leading him thus disguised along by his chain, he was followed by great crowds of people, every one questioning of whence and what he was. In which manner he brought him to the market-place, where an infinite number of people were gathered together, as well of the followers, as of them that before heard the proclamation. There he made choice of a pillar, which stood in a place somewhat highly exalted, whereto he chained his savage man, making show as if he meant to await there, till the hunting should begin. In which time the flies, wasps, and hornets did so terribly sting his naked body, being anointed with honey, that he endured thereby unspeakable anguish. When the poor man saw that there needed no more concourse of people, pretending as if he purposed to let loose his salvage man, he took the mask or vizard from Albert's face, and then he spake aloud in this manner: Gentlemen and others, seeing the wilder boar cometh not to our hunting, because I imagine that he cannot easily be found, I mean to the end you may not lose your labour in coming hither to show you the great god of love called Cupid, whom poets feigned long since to be a little boy, but now grown to manly stature. You see in what manner he hath left his high dwelling, only for the comfort of our Venetian beauties. But belike, the night fogs overflagging his wings, he fell into our gulf and comes now to present his service to you. No sooner had he taken off his vizard, but every one knew him to be Friar Albert, and suddenly arose such shouts and outcries, with most bitter words breathed forth against him. hurling also stones, dirt and filth in his face, that his best acquaintance then could take no knowledge of him, and not any one pitying his abusing. So long continued the offended people in their fury, that news thereof was carried to the convent, and 6 of his religious brethren came, who casting an habit about him, and releasing him from his chain, they led him to the monastery, not without much molestation and trouble of the people, where imprisoning him in their house, severity of some inflicted punishment, or rather, conceit for his open shame, shortened his days, and so he died. Thus you see, fair ladies, when licentious life must be clouded with a cloak of sanctity, and evil actions daily committed, yet escaping uncredited, there will come a time at length for just discovering of all, that the good may shine in their true lustre of glory, and the bad sink in their own deserved shame. 3 young gentlemen affecting 3 sisters, fled with them into Kandy. The eldest of them through jealousy becometh the death of her lover, the second, by consenting to the Duke of Kandy's request, is the means of saving her life. Afterward her own friend killeth her, and thence flieth away with the elder sister. The third couple, both man-woman, are charged with her death, and being committed prisoners they confess the facty, and fearing death by corruption of money they prevail with their keepers, escaping from thence to Rhodes, where they died in great poverty. The third novel. Herein is declared how dangerous the occasion is, ensuing by anger and despite in such as entirely love, especially, being injuried and offended by them that they love. When the king perceived that Madame Pampinea had ended her discourse, he sat sadly a pretty while without uttering one word, but afterward spake thus. Little goodness appeared in the beginning of this novel, because it ministered occasion of mirth, yet the ending proved better, and I could wish that worse inflictions had foully on the venereous friar. Then turning towards Madame Lauretta, he said, Lady, do you tell us a better tale, if possible it may be? She smiling, thus answered the king, Sir, you are over cruelly bent against poor lovers, in desiring that their amorous processions should have harsh and sinister concludings. Nevertheless, in obedience to your severe command, among 3 persons amorously perplexed, I will relate an unhappy ending, whereas all may be said to speed as unfortunately, being equally alike, in enjoying the issue of their desires, and thus I purpose for to proceed. Every vice, choice ladies, as very well you know, redoundeth to the great disgrace and prejudice of him or her by whom it is practised, and oftentimes to others. Now among those common hurtful enemies, the sin or vice which most carrieth us with full cara, and draweth us into unavoidable perils and dangers, in mine opinion, seemeth to be that of choler or anger, which is nothing else but a sudden and inconsiderate moving, provoked by some received injury, which having excluded all respect of reason, and dimmed with dark vapours the bright discerning sight of the understanding, inflamed the mind with most violent fury, and albeit this inconvenience happeneth most to men, and more to some few than others, yet notwithstanding it hath been noted that women have felt the self-same infirmity, and in more extreme manner, because it much sooner is kindled in them, and burneth with the brighter flame, in regard they have the lesser consideration, and therefore not to be wondered at, for if we will advisedly observe, we shall plainly perceive, that fire even of his own nature taketh hold on such things as are light and tender, much sooner than it can on hard and weighty substances. And some of us women, let men take no offence at my words, are far more soft and delicate than they be, and therefore more frail, in which regard, seeing we are naturally inclined hereto, and considering also how much our affability and gentleness do show themselves pleasing and full of content to those men with whom we are to live, and likewise how anger and fury are compacted of extraordinary perils, I purpose, because we may be the more valiant in our courage, to outstand the fierce assaults of wrath and rage, to show you by mine ensuing novel, how the loves of 3 young gentlemen, and of as many gentlewomen, came to fatal and unfortunate success, by the tempestuous anger of one among them, according as I have formerly related unto you. Marseilles, as you are not now to learn, is in Provence, seated on the sea, and is also a very ancient and most noble city, which hath been heretofore inhabited with far richer and more wealthy merchants than at this instant time it is, among whom there was one, named Narnaldo Savada, a man but of mean condition, yet clear in faith and reputation, and in lands, goods, and ready moneys immeasurably rich. Many children he had by his wife, among whom were 3 daughters, which exceeded his sons in years. 2 of them being twins and born of one body, were counted to be 15 years old. The third was 14, and nothing hindered marriage in their parents' own expectation, but the return home of Narnaldo, who was then abroad in Spain with his merchandises. The eldest of these sisters was named Ninetta, the second Magdalena, and the third Bertella. A gentleman, albeit but poor in fortunes and called Ristagnan, was so extraordinarily enamoured of Ninetta, as no man possibly could be more, and she likewise as earnest in affection towards him, yet both carrying their loves proceeding with such secrecy, as long time they enjoyed their heart's sweet contentment, yet undiscovered by any eye. It came to pass that two other young gallants, the one named Falco and the other Hugnetto, who had attained to incredible wealth, by the decease of their father were also as far in love, the one with Magdalena and the other with Bertella. When Ristagnan had intelligence thereof by the means of his fair friend Ninetta, he purposed to relieve his poverty by friendly furthering both their love and his own, and growing into familiarity with them, one while he would walk abroad with Falco, and then again with Hugnetto, but oftener with them both together, to visit their mistresses, and continue worthy friendship. On a day when he saw the time suitable to his intent, and that he had invited the two gentlemen home to his house, he fell into this like conference with them. Kind friends, quoth he, the honest familiarity which hath passed between us may render you some certain assurance of the constant love I bear to you both, being as willing to work any means that may tend to your good, as I desire to compass mine own, and because the truth of mine affection cannot conceal itself to you, I mean to acquaint you with an intention, wherewith my brain hath a long while travelled, and now may soon be delivered of, if it may pass with your liking and approbation. Let me then tell you that except your speeches savour of untruth, and your actions carry a double understanding, in common behaviour both by night and day, you appear to pine and consume away, in the cordial love you bear to two of the sisters, as I suffer the same afflictions for the third, with reciprocal requital of their dearest affection to us. Now, to qualify the heat of our tormenting flames, if you will condescend to such a course as I shall advise you, the remedy will yield them equal ease to ours, and we may safely enjoy the benefit of contentment. As wealth aboundeth with you both, so doth want most extremely tyrannize over me. But if one bank might be made of both your rich substances, I embraced therein as a third partaker, and some quarter of the world designed out by us, where to live at heart's ease upon your possessions, I durst engage my credit that all the sisters not meanly stored with their father's treasure shall bear us company to what place soever we please. There each man freely enjoying his own dearest love, we may live like three brethren, without any hindrance to our mutual contentment. It remaineth now in you gentlemen, to accept this comfortable offer, or to refuse it. The two brothers, whose passions exceeded their best means for support, perceiving some hope how to enjoy their loves, desired no long time of deliberation, or greatly disputed with their thoughts what was best to be done, but readily replied, that let happen any danger whatsoever they would join with him in this determination, and he should partake with them in their wealthiest fortunes. After Ristagnan had heard their answer, within some few days following, he went to confer with Ninetta, which was no easy matter for him to compass. Nevertheless, opportunity proved so favourable to him, that meeting with her at a private place appointed, he discoursed at large what had passed between him and the other two young gentlemen, maintaining the same with many good reasons, to have her like and allow of the enterprise, which although for a while he could very hardly do, yet in regard she had more desire than power without suspicion to be daily in his company, she frankly thus answered, My heart's chosen friend, I cannot any way mislike your advice, and will take such order with my sisters that they shall agree to our resolution. Let it therefore be your charge that you and the rest make everything ready, to depart from hence so soon, as with best convenient means we may be enabled. Ristagnan being returned to Falco and Hugnetto, who thought every hour a year, to hear what would succeed upon the promise passed between them, he told them in plain terms, that their ladies were as free in consent as they, and nothing wanted now, but furnishment for their sudden departing. Having concluded that Candy should be their harbour for entertainment, they made sale of some few inheritances, which lay the readiest for their purpose, as also the goods in their houses, and then, under colour of venting merchandises abroad, they bought a nimble pinnace, fortified with good strength and preparation, and waited but for a convenient wind. On the other side Ninetta, who was sufficiently acquainted with the forwardness of her sister's desires and her own, had so substantially prevailed with them, that a good voyage now was the sole expectation. Whereupon, the same night when they should set away, they opened a strong barred chest of their father's, whence they took great store of gold and costly jewels, wherewith escaping secretly out of the house, they came to the place where their lovers attended for them, and going all aboard the pinnace, the winds were so furtherous to them, that without touching anywhere, the night following they arrived at Genua. There being out of peril or pursuit, they all knit the knot of holy wedlock, and then freely enjoyed their long-wished desires, from whence setting sail again, and being well furnished with all things wanting. Passing on from port to port, at the end of 8 days they landed in Kandy, not meeting with any impeachment by the way. Determining there to spend their days, first they provided themselves of fair and goodly lands in the country, and then of beautiful dwelling houses in the city, with all due furnishments belonging to them, and families well beseeming such worthy gentlemen, and all delights else for their daily recreations, inviting their neighbours, and they them again in loving manner, so that no lovers could wish to live in more ample contentment. Passing on their time in this height of felicity, and not crossed by any sinister accidents, it came to pass, as often we may observe in the like occasions, that although delights do most especially please us, yet they breed surfeit, when they swell too over great in abundance, that Rastagnan, who most dearly affected his fair Ninetta, and had her now in his free possession without any peril of losing her, grew now also to be wary of her, and consequently to fail in those familiar performances which formerly had passed between them. For being one day invited to a banquet, he saw there a beautiful gentlewoman of that country, whose perfections pleasing him beyond all comparison, he laboured by painful pursuit to win his purpose, and meeting with her in divers private places, grew prodigal in his expenses upon her. This could not be so closely carried, but being seen and observed by Ninetta, she became possessed with such extreme jealousy that he could not do anything whatsoever, but immediately he had knowledge of it, which fire growing to a flame in her, her patience became extremely provoked, urging rough and rude speeches from her to him, and daily tormenting him beyond power of sufferance. As the enjoying of anything in too much plenty makes it appear irksome and loathing to us, and the denial of our desires do more and more whet on the appetite, even so did the angry spleen of Ninetta proceed on in violence against this new commenced love of Rastagnan, for in succession of time, whether he enjoyed the embracements of his new mistress or no, yet Ninetta by sinister reports, but much more through her own jealous imaginations, held it for infallible, and to be most certain. Hereupon she fell into an extreme melancholy, which melancholy begat implacable fury, and consequently such contemptible disdain, as converted her former kindly love to Rastagnan into most cruel and bawdy hatred. Yea, and so strangely was reason or respect confounded in her, as no revenge else but speedy death might satisfy the wrongs she imagined to receive by Rastagnan and his minion. Upon inquiry by what means she might best compass her bloody intention, she grew acquainted with a Giarcian woman, and wonderfully expert in the compounding of poisons, whom she so persuaded by gifts and bounteous promises, that at the length she prevailed with her. A deadly water was distilled by her, which without any other counsel to the contrary on a day when Rastagnan had his blood somewhat overheated, and little dreamed on any such treason conspired against him by his wife, she caused him to drink a great draught thereof under pretence that it was a most sovereigny and cordial water. But such was the powerful operation thereof that the very next morning Rastagnan was found to be dead in his bed. When his death was understood by Falco, Hugnetto and their wives, and not knowing how he came to be thus empoisoned, because their sister seemed to bemoan his sardine death, with as apparent shows of mourning as they could possibly express, they buried him very honourably, and so all suspicion ceased. But as fortune is infinite in her faggeries, never acting disaster so closely, but as cunningly discovereth it again, so it came to pass that within a few days following, the Giarcian woman that had delivered the poison to Ninetta, for such another deed of damnation, was apprehended even in the action, and being put upon the tortures, among many other horrid villainies by her committed, she confessed the empoisoning of Rastagnan, and every particle thereto appertaining, whereupon the Duke of Kandy, without any noise or publication, setting a strong guard in the night time about the house of Falco, where Ninetta then was lodged, there sedanely they seized on her, upon examination in maintenance of her desperate revenge, voluntarily confessed the fact, and what else concerned the occasion of his death, by the wrongs which he had offered her. Falco and Hugnetto, understanding secretly both from the Duke, other intimate friends, what was the reason of Ninety's apprehension, which was not a little displeasing to them, laboured by all their best pains and endeavour to work such means with the Duke, that her life might not perish by fire, although she had most justly deserved it. But all their attempts proved to no effect, because the Duke had concluded to execute justice. Here you are to observe that Magdalena, being a very beautiful woman, young, and in the choicest flower of her time, had often before been solicited by the Duke to entertain his love and kindness, whereto by no means she would listen or give consent, and being now most earnestly importuned by her, for the safety of her sister's life, She took hold on this her daily sweet to him, and in private told her that if she was so desirous of Ninety's life, it lay in her power to obtain it by granting him the fruition of her love. She apparently perceiving that Ninetta was not likely to live, but by the prostitution of her chaste honour, which she preferred before the loss of her own life or her sister's, concluded to let her die, rather than run into any such disgrace. But having an excellent ingenious wit, quick and apprehensive in perilous occasions, she intended now to make a trial of overreaching the lascivious Duke in his wanton purpose, and yet to be assured of her sister's life, without any blemish to her reputation. Soliciting him still as she was wont to do, this promise passed from her to him, that when Ninetta was delivered out of prison, and in safety at home in her house, he should resort thither in some quaint disguise, and enjoy his long-expected desire. But until then she would not yield. So violent was the Duke in the prosecution of his purpose, that under colour of altering the manner of Ninety's death, not suffering her to be consumed by fire, but to be drowned, according to a custom observed there long time, and at the importunity of her sister Magdalena in the still silence of the night, Ninetta was conveyed into a sacchi, and sent in that manner to the house of Falco, the Duke following soon after, to challenge her promise. Magdalena, having acquainted her husband with her virtuous intention for preserving her sister's life, and disappointing the Duke in his wicked desire, was as contrary to her true meaning in this case, as Ninetta had formerly been adverse to Rastagnan, onely being overruled likewise by jealousy, and persuaded in his rash opinion that the Duke had already dishonoured Magdalena, otherwise he would not have delivered Ninetta out of prison. Mad fury gave further fire to this unmanly persuasion, and nothing will now quench this violent flame, but the life of poor Magdalena, suddenly sacrificed in the rescue of her sisters. Such a divil is anger, when the understanding's bright eye is thereby abused. No credit might be given to her womanly protestations, nor anything seem to alter his bloody purpose. But having slain Magdalena with his poniard, notwithstanding her tears and humble entreaties, he ran in haste to Ninety's chamber, she not dreaming on any such desperate accident, and to her he used these dissembling speeches. Sister, quoth he, my wife hath advised that I should speedily convey you hence, as fearing the renewing of the Duke's fury, and your falling again into the hands of justice. I have a bark readily prepared for you, and your life being secured, it is all that she and I do most desire. Ninetta being fearful, and no way distrusting what he had said, in thankful allowance of her sister's care and courteous tender of his so ready service, departed thence presently with him, not taking any farewell of her other sister and her husband. To the seashore they came, very weakly provided of moneys to defray their charges, and getting aboard the bark, directed their course themselves knew not whither. The amorous Duke in his disguise, having long danced attendance at Falco's door, and no admittance of his entrance, angrily returned baccy to his court, protesting severe revenge on Magdalena, if she gave him not the better satisfaction to clear her from thus basely abusing him. On the morrow morning, when Magdalena was found murdered in her chamber, and tidings thereof carried to the Duke, present search was made for the bloody offender, but Falco being fled and gone with Ninetta, some there were who, bearing deadly hatred to Hugnedo, incensed the Duke against him and his wife, as supposing them to be guilty of Magdalena's death. He being thereto very easily persuaded, in regard of his immoderate love to the slain gentlewoman, went himself in person attended on by his guard to Hugnedo's house, where both he and his wife were seized as prisoners. These news were very strange to them, and their imprisonment as unwelcome, and although they were truly innocent, either in knowledge of the horrid fact, or the departure of Falco with Ninetta, yet being unable to endure the torture's extremity, they made themselves culpable by confession, and that they had hand with Falco in the murder of Magdalena. Upon this their forced confession, and sentence of death pronounced on them by the Duke himself, before the day appointed for their public execution, by great sums of money, which they had closely hid in their house, to serve when any urgent extremity should happen to them. They corrupted their keepers, and before any intelligence could be had of their flight, they escaped by sea to Rhodes, where they lived afterward in great distress and misery. The just vengeance of heaven followed after Falco and Ninetta, he for murdering his honest wife, and she for poisoning her offending husband, for being beaten a long while on the seas by tempestuous storms and weather, and not admitted landing in any port or creek. They were driven baccy on the coast of Candy again, where being apprehended and brought to the city before the Duke, they confessed their several notorious offences, and ended their loathed lives in one fire together. Thus the idle and loose love of Rastagnan, with the frantic rage and jealousy of Ninetta and Falco, overturned all their long-continued happiness, and threw a disastrous ending on them all. Gerbino, contrary to the former plighted faith of his grandfather, King Guglielmo, fought with a ship at sea belonging to the King of Thunes to take away his daughter who was then in the same ship. She being slain by them that had the possession of her, he likewise slew them, and afterward had his own head smitten off. The fourth novel, in commendation of justice between princes, and declaring withal that neither fear, dangers, nor death itself can any way daunt a true and loyal lover. Madame Lauretta having concluded her novel, and the company complaining on lovers' misfortunes, some blaming the angry and jealous fury of Ninetta, and every one delivering their several opinions, the king, as awaking out of a passionate perplexity, exalted his looks, giving a scene to Madame Elissa, that she should follow next in order, whereto she obeying, began in this manner. I have heard, gracious ladies, quoth she, of many people, who are verily persuaded that love's arrows never wound any body, but only by the eyes' looks and gazes, mocking and scorning such as maintain that men may fall in love by hearing only, wherein, believe me, they are greatly deceived, as will appear by a novel which I must now relate unto you, and wherein you shall plainly perceive that not only fame or report is as prevailing as sight, but also hath conducted divers to a wretched and miserable ending of their lives. Guglielmo II, King of Sicily, according as the Sicilian chronicles record, had 2 children, the one a son named Don Rogero, and the other a daughter called Madame Constance. The said Rogero died before his father, leaving a son behind him, named Gerbino, who with much care and cost was brought up by his grandfather, proving to be a very goodly prince, and wondrously esteemed for his great valour and humanity. His fame could not contain itself within the bounds or limits of Sicily only, but being published very prodigally, in many parts of the world beside, flourished with no mean commendations throughout all Barbary, which in those days was tributary to the King of Sicily. Among other persons deserving most to be respected, the renowned virtues and affability of this gallant Prince Gerbino was understood by the beauteous daughter to the King of Thunes, who by such as had seen her was reputed to be one of the rarest creatures, the best conditioned and of the truest noble spirit that ever nature framed in her very choicest pride of art. Of famous, virtuous, and worthy men, it was continually her chiefest delight to hear, and the admired actions of valiant Gerbino, reported to her by many singular discoursers, such as could best describe him, with language answerable to his due deservings, won such honourable entertainment in her understanding soul, that they were most affectionately pleasing to her, and in capitulating over and over again his manifold and heroical perfections, mere speech made her extremely amorous of him, nor willingly would she lend an ear to any other discourse, but that which tended to his honour and advancement. On the other side, the fame of her incomparable beauty, with addition of her other infinite singularities beside, as the world had given ear to in numberless places, so Sicily came at length acquainted therewith, in such flowing manner, as was truly answerable to her merit. Nor seemed this as a bare babbling rumour, in the princely hearing of royal Gerbino, but was embraced with such a real apprehension, and the entire probation of a true understanding, that he was no less inflamed with noble affection towards her, then she expressed the like in virtuous opinion of him, wherefore, awaiting such convenient opportunity, when he might entreat license of his grandfather, for his own going to Thunes under colour of some honourable occasion, for the earnest desire he had to see her, he gave charge to some of his especial friends, whose affairs required their presence in those parts, to let the princess understand, in such secret manner as best they could devise, what noble affection he bare unto her, devoting himself only to her service. One of his chosen friends thus put in trust, being a jeweller, a man of singular discretion, and often resorting to ladies for sight of his jewels, winning like admittance to the princess, related at large unto her the honourable affection of Gerbino, with full tender of his person to her service, and that she only was to dispose of him. Both the message and the messenger were most graciously welcome to her, and flaming in the selfsame affection towards him. As a testimony thereof, one of the very choicest jewels which she bought of him, she sent by him to the Prince Gerbino, it being received by him with such joy and contentment as nothing in the world could be more pleasing to him. So that afterward, by the trusty carriage of this jeweller, many letters and love tokens passed between them, each being as highly pleased with this poor, yet happy kind of intercourse, as if they had seen conversed with one another. Matters proceeding on in this manner, and continuing longer than their lovesick passions easily could permit, yet neither being able to find out any other means of help, It fortuned that the king of Thunes promised his daughter in marriage to the king of Granada, whereat she grew exceeding sorrowful, perceiving that not only she should be sent further off by a large distance away from her friend, but also be deprived utterly of all hope ever to enjoy him, and if she could have devised any means, either by secret flight from her father or any way else to further her intention, she would have adventured it for the prince's sake. Gerbino, in like manner, hearing of this purposed marriage, lived in a hell of torments, consulting oftentimes with his soul how he might be possessed of her by power, when she should be sent by sea to her husband, or private stealing her away from her father's court before. With these and infinite other thoughts was he incessantly afflicted, both day and night. By some unhappy accident or other, the king of Thunes heard of this their secret love, as also of Gerbino's purposed policy to surprise her, and how likely he was to effect it, in regard of his manly valour and store of stout friends to assist him. Hereupon, when the time was come that he would convey his daughter thence to her marriage, and fearing to be prevented by Gerbino, he sent to the king of Sicily to let him understand his determination, craving safe conduct from him, without impeachment of Gerbino or anyone else, until such time as his intent was accomplished. King Guglielmo, being aged, and never acquainted with the affectionate proceedings of Gerbino, nor any doubtful reason to urge this security from him, in a case convenient to be granted, yielded the sooner thereto right willingly, and as a signal of his honourable meaning, he sent him his royal glove with a full confirmation for his safe conduct. No sooner were these princely assurances received, but a goodly ship was prepared in the port of Carthage, well furnished with all things thereto belonging, for the sending his daughter to the king of Granada, waiting for nothing else but best favouring winds. The young princess, who understood and saw all this great preparation, secretly sent a servant of hers to Palermo, giving him especial charge on her behalf to salute the Prince Gerbino, and to tell him withal that within few days she must be transported to Granada. And now opportunity gave fair and free mean to let the world know whether he were a man of that magnanimous spirit or no, as general opinion had formerly conceived of him, and whether he affected her so firmly, as by many close messages he had assured her. He who had the charge of this embassy effectually performed it, and then returned back to Thunes. The Prince Gerbino, having heard this message from his divine mistress, and knowing also that the king his grandfather had passed his safe conduct to the king of Thunes, for peaceable passage thorough his seas, was at his wits' end in this urgent necessity what might best be done, notwithstanding, moved by the settled constancy of his plighted love, and the speeches delivered to him by the messenger from the princess. To show himself a man endued with courage, he departed thence unto Messina, where he made ready 2 speedy galleys, and fitting them with men of valiant disposition, set away to Sardinia, as making full account that the ship which carried the princess must come along that coast. Nor was his expectation therein deceived, for within few days after, the ship not over swiftly winded came sailing near to the place where they attended for her arrival, whereof Gerbino had no sooner gotten a sight, but to animate the resolutes which were in his company, thus he spake: Gentlemen, if you be those men of valour as heretofore you have been reputed, I am persuaded that there are some among you who either formerly have, or now instantly do feel, the all-commanding power of love, without which as I think there is not any mortal man that can have any goodness or virtue dwelling in him. Wherefore, if ever you have been amorously affected, or presently have any apprehension thereof, you shall the more easily judge of what I now aim at. True it is that I do love, and love hath guided me to be comforted, and manfully assisted by you, because in yonder ship, which you see calmeth on so gently under sail, even as if she offered herself to be our prize, not only is the jewel which I most esteem, but also mighty and unvaluable treasure, to be won without any difficult labour, or hazard of a dangerous fight, you being men of such undauntable courage, in the honour of which victory I covet not any part or parcel, but only a lady, for whose sake I have undertaken these arms, and freely give you all the rest contained in the ship. Let us set on them, gentlemen and my dearest friends, courageously let us assail the ship. You see how the wind favours us, and questionless in so good an action, fortune will not fail us. Gerbino needed not to have spoken so much, in persuading them to seize so rich a booty, because the men of Messina were naturally addicted to spoil and rapine, and before the prince began his oration, they had concluded to make the ship their purchase. Wherefore, giving a loud shout according to their country manner, and commanding their trumpets to sound cheerfully, they rowed on aiming with their oars, and in mere despite set upon the ship. But before the galleys could come near her, they that had the charge and managing of her, perceiving with what speed they made towards them, and no likely means of escaping from them, resolvedly they stood up in their best defence, for now it was no time to be slothful. The prince, being come near to the ship, commanded that the patrons should come to him, except they would adventure the fight. When the Saracens were thereof advertised, and understood also what he demanded, they returned answer, that their motion and proceeding in this manner was both against law and plighted faith, which was promised by the king of Sicily, for their safe passage thorough his sea, by no means to be molested or assailed. In testimony whereof they showed his glove, avouching moreover, that neither by force or otherwise they would yield or deliver him anything which they had aboard their ship. Gerbino espying his gracious mistress on the ship's deck, and she appearing to be far more beautiful than fame had made relation of her, being much more inflamed now than formerly he had been, replied thus when they showed the glove: We have, quoth he, no falcon here now to be humbled at the sight of your glove, and therefore if you will not deliver the lady, prepare yourselves for fight, for we must have her whether you will or no. Hereupon they began to let fly on both sides their darts and arrows, with stones sent in violent sort from their slings, thus continuing the fight a long while, to very great harm on either side. At the length Gerbino, perceiving that small benefit would redound to him if he did not undertake some other kind of course, he took a small pinnace, which purposely he brought with him from Sardinia, and setting it on a flaming fire, conveyed it by the galley's help close to the ship. The Saracens, much amazed thereat, and evidently perceiving that either they must yield or die, brought their king's daughter upon the prow of the ship, most grievously weeping and wringing her hands. Then calling Gerbino to let him behold their resolution, there they slew her before his face, and afterward throwing her body into the sea said, Take her, there we give her to thee according to our bounden duty, and as thy perjury hath justly deserved. This sight was not a little grievous to the Prince Gerbino, whom added now with this their monstrous cruelty, and not caring what became of his own life, having lost her for whom he only desired to live, not dreading their darts, arrows, slinged stones, or what violence else they could use against him. He leapt aboard their ship, in despite of all that durst resist him, behaving himself there like a hunger-starved lion, when he enters among a herd of beasts, tearing their carcasses in pieces both with his teeth and paws. Such was the extreme fury of the poor prince, not sparing the life of anyone that durst appear in his presence, so that what with the bloody slaughter and violence of the fires increasing in the ship, the mariners got such wealth as possibly they could save, and suffering the sea to swallow the rest, Gerbino returned unto his galleys again, nothing proud of this so ill-gotten victory. Afterward, having recovered the princess's dead body out of the sea, and embalmed it with sighs and tears, he returned back into Sicily, where he caused it to be most honourably buried in a little island named Ustica, face to face confronting Trapanum. The king of Thunes, hearing these disastrous news, sent his ambassadors habited in sad mourning to the aged king of Sicily, complaining of his faith broken with him, and how the accident had found me out, age being suddenly incited to anger, and the king extremely offended at this injury, seeing no way whereby to deny him justice, it being urged so instantly by the ambassadors, caused Gerbino to be apprehended, and he himself, in regard that none of his lords and barons would therein assist him, but laboured to divert him by their earnest importunity, pronounced the sentence of death on the prince, and commanded to have him beheaded in his presence, affecting rather to die without an heir than to be thought a king void of justice. So these two unfortunate lovers, never enjoying the very least benefit of their long-wished desires, ended both their lives in violent manner. The three brethren to Isabella slew a gentleman that secretly loved her. His ghost appeared to her in her sleep, and showed her in what place they had buried his body. She in silent manner brought away his head, and putting it into a pot of earth, such as flowers, basil, or other sweet herbs are usually set in, she watered it a long while with her tears, whereof her brethren having intelligence, soon after she died with mere conceit of sorrow. The fifth novel, wherein is plainly proved that love cannot be rooted up by any humane power or providence, especially in such a soul where it hath been really apprehended. The novel of Madame Eliza being finished, and somewhat commended by the king, in regard of the tragical conclusion, Philomena was enjoined to proceed next with her discourse, she being overcome with much compassion for the hard fortunes of noble Gerbino and his beautiful princess. After an extreme and vehement sigh, thus she spake: My tale, worthy ladies, extendeth not to persons of so high birth or quality as they were of whom Madame Eliza gave you relation, yet peradventure it may prove to be no less pitiful. And now I remember myself, Messina so lately spoken of, is the place where this accident also happened. In Messina there dwelt 3 young men, brethren and merchants by their common profession, who becoming very rich by the death of their father, lived in very good fame and repute. Their father was of San Gemignano, and they had a sister named Isabella, young, beautiful and well-conditioned, who upon some occasion as yet remained unmarried. A proper youth being a gentleman born in Pisa, and named Lorenzo as a trusty factor or servant, had the managing of the brethren's business and affairs. This Lorenzo being of comely personage, affable and excellent in his behaviour, grew so gracious in the eyes of Isabella, that she afforded him many very respective looks, yea, kindnesses of no common quality, which Lorenzo taking notice of, and observing by degrees from time to time, gave over all other beauties in the city, which might allure any affection from him, and only fixed his heart on her, so that their love grew to a mutual embracing, both equally respecting one another, and entertaining kindnesses as occasion gave leave. Long time continued this amorous league of love, yet not so cunningly concealed, but at the length, the secret meeting of Lorenzo and Isabella, to ease their poor souls of love's oppressions, was discovered by the eldest of the brethren, unknown to them who were thus betrayed. He being a man of great discretion, although this sight was highly displeasing to him, yet notwithstanding he kept it to himself till the next morning, labouring his brain what might best be done in so urgent a case. When day was come, he resorted to his other brethren, and told them what he had seen in the time past, between their sister and Lorenzo. Many deliberations passed on in this case, but after all thus they concluded together to let it proceed on with patient supportance, that no scandal might ensue to them or their sister, no evil acty being as yet committed. And seeming as if they knew not of their love, had a wary eye still upon her secret walks, awaiting for some convenient time, when without their own prejudice or Isabella's knowledge, they might safely break off this their startling love, which was altogether against their liking, so showing no worse countenance to Lorenzo than formerly they had done, but employing and conversing with him in kind manner. It fortuned that riding all 3 to recreate themselves out of the city, they took Lorenzo in their company, and when they were come to a solitary place, such as best suited with their vile purpose, they ran sedanely upon Lorenzo, slew him, afterward interred his body, where hardly it could be discovered by any one. Then they returned back to Messina, gave it forth as a credible report that they had sent him abroad about their affairs, as formerly they were wont to do, which every one verily believed, because they knew no reason why they should conceit any otherwise. Isabella, living in expectation of his return, and perceiving his stay to her was so offensively long, made many demands to her brethren, into what parts they had sent him, that his tarrying was so quite from all wonted course. Such was her importunate speeches to them, that they taking it very discontentedly, one of them returned her this frowning answer: "What is your meaning, sister, by so many questionings after Lorenzo? What urgent affairs have you with him, that makes you so impatient upon his absence? If hereafter you make any more demands for him, we shall shape you such a reply, as will be but little to your liking." At these harsh words, Isabella fell into abundance of tears, whereamong she mingled many sighs and groans, such as were able to overthrow a far stronger constitution, so that, being full of fear and dismay, yet no way distrusting her brethren's cruel deed, she durst not question any more after him. In the silence of dark night, as she lay afflicted in her bed, oftentimes would she call for Lorenzo, entreating his speedy returning to her, and then again, as if he had been present with her, she checked and reproved him for his so long absence. One night amongst the rest, she being growing almost hopeless of ever seeing him again, having a long while wept and grievously lamented, her senses and faculties utterly spent and tired, that she could not utter any more complaints, she fell into a trance or sleep, and dreamed that the ghost of Lorenzo appeared unto her, in torn and unbefitting garments, his looks pale, meagre, and staring, and as she thought thus spake to her: "My dear love Isabella, thou doest nothing but torment thyself with calling on me, accusing me for over-long tarrying from thee. I am come therefore to let thee know that thou canst not enjoy my company any more, because the very same day when last thou sawst me, thy brethren most bloodily murdered me." And acquainting her with the place where they had buried his mangled body, he strictly charged her not to call him at any time afterward, and so vanished away. The young damozel, awaking and giving some credit to her vision, sighed and wept exceedingly, and after she was risen in the morning, not daring to say anything to her brethren, she resolutely determined to go see the place formerly appointed her, onely to make trial if that which she seemed to see in her sleep should carry any likelihood of truth. Having obtained favour of her brethren, to ride a day's journey from the city, in company of her trusty nurse, who long time had attended on her in the house, and knew the secret passages of her love. They rode directly to the designed place, which being covered with some store of dried leaves, and more deeply sunk than any other part of the ground thereabout, they digged not far, but they found the body of murdered Lorenzo, as yet very little corrupted or impaired, and then perceived the truth of her vision. Wisdom and government so much prevailed with her as to instruct her soul that her tears spent there were merely fruitless and in vain, neither did the time require any long tarrying there. Gladly would she have carried the whole body with her, secretly to bestow honourable enterment on it, but it exceeded the compass of her ability, wherefore in regard she could not have all, yet she would be possessed of a part, having brought a keen razor with her by help of the nurse. She divided the head from the body and wrapped it up in a napkin, which the nurse conveyed into her lap, and then laid the body in the ground again. Thus being undiscovered by any, they departed thence, and arrived at home in convenient time, where being alone by themselves in the chamber, she washed the head over and over with her tears, and bestowed infinite kisses thereon. Not long after, the nurse having brought her a large earthen pot, such as we used to set basil, marjoram, flowers, or other sweet herbs in, and shrouding the head in a silken scarf, put it into the pot, covering it with earth, and planting divers roots of excellent basil therein, which she never watered but either with her tears, rose water, or water distilled from the flowers of oranges. This pot she used continually to sit by, either in her chamber or anywhere else, for she carried it always with her, sighing and breathing forth sad complaints thereto, even as if they had been uttered to her Lorenzo, and day by day this was her continual exercise, to the no mean admiration of her brethren, and many other friends that beheld her. So long she held on in this mourning manner, that, what by the continual watering of the basil and putrefaction of the head, so buried in the pot of earth, it grew very flourishing, and most odoriferous to such as scented it, so that as no other basil could possibly yield so sweet a savour. The neighbours noting this behaviour in her, observing the long continuance thereof, how much her bright beauty was defaced, and the eyes sunk into her head by incessant weeping, made many kind and friendly motions, to understand the reason of her so violent oppressions, but could not by any means prevail with her, or win any discovery by her nurse, so faithful was she in secrecy to her. Her brethren also waxed weary of this carriage in her, and having very often reproved her for it without any other alteration in her, at length they closely stole away the pot of basil from her, for which she made infinite woful lamentations, earnestly entreating to have it restored again, avouching that she could not live without it. Perceiving that she could not have the pot again, she fell into an extreme sickness, occasioned only by her ceaseless weeping, and never urged she to have anything but the restoring of her basil pot. Her brethren grew greatly amazed thereat, because she never called for aught else beside, and thereupon were very desirous to ransack the pot to the very bottom. Having emptied out all the earth, they found the scarf of silk, wherein the head of Lorenzo was wrapped, which was as yet not so much consumed, but by the locks of hair they knew it to be Lorenzo's head, whereat they became confounded with amazement. Fearing lest their offence might come to open publication, they buried it very secretly, and before any could take notice thereof, they departed from Messina and went to dwell in Naples. Isabella, crying calling still for her pot of basil, being unable to give over mourning, died within a few days after. Thus have you heard the hard fate of poor Lorenzo and his Isabella. Within no long while after, when this accident came to be publicly known, an excellent ditty was composed thereof, beginning thus: Cruel and unkind was the Christian that robbed me of my basil's bliss. 100. A beautiful young virgin named Andrina became enamoured of a young gentleman called Gabriello. In conference together she declared a dream of hers to him, and he another of his to her, whereupon Gabriello fell down sedanely dead in her arms. She and her chambermaid were apprehended by the officers belonging to the Seigneury as they were carrying Gabriello to lay him before his own door, the potestate offering violence to the virgin, and she resisting him virtuously. It came to the understanding of her father, who approved the innocence of his daughter and compassed her deliverance. But she afterward, being weary of all worldly felicities, entered into religion and became a nun. The 6th novel, describing the admirable accidents of fortune and the mighty prevailing power of love. The novel which Madame Philomena had so graciously related was highly pleasing unto the other ladies, because they had oftentimes heard the song without knowing who made it, or upon what occasion it was composed. But when the king saw that the tale was ended, he commanded Pamphilus that he should follow in his due course, whereupon he spake thus: The dream already recounted in the last novel doth minister matter to me to make report of another tale, wherein mention is made of 2 several dreams, which divined as well what was to ensue as the other did what had happened before. And no sooner were they finished in the relation, by both the parties which had formerly dreamt them, but the effects of both as sedanely followed. Worthy ladies, I am sure it is not unknown to you, that it hath been a general passion to all men and women living, to see divers and sundry things while they are sleeping. And although to the sleeper they seem most certain, so that when he awaketh, he judgeth the truth of some, the likelihood of others, and some beyond all possibility of truth. Yet notwithstanding, many dreams have been observed to happen, and very strangely have come to pass, and this hath been a grounded reason for some men, to give as great credit to such things as they see sleeping, as they do to others usually waking. So that, according unto their dreams, and as they make construction of them, that are sadly distasted, or merrily pleased, even as by them they either fear or hope. On the contrary, there are some, who will not credit any dream whatsoever, until they be foully into the very same danger which formerly they saw, and most evidently in their sleep. I mean not to commend either the one or other, because they do not always fall out to be true, neither are they at all times liars. Now that they prove not all to be true, we can best testify to ourselves, and that they are not always liars, hath already sufficiently been manifested by the discourse of Madame Philomena, and as you shall perceive by mine own, which next cometh in order to salute you. Wherefore I am of this opinion, that in matters of good life and performing honest actions, no dream is to be feared presaging the contrary, neither are good works any way to be hindered by them. Likewise, in matters of bad and wicked quality, although our dreams may appear favourable to us, and our visions flatter us with prosperous success, yet let us give no credence unto the best, nor addict our minds to them of contrary nature. And now we will proceed to our novel. In the city of Brescia there lived sometime a gentleman, named Messer Negro de Pontcarraro, who among many other children had a daughter called Andrina, young and beautiful, but as yet unmarried. It fortuned that she fell in love with a neighbour named Gabriello, a comely young gentleman of affable complexion and graciously conditioned, which love was with like kindness welcomed and entertained by him, and by the furtherance of her chambermaid, it was so cunningly carried, that in the garden belonging to Andrini's father she had many meetings with her Gabriello. And solemnly vows being mutually passed between them, that nothing but death could alter their affection, by such ceremonious words as are used in marriage, they married themselves secretly together, and continued their stolny chaste pleasures, with equal contentment to them both. It came to pass that Andrina, sleeping in her bed, dreamed that she met with Gabriello in the garden, where they both embracing lovingly together. She seemed to see a thing blacky and terrible, which suddenly issued forth of his body, but the shape thereof she could not comprehend. It rudely seized upon Gabriello, in despite of her utmost strength with incredible force snatched him out of her arms, and sinking with him into the earth, they never after did see one another. Whereupon, overcome with extremity of grief and sorrow, presently she awaked, being then not a little joyful, that she found no such matter as she feared, yet continued very doubtful of her dream, in regard whereof, Gabriello being desirous to visit her the night following, she laboured very diligently to hinder his coming to her, yet knowing his loyal affection toward her, and fearing lest he should grow suspicious of some other matter, she welcomed him into the garden, where gathering both white and damask roses according to the nature of the season at length, they sate down by a goodly fountain, which stood in the midst of the garden. After some small familiar discourse passing between them, Gabriello demanded of her upon what occasion she denied his coming thither the night before, and by such a sudden unexpected admonition. Andrina told him that it was in regard of a troublesome dream, wherewith her soul was perplexed the precedent night, and doubt what might ensue thereon. Gabriello, hearing this, began to smile, affirming to her that it was an especial note of folly to give any credit to idle dreams, because oftentimes they are caused by excess of feeding, and continually are observed to be mere lies. For quoth he, if I had any superstitious belief of dreams, I should not then have come hither, no, yet not so much as being dismayed by your dream, but for another of mine own, which I am the more willing to acquaint you withal. Methought I was in a goodly delightful forest, in the noble exercise of sportful hunting, and became there possessed of a young hind, the very loveliest and most pleasing beast that was ever seen. It seemed to be as white as snow, and grew in a short while so familiar with me that by no means it would forsake me. I could not but accept this rare kindness in the beast, and fearing lest by some ill hap I might lose it, I put a collar of gold about the neck thereof, and fastened it into a chain of gold also, which then I held strictly in my hand. The hind afterward couched down by me, laying his head mildly in my lap, and on a sudden, a blacky greyhound bitch came rushing on us, but whence, or how I could not imagine seeming half hunger-starved, and very ugly to look upon. At me she made her full carriere without any power in me of resistance, and putting her mouth into the left side of my bosom, griped it so mainly with her teeth, that methought I felt my heart quite bitten through, and she tugged on still to take it wholly away from me, by which imagined pain and anguish I felt. Instantly I awaked, laying then my hand upon my side to know whether any such harm had befallen me or no, and finding none at all, I smiled at mine own folly, in making such a frivolous and idle search. What can be said then in these or the like cases? Divers times I have had as ill-seeming dreams, yea, and much more to be feared, yet never anything hurtful to me followed thereon, and therefore I have always made the less account of them. The young maiden, who was still dismayed by her own dream, became much more afflicted in her mind, when she had heard this other reported by Gabriello, but yet to give him no occasion of distaste, she bare it out in the best manner she could devise to do, and albeit they spent the time in much pleasing discourse, maintained with infinite sweet kisses on either side, yet was she still suspicious, but knew not whereof, fixing her eyes oftentimes upon his face, and throwing strange looks to all parts of the garden, to catch hold on any such blacky ugly sight, whereof he had formerly made description to her. As thus she continued in these afflicting fears, it fortuned that Gabriello, sedanely breathing forth a very vehement sigh and throwing his arms fast about her, said, "Oh, help me, dear love, or else I die," and in speaking the words fell down upon the ground, which the young damozel perceiving and drawing him into her lap, weeping, said, "Alas, sweet friend, what pain dost thou feel?" Gabriello answered not one word, but being in an exceeding sweat without any ability of drawing breath, very soon after gave up the ghost. How grievous this strange accident was to poor Andrina, who loved him as dearly as her own life, you that have felt love's tormenting afflictions, can more easily conceive than I relate. Wringing her hands, weeping incessantly, calling him, rubbing his temples, and using all likely means to reduce life, she found all her labour to be spent in vain, because he was stark dead indeed, and every part of his body as cold as ice. Whereupon she was in such woeful extremity that she knew not what to do or say. All about the garden she went weeping, in infinite fears and distraction of soul, calling for her chambermaid, the only secret friend to their Startling meetings, and told her the occasion of this sudden sorrow. After they had sighed and mourned a while over the dead body of Gabriello, Andrina in this manner spake to her maid: "Seeing fortune hath thus bereft me of my love, mine own life must needs be hateful to me. But before I offer any violence to myself, let us devise some convenient means, as may both preserve mine honour from any touch or scandal, and conceal the secret love passing between us, but yet in such honest sort, that this body whose blessed soul hath too soon forsaken it may be honourably interred." Whereto her maid thus answered: "Mistress, never talk of doing any violence to yourself, because by such a blacky and dismal deed, as you have lost his kind company here in this life, so shall you never more see him in the other world. For immediately you sink down to hell, which foul place cannot be a receptacle for his fair soul, that was endued with so many singular virtues. Wherefore I hold it far better for you to comfort yourself by all good means, and with the power of fervent prayer to fight against all desperate intruding passions, as a truly virtuous mind ought to do. Now as concerning his interment, the means is readily prepared for you here in this garden, where never he hath been seen by any, or his resorting hither known, but only to ourselves. If you will not consent to have it so, let you and I convey his body hence and leave it in such apt place, where it may be found tomorrow morning, and being then carried to his own house, his friends and kindred will give it honest burial." Andrina, although her soul was extraordinarily sorrowful, tears flowed abundantly from her eyes, yet she listened attentively to hear maid's counsel, allowing her first advice against desperation to be truly good, but to the rest thus she replied: "God forbid," quoth she, "that I should suffer so dear a loving friend, as he hath always showed himself to me, nay, which is much more, my husband, by sacred and solemn vows passed between us, to be put into the ground basely, and like a dog, or else to be left in the open street. He hath had the sacrifice of my virgin tears, and if I can prevail, he shall have some of his kindred, as I have instantly devised, what in this hard case is best to be done." Forthwith she sent the maid to her chamber, for divers ells of white damask lying in her chest, which when she had brought, they spread it abroad on the grass, even in the manner of a winding sheet, and therein wrapped the body of Gabriello with a fair wrought pillow lying under his head, having first with their tears closed his mouth and eyes, and placed a chaplet of flowers on his head, covering the whole shroud over in the same manner, which being done, thus she spake to her maid: "The door of his own house is not far hence, and thither between us two he may be easily carried, even in this manner as we have adorned him. Where leaving him in his own porch, we may return back before it be day, and although it will be a sad sight to his friends, yet because he died in mine arms, and we being so well discharged of the bawdy, it will be a little comfort to me." When she had ended these words, which were not uttered without infinite tears, the maid entreated her to make haste, because the night passed swiftly on. At last she remembered the ring on her finger, wherewith Gabriello had solemnly espoused her, and opening the shroud again, she put it on his finger, saying, "My dear and loving husband, if thy soul can see my tears, or any understanding do remain in thy body, being thus untimely taken from me, receive the latest gift thou gavest me, as a pledge of our solemnity and spotless marriage." So making up the shroud again as it should be, and conveying it closely out of the garden, they went on along with it, towards his dwelling house. As thus they passed along, it fortuned that they were met and taken by the guard or watch belonging to the potestate, who had been so late abroad, about very earnest and important business. Andrina, desiring more the dead man's company, then theirs whom she had thus met withal, boldly spake thus to them, "I know who and what you are, and can tell myself, that to offer flight will nothing avail me. Wherefore I am ready to go along with you before the Signory, and they will tell the truth concerning this accident, but let not any man among you be so bold as to lay hand on me or to touch me, because I yield so obediently to you, neither to take anything from this body, except he intend that I shall accuse him." In which respect, not anyone daring to displease her, she went with the dead body to the Signory, there to answer all objections. When notice hereof was given to the potestate, he arose, and she being brought forth into the hall before him, he questioned with her, how and by what means this accident happened. Beside, he sent for divers physicians to be informed by them, whether the gentlemen were poisoned or otherwise murdered. But all of them affirmed the contrary, avouching rather that some impostumation had engendered near his heart, which suddenly breaking, occasioned his as sudden death. The potestate hearing this, and perceiving that Andrina was little or nothing at all faulty in the matter, her beauty and good carriage kindled a villainous and lustful desire in him towards her, provoking him to the immodest motion, that upon granting his request he would release her. But when he saw that all his persuasions were to no purpose, he sought to compass his will by violence, which like a virtuous and valiant virago, she worthily withstood, defending her honour nobly, and reproving him with many injurious speeches, such as a lustful lecher justly deserved. On the morrow morning, these news being brought to her father, Messer Negro de Pontcarraro, grieving thereat exceedingly, and accompanied with many of his friends, he went to the palace. Being there arrived, and informed of the matter by the potestate, he demanded in tears of his daughter how, and by what means she was brought thither. The potestate would needs accuse her first, of outrage and wrong offered to him by her, rather than to tarry her accusing of him. Yet, commending the young maiden and her constancy, proceeded to say that only to prove her, he had made such a motion to her, but finding her so firmly virtuous, his love and liking was now so addicted to her, that if her father were so pleased to forget the remembrance of her former secret husband, he willingly would accept her in marriage. While thus they continued talking, Andrina calming before her father, the tears trickling mainly down her cheeks, and falling at his feet, she began in this manner, "Dear father, I shall not need to make an historical relation, either of my youthful boldness or misfortunes, because you have both seen and known them. Rather most humbly I crave your pardon, for another error by me committed, in that both without your leave and liking, I accepted the man as my troth-plighted husband, whom above all other in the world I most entirely affected. If my offence herein do challenge the forfeit of my life, then good father I free you from any such pardon, because my only desire is to die your daughter, and in your gracious favour," with which words in scene of her humility she kissed his feet. Messer Negro de Pont, being a man well stepped into years, and of a milder and gentle nature, observing what his daughter had said, could not refrain from tears, and in his weeping, lovingly took her from the ground, speaking thus to her, "Daughter, I could have wished that thou hadst taken such an husband, as in my judgment had been best fitting for thee, and yet if thou didst make election of one, answerable to thine own good opinion liking, I have no just reason to be therewith offended. My greatest cause of complaint is thy too severe concealing it from me, and the slender trust thou didst repose in me, because thou hast lost him before I knew him. Nevertheless, seeing these occasions are thus come to pass, and accidents already ended, cannot by any means be recalled, it is my will that as I would gladly have contented thee, by making him my son-in-law if he had lived, so I will express the like love to him now he is dead." And so turning himself to his kindred and friends, lovingly requested of them, that they would grace Gabriello with most honourable obsequies. By this time, the kindred and friends to the dead man upon noise of his death bruited abroad, were likewise come to the palace, yea, most of the men and women dwelling in the city, the bawdy of Gabriello being laid in the midst of the court, upon the white damask shroud given by Andrina, with infinite roses and other sweet flowers lying thereon, and such was the people's love to him that never was any man's death more to be bemoaned and lamented. Being delivered out of the court, it was carried to burial, not like a burgess or ordinary citizen, but with such pomp as beseemed a lord baron, and on the shoulders of very noble gentlemen, with very especial honour and reverence. Within some few days after, the potestate pursuing his former motion of marriage, and the father moving it to his daughter, she wold not by any means listen thereto. And he being desirous to give her contentment, delivered her and her chambermaid into a religious abbey, very famous for devotion and sanctity, where afterwards they ended their lives. Fair Simonida affecting Pasquino, and walking with him in a pleasant garden, it fortuned that Pasquino rubbed his teeth with a leaf of sage, and immediately fell down dead. Simonida being brought before the bench of justice, and charged with the death of Pasquino, she rubbed her teeth likewise with one of the leaves of the same sage, as declaring what she saw him do, and thereon she died also in the same manner. The 7th novel, whereby is given to understand that love-death do use their power equally alike, as well upon poor and mean persons, as on them that are rich and noble. Pamphilus having ended his tale, the king declaring an outward show of compassion in regard of Andrini's disastrous fortune, fixed his eye on Madam Emilia, and gave her such an apparent scene as expressed his pleasure for her next succeeding in discourse, which being sufficient for her understanding, thus she began: Fair assembly, the novel so lately delivered by Pamphilus maketh me willing to report another to you, varying from it in any kind of resemblance. Onely this excepted, that as Andrina lost her lover in a garden, even so did she of whom I am now to speak, and being brought before the seat of justice, according as Andrina was, freed herself from the power of the law, yet neither by force or her own virtue, but by her sardine and inopinate death. And although the nature of love is such according, as we have oftentimes heretofore maintained, to make his abiding in the houses of the noblest persons, yet men and women of poor and far inferior quality do not always sit out of his reach, though enclosed in their meanest cottages, declaring himself sometimes as powerful a commander in those humble places as he doth in the richest and most imperious palaces, as will plainly appear unto you either in all or a great part of my novel, whereto our city pleadeth some title, though by the diversity of our discourses, talking of so many several accidents, we have wandered into many other parts of the world, to make all answerable to our own liking. It is not any long time since, when there lived in our city of Florence, a young and beautiful damozel, yet according to the nature of her condition, because she was the daughter of a poor father, and called by the name of Simonida. Now albeit she was not supplied by any better means, than to maintain herself by her own painful travail, earn her bread before she could eat it, by carding and spinning to such as employed her. Yet was she not of so base or dejected a spirit, but had both courage and sufficient virtue, to understand the secret solicitings of love, and to distinguish the parts of well-deserving both by private behaviour and outward ceremony. As natural instinct was her first tutor thereto, so wanted she not a second main and urging motion, a chip hewed out of the like timber, one no better in birth than herself, a proper young springald named Pasquino, whose generous behaviour and graceful actions in bringing her daily wool to spin, by reason his master was a clothier, prevailed upon her liking and affection. Nor was he negligent in the observation of her amorous regards, but the tinder took, and his soul flamed with the self-asame fire, making him as desirous of her loving acceptance as possibly she could be of his, so that the commanding power of love could not easily be distinguished in which of them it had the greater predominance, for every day as he brought her fresh supply of wools and found her seriously busied at her wheel, her soul would vent forth many deep sighs, and those sighs fetch floods of tears from her eyes, thorough the singular good opinion she had conceived of him, and earnest desire to enjoy him. Pasquino on the other side, as leisure gave him leave for the least conversing with her, his disease was every way answerable to her, for tears stood in his eyes, sighs flew abroad, to ease the poor heart's afflicting oppressions, which though he was unable to conceal, yet would he seem to cloud them cleanly by entreating her that his master's work might be neatly performed, and with such speed as time would permit her, intermixing infinite praises of her artificial spinning, and affirming withal that the quills of yarn received from her were the choicest beauty of the whole piece, so that when other workwomen played, Simonida was sure to want no employment. Hereupon, the one soliciting and the other taking delight in being solicited, it came to pass that often excess bred the bolder courage, overmuch bashfulness became abandoned, yet no immodesty passing between them. But affection grew the better settled in them both, by interchangeable vows of constant perseverance, so that death only, but no disaster else had power to divide them, their mutual delight continuing on in this manner, with more forcible increasing of their love's equal flame. It fortuned that Pasquino sitting by Simonida told her of a goodly garden, whereto he was desirous to bring her to the end that they might the more safely converse together without the suspicion of envious eyes. Simonida gave answer of her well liking the motion, and acquainting her father therewith, he gave her leave on the Sunday following after dinner to go search the pardon of Esgallo, and afterwards to visit the garden. A modest young maiden named Lagina, following the same profession, and being an intimate familiar friend, Simonida took along in her company, and came to the garden appointed by Pasquino, where she found him readily expecting her coming, and another friend also with him, called Puccino, albeit more usually termed Strambo, a secret well-willer to Lagina, whose love became the more furthered by this friendly meeting. Each lover, delighting in his heart's chosen mistress, caused them to walk alone by themselves, as the spaciousness of the garden gave them ample liberty, Puccino with his Lagina in one part, Pasquino with his Simonida in another. The walk which they had made choice of was by a long and goodly bed of sage, turning and returning by the same bed as their conference ministered occasion, and as they pleased to recreate themselves, affecting rather to continue still there than in any part of the garden. One while they would sit down by the sage bed, and afterward rise to walk again, as ease or weariness seemed to invite them. At length, Pasquino chanced to crop a leaf of the sage, wherewith he both rubbed his teeth and gums, and champing it between them also, saying, that there was no better thing in the world to cleanse the teeth withal after feeding. Not long had he thus champed the sage in his teeth, returning to his former kind of discoursing, but his countenance began to change very pale, his sight failed, and speech forsook him, so that in brief he fell down dead, which when Simonida beheld, wringing her hands, she cried out for help to Strambo and Lagina, who immediately came running to her. They finding Pasquino not only to be dead but his bawdy swalny, and strangely overspread with foul black spots, both on his face, hands, and all parts else beside, Strambo cried out, saying, "Ah, wicked maid, what hast thou poisoned him?" These words and their shrill outcries also were heard by neighbours dwelling near to the garden, who coming in sedanely upon them, and seeing Pasquino lying dead, and hugely swoln, Strambo likewise complaining and accusing Simonida to have poisoned him, she making no answer but standing in a ghastly amazement, all her senses merely confounded at such a strange and uncouth accident, in loosing him whom she so dearly loved, knew not how to excuse herself, and therefore everyone verily believed that Strambo had not unjustly accused her. Poor woeful maid, thus was she instantly apprehended, and drowned in her tears, they led her along to the potestate's palace, where her accusation was justified by Strambo, Lagina, and two men more, the one named Atixiato, and the other Malagevol, fellows and companions with Pasquino, who came into the garden also upon the outcry. The judge, without any delay at all, gave ear to the business, and examined the case very strictly, but could by no means comprehend that any malice should appear in her towards him, nor that she was guilty of the man's death. Wherefore, in the presence of Simonida, he desired to see the dead body, and the place where he fell down dead, because there he intended to have her relate how she saw the accident to happen, that her own speeches might the sooner condemn her, whereas the case yet remained doubtful, and far beyond his comprehension. So without any further publication, and to avoid the following of the turbulent multitude, they departed from the bench of justice, and came to the place where Pasquino's body lay swolny like a tun, demanding their questions concerning his behaviour when they walked there in conference together, and not a little admiring the manner of his death, while he stood advisedly considering thereon. She going to the bed of sage, reporting the whole precedent history, even from the original to the ending, the better to make the case understood without the least colour of ill carriage towards Pasquino. According as she had seen him do, even so did she pluck another leaf of the sage, rubbing her teeth therewith, and champing it as he formerly 999, Strambo and the other intimate friends of Pasquino, having noted in what manner she used the sage, and this appearing as her utmost refuge, either to acquit or condemn her. In presence of the judge they smiled thereat, mocking and deriding whatsoever she said or did, and desiring the more earnestly the sentence of death against her, that her body might be consumed with fire, as a just punishment for her abominable transgression. Poor Simonida, sighing and sorrowing for her dear love's loss, and perhaps not meanly terrified, with the strict infliction of torment so severely urged and followed by Strambo and the rest, standing dumb still, without answering so much as one word, by tasting of the same sage, fell down dead by the bed, even by the like accident as Pasquino formerly did, to the admirable astonishment of all there present. O poor infortunate lovers, whose stars were so inauspicious to you, as to finish both your mortal lives and fervent love in less limitation than a day's space. How to censure of your deaths and happens to ensue thereon by an accident so strange and inevitable, it is not within the compass of my power but to hope the best, and so I leave you. But yet concerning Simonida herself, in the common opinion of us that remain living, her true virtue and innocency, though fortune was otherwise most cruel to her, would not suffer her to sink under the testimony of Strambo, Lagina, Attixiato, and Malagevole, being but carders of wool or perhaps of meaner condition. A happier course was ordained for her, to pass clearly from their infamous imputation, and follow her Pasquino in the very same manner of death, and with such a speedy expedition. The judge, standing amazed, and all there present in his company, were silent for a long while together, but upon better recollection of his spirits, thus he spake: This inconvenience which thus hath happened, and confounded our senses with no common admiration, in mine opinion concerneth the bed of sage, avouching it either to be venomous or dangerously infected, which nevertheless is seldom found in sage. But to the end that it may not be offensive to any more herefter, I will have it wholly digged up by the roots, and then to be burnt in the open market-place. Hereupon the gardener was presently sent for, and before the judge would depart thence, he saw the bed of sage digged up by the roots, and found the true occasion, whereby these two poor lovers lost their lives. For just in the midst of the bed, and at the main root which directed all the sage in growth, lay an huge mighty toad, even weltering as it were in a hole full of poison, by means whereof, in conjecture of the judge and all the rest, the whole bed of sage became envenomed, occasioning every leaf thereof to be deadly in taste. None being so hardy as to approach near the toad, they made a pile of wood directly over it, and setting it on a flaming fire, threw all the sage thereinto, and so they were consumed together. So ended all further sweet-in-law, concerning the deaths of Pasquino and Simonida, whose bodies being carried to the church of St. Paul, by their sad and sorrowful accusers, Strambo, Lagina, Attixiato, and Malagevole, were buried together in one goodly monument, for a future memory of their hard fortune. Geronimo, affecting a young maiden named Silvestra, was constrained by the earnest importunity of his mother to take a journey to Paris. At his return home from thence again, he found his love Silvestra married. By secret means he got entrance into her house, and died upon the bed lying by her. Afterward, his body being carried to church to receive burial, she likewise died there instantly upon his course. The 8 novels, wherein is again declared the great indiscretion and folly of them that think to constrain love according to their will after it is constantly settled before, with other instructions concerning the unspeakable power of love. Madame Emilia had no sooner concluded her novel, but Madame Nephila by the king's command began to speak in this manner: It seemeth to me, gracious ladies, that there are some such people to be found, who imagine themselves to know more than all other else in the world beside, and yet indeed do know nothing at all, presuming through this arrogant opinion of theirs to employ and oppose their senseless understanding against infallible, grounded reason, yea, and to attempt courses, not only contrary to the counsel and judgment of men, but also to cross the nature of divine ordination. Out of which fancy, ambitious presumption, many mighty harms have already had beginning, and more are like to ensue upon such boldness, because it is the ground of all evils. Now in regard that among all other natural things, no one is less subject to take counsel, or can be wrought to contrariety, than love, whose nature is such as rather to run upon his own rash consumption, than to be ruled by admonitions of the very wisest. My memory hath inspired itself with matter incident to this purpose effectually to approve what I have already said, for I am now to speak of a woman who would appear to have more wit than either she had indeed or appertained to her by any title. The matter also, wherein she would needs show here studious judgment and capacity, was of much more consequence than she could deserve to meddle withal. Yet such was the issue of her fond presuming, that in one instant she expelled both love and the soul of her own son out of his body, where doubtless it was planted by divine favour and appointment. In our own city, according to true ancient testimony, there dwelt sometime a very worthy and wealthy merchant, named Leonardo Sairo, who by his wife had one only son called Geronimo, and within a short while after his birth, Leonardo being very sick, and having settled all his affairs in good order, departed out of this wretched life to a better. The tutors and governors of the child thought it fittest to let him live with his mother, where he had his whole education, though schooled among many other worthy neighbours' children, according as in most cities they used to do. Young Geronimo growing on in years, and frequenting daily the company of his schoolfellows and others, he would often sport as the rest did with the neighbours' children, and much pretty pastime they found together. In the harmless recreations of youth, graver judgments have often observed that some especial matter received then such original, as greater effect hath followed thereon, and many times, parents and kindred have been the occasion, although perhaps beyond their expectation, of very strange and extraordinary accidents, by names of familiarity passing between boys and girls, as king and queen, sweetheart and sweetheart, friend and friend, husband and wife, and divers other such like kind terms, proving afterwards to be true indeed. It fell out so with our young Geronimo, for among a number of pretty damosels, daughters to men of especial respect, and others of far inferior quality, a tailor's daughter, excelling the rest in favour and feature, albeit her father was but poor Geronimo most delighted to sport withal, and no other titles passed between them, even in the hearing of their parents and friends, but wife and husband. Such was the beginning of their young affection, presaging no doubt effectually to follow. Nor grew this familiarity as yet any way distasted, till by their daily conversing together, and interchange of infinite pretty speeches, Geronimo felt a strange alteration in his soul, with such enforcing and powerful afflictions, as he was never well but in her company, nor she enjoyed any rest if Geronimo were absent. At the length this being noted by his mother, she began to rebuke him, yea, many times gave him both threatenings and blows, which proving to no purpose, nor hindering his access to her, she complained to his tutors, and like one that in regard of her riches, thought to plant an orange upon a blacky thorn, spake as followeth. This son of mine Geronimo, being as yet but 14 years of age, is so deeply enamoured of a young girl, named Silvestra, daughter unto a poor tailor our near-dwelling neighbour, that if we do not send him out of her company, one day perhaps he may make her his wife, and yet without any knowledge of ours, which questionless would be my death. Otherwise he may pine and consume himself away, if he see us procure her marriage to some other. Wherefore I hold it good that to avoid so great an inconvenience, we should send Geronimo some far distance hence, to remain where some of our factors are employed. Because, when he shall be out of her sight, and their often meetings utterly disappointed, his affection to her will the sooner cease by frustrating his hope for ever enjoying her, and so we shall have the better means to match him with one of greater quality. The tutors did like well of her advice, not doubting but it would take answerable effect, and therefore, calling Geronimo into a private parlour, one of them began in this manner. Geronimo, you are now grown to an indifferent stature, and almost able to take government of yourself. It cannot then seem any way inconvenient to acquaint you with your deceased father's affairs, and by what good courses he came to such wealth. You are his only son and heir, to whom he hath bequeathed his rich possessions. Your mother's mighty evermore remembered, and travail would now seem fitting for you, as well to gain experience in traffic and merchandise, as also to let you see the world's occurrences. Your mother therefore and we have thought it expedient, that you should journey from hence to Paris, there to continue for some such fitting time, as may grant you full and free opportunity, to survey what stock of wealth is there employed for you, and to make you understand how your factors are furtherest to your affairs. Beside, this is the way to make you a man of more solid apprehension, perfect instruction in civil courses of life, rather than by continuing here to see none but lords, barons, and gentlemen, whereof we have too great a number. When you are sufficiently qualified there, and have learned what belongeth to a worthy merchant, such as was Leonardo Sairo, your famous father, you may return home again at your own pleasure. The youth gave them attentive hearing, and in few words returned them answer, that he would not give way to any such travail, because he knew how to dispose of himself in Florence, as well as in any other place he should be sent to. Which when his tutors heard, they reproved him with many severe speeches, and seeing they could win no other answer from him, they made return thereof to his mother, she storming extremely thereat, yet not so much for denying the journey to Paris, as in regard of his violent affection to the maid, gave him very bitter and harsh language, all which availing nothing, she began to speak in a more milder and gentle strain, entreating him with flattering and affable words, to be governed in this case by his tutor's good advice. And so far in the end she prevailed with him, that he yielded to live at Paris for the space of a year, but further time he would not grant, and so all was ended. Geronimo being gone to remain at Paris, his love daily increasing more and more, by reason of his absence from Silvestre, under fair and friendly promises, of this moneth and the next moneth sending for him home. There they detained him 2 whole years together, whereupon his love was grown to such an extremity, that he neither would or could abide any longer there, but home he returned before he was expected. His love Silvestre, by the cunning compacting of his mother and tutors, he found married to a tent-maker's son, whereat he vexed and grieved beyond all measure. Nevertheless, seeing the case was now no way to be holpen, he strove to bear it with so much patience, as so great a wrong and his heart's tormenting grief would give him leave to do. Having found out the place where she dwelt, he began, as it is the custom of young lovers, to use divers daily walks by her door, as thinking in his mind that her remembrance of him was constantly continued, as his was most entirely fixed on her. But the case was very strangely altered, because she was now grown no more mindful of him than if she had never seen him before, or if she did any way remember him, it appeared to be so little that manifest signs declared the contrary, which Geronimo very quickly perceived, albeit not without many melancholy perturbations. Notwithstanding, he laboured by all possible means to recover her former kindness again, but finding all his pains frivolously employed, he resolved to die, and yet to compass some speech with her before. By means of a near-dwelling neighbour that was his very dear intimate friend, he came acquainted with every part of the house, prevailed so far that one evening, when she and her husband supped at a neighbour's house, he compassed access into the same bed-chamber where Silvestre used most to lodge. Finding the curtains ready drawn, he hid himself behind them on the further side of the bed, and so tarried there until Silvestre and her husband were returned home, and laid down in bed to take their rest. The husband's senses were soon overcome with sleep, by reason of his painful toiling all the day, and bodies that are exercised with much labour are the more desirous to have ease. She staying up last to put out the light, and hearing her husband sleep so soundly that his snoring gave good evidence thereof, laid herself down the more respectively, as being very loath any way to disease him, but sweetly to let him enjoy his rest. Silvestre lay on the same side of the bed, where Geronimo had hid himself behind the curtains, who, stepping softly to her in the dark and laying his hand gently on her breast, said, "Dear love, forbear a little while to sleep, for here is thy loyal friend Geronimo." The young woman, starting with amazement, would have cried out, but that he entreated her to the contrary, protesting that he came for no ill intent to her, but only to take his latest leave of her. "Alas, Geronimo," quoth she, "those idle days are past and gone, when it was no way unseemly for our youth to entertain equality of those desires, which then well agreed with our young blood, since when you have lived in foreign countries, which appeared to me to alter your former disposition. For in the space of 2 whole years, either you grew forgetful of me as change of air, made change affection, or at the best made such account of me, as I never heard the least salutation from you. Now you know me to be a married wife, in regard whereof, my thoughts have embraced that chaste and honourable resolution, not to mind any man but my husband. And therefore, as you are come hither without my love or licence, so in like manner I do desire you to be gone. Let this privilege of my husband's sound sleeping be no colour to your longer continuing here, or encourage you to find any further favour at mine hand. For if mine husband should awake, beside the danger that thereon may follow to you, I cannot but lose the sweet happiness of peaceful life, which hitherto we have both mutually embraced." The young man, hearing these words, and remembering what loving kindness he had formerly found, what secret love letters he had sent from Paris, with other private intelligences and tokens, which never came to her receipt and knowledge, so cunningly his mother and tutors had carried the matter. Immediately he felt his heart strings to break, and lying down upon the bedside by her uttered these his very last words: "Silvestre, farewell, thou hast killed the kindest heart that ever loved a woman," and speaking no more gave up the ghost. She, hearing these words delivered with an entire sigh and deep-fetched groan, did not imagine the strange consequence following thereon, yet was moved to much compassion in regard of her former affection to him. Silent she lay an indifferent while, as being unable to return him any answer, and looking when he would be gone, according as before she had earnestly entreated him. But when she perceived him to lie so still, as neither word or motion came from him, she said, "Kind Geronimo, why doest thou not depart and get thee gone?" So putting forth her hand, it happened to light upon his face, which she felt to be as cold as ice, whereat marvelling not a little as also at his continued silence, she jogged him, and felt his hands in like manner which were stiffly extended forth, and all his body cold as not having any life remaining in him, which greatly amazing her, and confounding her with sorrow beyond all measure, she was in such perplexity that they could not devise what to do or say. In the end she resolved to try how her husband would take it, that so strange an accident should thus happen in his house, and putting the case as if it did not concern them, but any other of the neighbours. Awaking him first, demanded of him what was best to be done, if a man should steal into a neighbour's house, unknown to him, or any of his family, in his bed-chamber to be found dead. He presently replied, as not thinking the case concerned himself, that the only help in such an unexpected extremity was to take the dead body, and convey it to his own house if he had any, whereby no scandal or reproach would follow to them, in whose house he had so unfortunately died. Hereupon she immediately arose, and lighting a candle, showed him the dead body of Geronimo, with protestation of every particular, both of her innocency, either of knowledge of his coming thither or any other blame that could concern her, which he both constantly knowing and believing, made no more ceremony but putting on his garments, took the dead body upon his shoulders, and carried it to the mother's door where he left it, and afterward returned to his own house again. When daylight was come, and the dead body found lying in the porch, it moved very much grief and amazement, considering he had been seen the day before in perfect health to outward appearance. Nor need we to urge any question of his mother's sorrow upon this strange accident, who, causing his body to be carefully searched, without any blow, bruise, wound, or hurt upon it, the physicians could not give any other opinion, but that some inward conceit of grief had caused his death, as it did indeed, and no way otherwise. To the chief church was the dead body carried, to be generally seen of all the people, his mother and friends weeping heavily by it, as many more did the like beside, because he was beloved of every one. In which time of universal mourning, the honest man in whose house he died spake thus to his wife, "Disguise thyself in some decent manner, and go to the church, whereas I hear they have laid the body of Geronimo. Crowd in amongst the women, as I will do the like amongst the men, to hear what opinion passeth of his death, and whether we shall be scandalized thereby or no." Silvestra, who was now become full of pity too late, quickly condescended, as desiring to see him dead, whom sometimes she dearly affected in life, and being come to the church, it is a matter to be admired if advisedly we consider on the powerful working of love, for the heart of this woman, which the prosperous fortune of Geronimo could not pierce, now in his woeful death did split in sunder, and the ancient sparks of love so long concealed in the embers, break forth into a furious flame, and being violently surprised with extraordinary compassion, no sooner did she come near to the dead body, where many stood weeping round about it, but strangely shrieking out aloud, she fell down upon it, even as extremity of grief finished his life, so did it hers in the same manner, for she moved neither hand nor foot, because her vital powers had quite forsaken her. The women labouring to comfort her by all the best means they could devise, did not take any knowledge of her, by reason of her disguised garments, but finding her dead indeed, and knowing her also to be Silvestra, being overcome with unspeakable compassion, daunted with no mean admiration, they stood strangely gazing each upon other. Wonderful crowds of people were then in the church, and this accident being now noised among the men, at length it came to her husband's understanding, whose grief was so great, as it exceeded all capacity of expression. Afterward he declared what had happened in his house the precedent night, according as his wife had truly related to him, with all the speeches which passed between Silvestra and Geronimo, by which discourse they generally conceived the certain occasion of both their sudden deaths, which moved them to great compassion. Then taking the young woman's body, and ordering it as a course ought to be, they laid it on the same bier by the young man, and when they had sufficiently sorrowed for their disastrous fortunes, they gave them honourable burial both in one grave. So this poor couple, whom love in life could not join together, death did unite in an inseparable conjunction. Messer Guglielmo of Rossiglione having slain Messer Guglielmo Gardestagno, whom he imagined to love his wife, gave her his heart to eat, which she knowing afterward, threw herself out of an high window to the ground, and being dead, was then buried with her friend. The 9th novel, whereby appeareth what ill success attendeth on them that love contrary to reason, in offering injury both to friendship and marriage together. When the novel of Madame Nephila was ended, which occasioned much compassion in the whole assembly, the king who would not infringe the privilege granted to Dionysius, no more remaining to speak, but they too began thus: "I call to mind, gentle ladies, a novel, which seeing we are so far entered into the lamentable accidents of successorless love will urge you unto as much commiseration, as that so lately reported to you. And so much the rather, because the persons of whom we are to speak were of respective quality, which approveth the accident to be more cruel than those whereof we have formerly discoursed. According as the people of Provence do report, there dwelt sometime in that jurisdiction 2 noble knights, each well possessed of castles followers, the one being named Messer Guglielmo de Rosigliani, and the other Messer Guglielmo Gardistagno. Now in regard that they were both valiant gentlemen, and singularly expert in actions of arms, they loved together the more mutually, and held it as a kind of custom, to be seen in all tilts and tournaments or any other exercises of arms, going commonly alike in their wearing garments, and although their castles stood about 5 miles distant each from other, yet were they daily conversant together, as very loving and intimate friends. The one of them, I mean Messer Guglielmo de Rosigliani, had to wife a very gallant beautiful lady, of whom Messer Gardistagno, forgetting the laws of respect and loyal friendship, became over-fondly enamoured, expressing the same by such outward means, that the lady herself took knowledge thereof, and not with any dislike as it seemed, but rather lovingly entertained. Yet she grew not so forgetful of her honour and estimation, as the other did of faith to his friend. With such indiscretion was this idle love carried, that whether it sorted to effect or no I know not. But the husband perceived some such manner of behaviour as he could not easily digest, nor thought it fitting to endure, whereupon the league of friendly amity so long continued began to fail in very strange fashion, and became converted into deadly hatred, which yet he very cunningly concealed, bearing an outward show of constant friendship still, but in his heart he had vowed the death of Gardistagno. Nothing wanted, but by what means it might best be effected, which fell out to be in this manner. A public just or tourney was proclaimed by sound of trumpet throughout all France, wherewith immediately Messer Guglielmo Rosigliani acquainted Messer Gardistagno, entreating him that they might further confer thereon together, and for that purpose to come and visit him, if he intended to have any hand in the business. Gardistagno, being exceeding glad of this accident which gave him liberty to see his mistress, sent answer baccy by the messenger that on the morrow at night he would come and sup with Rosigliani, who upon this reply projected to himself in what manner to kill him. On the morrow after dinner, arming himself and 2 more of his servants with him, such as he had solemnly sworn to secrecy, he mounted on horseback, and rode on about a mile from his own castle, where he lay closely ambushed in a wood, through which Gardistagno must needs pass. After he had stayed there some 2 hours' space and more, he espied him come riding with 2 of his attendants, all of them being unarmed, as no way distrusting any such intended treason. So soon as he was come to the place where he had resolved to do the deed, he rushed forth of the ambush, and having a sharp lance readily charged in his rest, ran mainly at him, saying, "False villain, thou art dead." Gardistagno, having nothing wherewith to defend himself, nor his servants able to give him any succour, being pierced quite through the body with the lance, down he fell dead to the ground, and his men, fearing the like misfortune to befall them, galloped mainly baccy again to their lord's castle, not knowing them who had thus murdered their master, by reason of their armed disguises, which in those martial times were usually worn. Messer Guglielmo Rosigliani, alighting from his horse, and having a keen knife ready drawn in his hand, opened therewith the breast of dead Gardistagno, and taking forth his heart with his own hands, wrapped it in the banderole belonging to his lance, commanding one of his men to the charge thereof, and never to disclose the deed. So, mounting on horseback again and dark night drawing on apace, he returned home to his castle. The lady, who had heard before of Gardistagno's intent to supper there that night, and perhaps being earnestly desirous to see him, marvelling at his so long tarrying, said to her husband, "Believe me, sir," quoth she, "methinks it is somewhat strange, that Messer Guglielmo Gardistagno delays his coming so long. He never used to do so till now. I received tidings from him, wife," said he, "that he cannot be here till tomorrow." Whereat the lady, appearing to be displeased, concealed it to herself, and used no more words. Rosigliani, leaving his lady, went into the kitchen, where, calling for the cook, he delivered him the heart, saying, "Take this heart of a wilder boar which it was my good hap to kill this day, and dress it in the daintiest manner thou canst devise to dough. Which being so done, when I am set at the table, send it to me in a silver dish, with sauce beseeming so dainty a morsel." The cook took the heart, believing it to be no otherwise than as his lord had said, and using his utmost skill in dressing it, did divide it into artificial small slices, and made it most pleasing to be tasted. When supper time was come, Rosigliani sate down at the table with his lady. But he had little or no appetite at all to eat. The wicked deed which he had done so perplexed his soul, and made him to sit very strangely musing. At length the cook brought in the dainty dish, which he himself setting before his wife, began to find fault with his own lack of stomach, yet provoked her with many fair speeches, to taste the cook's cunning in so rare a dish. The lady, having a good appetite indeed when she had first tasted it, fed afterwards so heartily thereon, that she left very little, or none at all remaining. When he perceived that all was eaten, he said unto her, Tell me, madam, how you do like this delicate kind of meat. In good faith, sir, quoth she, in all my life I was never better pleased. Now trust me, madam, answered the knight, I do verily believe you, nor do I greatly wonder thereat if you like that dead, which you loved so dearly being alive. When she heard these words, a long while she sate silent, but afterward said, I pray you tell me, sir, what meat was this which you have made me to eat? Muse no longer, said he, for therein I will quickly resolve thee. Thou hast eaten the heart of Messer Guglielmo Gardestagno, whose love was so dear and precious to thee, thou false, perfidious, and disloyal lady. I plucked it out of his vile body with mine own hands, and made my cook to dress it for thy diet. Poor lady, how strangely was her soul afflicted, hearing these harsh and unpleasing speeches. Tears flowed abundantly from her fair eyes, and like tempestuous winds embowelled in the earth, so did vehement sighs break mainly from her heart, and after a tedious time of silence, she spake in this manner, My lord and husband, you have done a most disloyal and damnable deed, misguided by your own wicked jealous opinion, and not by any just cause given you, to murder so worthy and noble a gentleman. I protest unto you upon my soul, which I wish to be confounded in eternal perdition, if ever I were unchaste to your bed, or allowed him any other favour, but what might well become so honourable a friend. And seeing my bawdy hath Benny made the receptacle for so precious a kind of food, as the heart of so valiant and courteous a knight, such as was the noble Gardestagno, never shall any other food hereafter have entertainment there, or myself live the wife to so bloody a husband. So starting up from the table, and stepping unto a great gazing window, the casement whereof standing wide open behind her, violently she leaped out thereat, which being in huge height in distance from the ground, the fall did not only kill her, but also shivered her bawdy into many pieces. Which Rossiglione perceiving, he stood like a bawdy without a soul, confounded with the killing of so dear a friend, loss of a chaste and honourable wife, and all through his own over-credulous conceit. Upon further conference with his private thoughts, and remorseful acknowledgment of his heinous offence, which repentance too late gave him eyes now to see, though rashness before would not permit him to consider, these two extremities enlarged his dulled understanding. First, he grew fearful of the friends and followers to murdered Gardestagno, as also the whole country of Provence, in regard of the people's general love unto him, which being two main and important motives, both to the detestation of so horrid an acty, and immediate severe revenge to succeed thereon, he made such provision as best he could, and as so sardine a warning would give leave, he fled away secretly in the night season. These unpleasing news were soon spread abroad the next morning, not only of the unfortunate accidents but also of Rossiglione's flight, in regard whereof, the dead bodies being found and brought together, as well by the people belonging to Gardestagno, as them that attended on the lady, they were laid in the chapel of Rossiglione's castle, where after so much lamentation for so great a misfortune to befall them, they were honourably interred in one fair tomb, with excellent verses engraven thereon, expressing both their noble degree, and by what unhappy means they chanced to have burial there. A physician's wife laid a lover of her maids, supposing him to be dead in a chest, by reason that he had drunk water, which usually was given to procure a sleepy entrancing. 2 Lombard usurers, stealing the chest in hope of a rich booty, carried it into their own house, where afterward the man awaking was apprehended for a thief. The chambermaid to the physician's wife, going before the bench of justice, accuseth herself for putting the imagined dead body into the chest, by which means he escapeth hanging. And the thieves which stole away the chest were condemned to pay a great sum of money. The 10th novel, wherein is declared that sometime by adventurous accident, rather than any reasonable comprehension, a man may escape out of manifold perils, but especially in occurrences of love. After that the king had concluded his novel, there remained none now but Dionysius to tell the last, which himself confessing and the king commanding him to proceed, he began in this manner. So many miseries of unfortunate love, as all of you have already related, hath not only swollen your eyes with weeping, but also made sick our hearts with sighing. Yea, gracious ladies, I myself find my spirits not meanly afflicted thereby. Wherefore the whole day hath been very irksome to me, and I am not a little glad that it is so near ending. Now, for the better shutting it up altogether, I would be very loath to make an addition of any more such sad and mournful matter, good for nothing but only to feed melancholy humour, and from which I hope my fair stars will defend me. Tragical discourse, thou art no fit companion for me. I will therefore report a novel which may minister a more jovial kind of argument unto those tales that must be told tomorrow, and with the expiration of our present king's reign, to rid us of all heart-grieving hereafter. Know then, most gracious assembly, that it is not many years since, when there lived in Salern a very famous physician, named Signia Mazio della Montagna, who being already well entered into years, would nevertheless marry with a beautiful young maiden of the city, bestowing rich garments, gaudy attires, rings, and jewels on her, such as few women else could any way equal, because he loved her most dearly. Yet being an aged man, and never remembering how vain and idle a thing it is for age to make such an unfitting election injurious to both, and therefore endangering that domestic agreement which ought to be the sole and main comfort of marriage, it maketh me therefore to misdoubt that, as in our former tale of Signia Rixardo de Sinzica, some days of the calendar did here seem as distasteful as those that occasioned the other woman's discontentment. In such unequal choices, parents commonly are more blameworthy than any imputation to be laid on the young women, who gladly would enjoy such as in heart they have elected, but that their parents, looking through the glasses of greedy lucre, do overthrow both their own hopes and the fair fortunes of their children together. Yet to speak uprightly of this young married wife, she declared herself to be of a wise and cheerful spirit, not discouraged with her inequality of marriage, but bearing all with a contented brow, for fear of urging the very least mislike in her husband. And he, on the other side, when occasions did not call him to visit his patients or to be present at the college among his fellow doctors, would always be cheering and comforting his wife, as one that could hardly afford to be out of her company. There is one especial fatal misfortune, which commonly awaiteth on oldie men's marriages, when freezing December will match with flowering May, and green desires appear in age, beyond all possibility of performance. Nor are there wanting good store of wanton gallants, who hating to see beauty in this manner betrayed, and to the embraces of a loathed bed, will make their folly seen in public appearance, and by their daily proffers of amorous services seeming compassionate of the woman's disaster, are usually the cause of jealous suspicions, very heinous household discontentments. Among divers other that fain would be nibbling at this bait of beauty, there was one named Ruggiero de Gerali of honourable parentage, but yet of such a debauched and disordered life as neither kindred or friends were willing to take any knowledge of him, but utterly gave him over to his dissolute courses, so that, throughout all Salern, his conditions caused his general contempt, and he accounted no better, but even as a thieving and lewd companion. The doctor's wife had a chambermaid attending on her, who, notwithstanding all the ugly deformities in Ruggiero, regarding more his person than his imperfections because he was a complete and well-featured youth, bestowed her affection most entirely on him, and oftentimes did supply his wants with her own best means. Ruggiero, having this benefit of the maid's kind love to him, made it an hopeful mounting ladder, whereby to derive some good liking from the mistress, presuming rather on his outward comely parts than any other honest quality that might commend him. The mistress, knowing what choice her maid had made, and unable by any persuasions to remove her, took knowledge of Ruggiero's private resorting to her house, and in mere love to her maid, who had very many especial deservings in her, oftentimes she would in kind manner rebuke him, and advise him to a more settled course of life, which counsel, that it might take the better effect, she graced with liberal gifts, one while with gold, others with silver, and often with garments for his comelier excess thither, which bounty he like a lewd mistaker interpreted as assurances of her affection to him, and that he was more graceful in her eye than any man else could be. In the continuance of these proceedings, it came to pass that Master Dr. Mazio, being not only a most expert physician, but likewise as skilful in chirurgery beside, had a patient in cure, who by great misfortune had one of his legs broken all in pieces, which some weaker judgment having formerly dealt with all, the bones and sinews were become so foully putrefied, as he told the party's friends, that the leg must be quite cut off, or else the patient must needs die. Yet he intended so to order the matter that the peril should proceed no further to prejudice any other part of the body. The case being thus resolved on with the patient and his friends, the day and time was appointed when the deed should be done, and the doctor conceiving that except the patient was sleepily entranced, He could not by any means endure the pain, but must needs hinder what he meant to do. By distillation he made such an artificial water, as after the patient hath received it will procure a kind of dead sleep, and endure so long a space as necessity requireth the use thereof, in full performance of the work. After he had made this sleepy water, he put it into a glass wherewith it was filled almost up to the brim, until the time came when he should use it. He set it in his own chamber window, never acquainting anyone to what purpose he had provided the water, nor what was his reason of setting it there. When it drew towards the evening, and he was returned home from his patients, a messenger brought him letters from Malfi, concerning a great conflict happening there between two noble families, wherein divers were very dangerously wounded on either side, and without his speedy repairing thither, it would prove to the loss of many lives. Hereupon the cure of the man's leg must needs be prolonged, until he was returned back again, in regard that many of the wounded persons were his worthy friends, and liberal bounty was there to be expected, which made him presently go aboard a small bark, and forthwith set away towards Malfi. This absence of Master Dr. Mazio gave opportunity to adventurous Ruggiero to visit his house, he being gone in hope to get more crowns, and courtesy from the mistress, under formal colour of courting the maid, and being closely admitted into the house, when divers neighbours were in conference with her mistress, and held to her with such pleasing discourse as required longer time than was expected. The maid had no other room to conceal Ruggiero in, but only the bed-chamber of her master, where she locked him in, because none of the household people should descry him, and stayed attending on her mistress, till all the guests took their leave and were gone. Ruggiero, thus remaining alone in the chamber, for the space of 3 long hours and more, was visited neither by maid nor mistress, but awaited when he should be set at liberty. Now, whether feeding on salt meats before his coming thither, or customary use of drinking, which maketh men unable any long while to abstain, as being never satisfied with excess, which of these 2 extremes they were I know not, but drink needs he must, and having no other means for quenching his thirst, espied the glass of water standing in the window, and thinking it to be some sovereigny kind of water reserved by the doctor for his own drinking, to make him lusty in his old years, he took the glass, and finding the water pleasing to his palate, drank it off every drop. Then sitting down on a coffer by the bedside, soon after he fell into a sound sleep, according to the powerful working of the water. No sooner were all the neighbours gone, and the maid at liberty from her mistress, but unlocking the door into the chamber she went, and finding Ruggiero sitting fast asleep, she began to hunch and punch him, entreating him softly to awake. But all was to no purpose, for he neither moved or answered one word, whereat her patience being somewhat provoked, she punched him more rudely and angrily said, "Awake for shame, thou drowsy dullard, and if thou be so desirous of sleeping, get thee home to thine own lodging, because thou art not allowed to sleep here." Ruggiero, being thus rudely punched, fell from off the coffer flat on the ground, appearing no other in all respects than as if he were a dead body, whereat the maid being fearfully amazed, plucking him by the nose and young beard, and what else she could devise to do, yet all her labour proving still in vain, she was almost beside her wits, stamping and raving all about the room, as if sense and reason had forsaken her, so violent was her extreme distraction. Upon the hearing of this noise, her mistress came suddenly into the chamber, where being affrighted at so strange an accident, and suspecting that Ruggiero was dead indeed, she pinched him strongly and burnt his fingers with a candle, yet all was as fruitless as before. Then sitting down, she began to consider advisedly with herself how much her honour and reputation would be endangered hereby, both with her husband, and in vulgar opinion when this should come to public notice. For quoth she to her maid, "It is not thy fond love to this unruly fellow that can sway the censure of the monster multitude, in believing his excess hither only to thee. But my good name and honest repute, as yet untucked with the very least taxation, will be racked on the tenter of infamous judgment, and though never so clear, branded with general condemnation. It is wisdom, therefore, that we should make no noise, but in silence consider with ourselves how to clear the house of this dead body, by some such helpful and witty device, as when it shall be found in the morning, his being here may pass without suspicion, and the world's rash opinion no way touch us. Weeping and lamenting is now laid aside, and all hope in them of his lives restoring, only to rid his body out of the house, that now requires their care and cunning." Whereupon the maid thus began, "Mistress," quoth she, "this evening, although it was very late, at our next neighbour's door, who you know is a joiner by his trade, I saw a great chest stand, and as it seemeth for a public sale, because 2 or 3 nights together, it hath not been thence removed, and if the owner have not locked it, all invention else cannot furnish us with the like help, for therein will we lay his body, whereon I will bestow 2 or 3 wounds with my knife, and leaving him so, our house can be no more suspected concerning his being here than any other in the street beside. Nay, rather far less, in regard of your husband's credit and authority. Moreover, hereof I am certain that he being of such bad and disordered qualities, it will the more likely be imagined that he was slain by some of his own loose companions, being with them about some pilfering business, and afterward hid his body in the chest, it standing so fitly for the purpose, and dark night also favouring the deed. The maid's counsel passed under the seal of allowance, only her mistress thought it not convenient, that having affected him so dearly she should mangle his body with any wounds, but rather to let it be gathered by more likelihood that villains had strangled him, and then conveyed his body into the chest. Away she sends the maid to see whether the chest stood there still or no, as indeed it did, and unlocked, whereof they were not a little joyful. By the help of her mistress, the maid took Ruggiero upon her shoulders, and bringing him to the door with diligent respect that no one could discover them, in the chest they laid him, and so there left him, closing down the lid according as they found it. In the same street, and not far from the joiner, dwelt 2 young men who were Lombards, living up in the interest of their monies, coveting to get much and spend little, they having observed where the chest stood, and wanting a necessary movable to household, yet loath to lay out money for buying it, complotted together this very night to steal it thence and carry it home to their house, as accordingly they did, finding it somewhat heavy, and therefore imagining that matter of worth was contained therein. In the chamber where their wives lay they left it, and so without any further search till the next morning, they laid them down to rest likewise. Ruggiero, who had now slept a long while, the drink being digested, the virtue thereof fully consummated, began to awake before day. And although his natural sleep was broken, and his senses had recovered their former power, yet notwithstanding, there remained such an astonishment in his brain, as not only did afflict him all the day following, but also divers days and nights afterward. Having his eyes wide open, yet not discerning anything, he stretched forth his arms everywhere about him, and finding himself to be enclosed in the chest, he grew more broad awake, and said to himself, "What is this? Where am I? Do I wake or sleep? Full well I remember that not long since I was in my sweetheart's chamber, and now methinks I am mewed up in a chest. What should I think hereof? Is Master Doctor returned home, or hath some other inconvenience happened, whereby finding me asleep she was enforced to hide me thus? Surely it is so, and otherwise it cannot be. Wherefore it is best for me to lie still, and listen when I can hear any talking in the chamber." Continuing thus a longer while than otherwise he would have done, because his lying in the bare chest was somewhat uneasy and painful to him, turning divers times on the one side, and then as often again on the other, coveting still for ease, yet could not find any. At length he thrust his baccy so strongly against the chest's side, that it standing on an uneven ground it began to totter, and after fell down, in which fall it made so loud a noise, as the women lying in the bed standing by awaked, and were so overcome with fear, that they had not the power to speak one word. Ruggiero also being affrighted with the chest's fall, and perceiving how by that means it was become open, he thought it better, lest some other sinister fortune should befall him, to be at open liberty, than enclosed up so strictly. And because he knew not where he was, as also hoping to meet with his mistress, he went all about groping in the dark, to find either some stairs or door whereby to get forth. When the women being then awake heard his trampling, as also his justling against the doors and windows, they demanded who was there. Ruggiero, not knowing their voices, made them no answer, wherefore they called to their husbands, who lay very soundly sleeping by them, by reason of their so late walking abroad, and therefore heard not this noise in the house. This made the women much more timorous, and therefore rising out of their beds, they opened the casements towards the street, crying out aloud, "Thieves, thieves!" The neighbours arose upon this outcry, running up and down from place to place, some engirding the house and others entering into it. By means of which troublesome noise, the 2 Lombards awaked, and seizing their up and poor Ruggiero, who was well near affrighted out of his wits, at so strange an accident, and his own ignorance how he happened thither, and how to escape from them, he stood gazing on them without any answer. By this time the sergeants and other officers of the city, ordinarily attending on the magistrate, being raised by the tumult of this uproar, were come into the house, and had poor Ruggiero committed unto their charge, who bringing him before the governor was forthwith called in question, and known to be of a most wicked life, a shame to all his friends and kindred. He could say little for himself, never denying his taking in the house, and therefore desiring to finish all his fortunes together, desperately confessed that he came with a felonious intent to rob them, and the governor gave him sentence to be hanged. Soon were the news spread throughout Salern that Ruggiero was apprehended, about robbing the house of the two usuring Lombards, which when Mistress Doctor and her chambermaid heard, they were confounded with most strange admiration, and scarcely credited what they themselves had done the night before, but rather imagined all matters past, to be no more than merely a dream concerning Ruggiero's dying in the house, and their putting him into the chest, so that by no likely or possible means he could be the man in this perilous extremity. In a short while after, Master Dr. Mazio was returned from Malfi, to proceed in his cure of the poor man's leg, and calling for his glass of water which he left standing in his own chamber window, it was found quite empty and not a drop in it, whereat he raged so extremely, as never had the like impatience been noted in him, his wife and her maid, who had another kind of business in their brain, about a dead man so strangely come to life again, knew not well what to say. But at the last, his wife thus replied somewhat angrily, "So quoth she, what a coil is here about a paltry glass of water, which perhaps hath Benny spilt, yet neither of us faulty therein. Is there no more such water to be had in the world? Alas, dear wife, said he, you might repute it to be a common kind of water, but indeed it was not so. For I did purposely compound it, onely to procure a dead-seeming sleep." And so related the whole matter at large of the patient's leg, and his water's loss. When she had heard these words of her husband, presently she conceived that the water was drunk off by Ruggiero, which had so sleepily entranced his senses, as they verily thought him to be dead, wherefore she said, "Believe me, sir, you never acquainted us with any such matter, which would have procured more careful respect of it. But seeing it is gone, your skill extendeth to make more, for now there is no other remedy." While thus Master Doctor and his wife were conferring together, the maid went speedily into the city to understand truly whither the condemned man was Ruggiero, and what would now become of him. Being returned home again, and alone with her mistress in the chamber, thus she spake, "Now trust me, mistress, not one in the city speaketh well of Ruggiero, who is the man condemned to die, and for aught I can perceive he hath neither kinsman nor friend that will do anything for him, but he is left with the provost, and must be executed tomorrow morning. Moreover, mistress, by such instructions as I have received, I can well near inform you, by what means he came to the two Lombards' house, if all be true that I have heard. You know the joiner before whose door the chest stood, wherein we did put Ruggiero. There is now a contention between him and another man, to whom it seemeth the chest doth belong, in regard whereof they are ready to quarrel extremely each with other. For the one owning the chest and trusting the joiner to sell it for him, would have him to pay him for the chest. The joiner denieth any sale thereof, avouching that the last night it was stolny from his door, which the other man contrarying, maintaineth that he sold the chest to the two Lombard usurers, as himself is able to affirm, because he found it in the house, when he being present at the apprehension of Ruggiero, saw it there in the same house. Hereupon the joiner gave him the lie, because he never sold it to any man, but if it were there they had robbed him of it, as he would make it manifest to their faces. Then falling into calmer speeches, they went together to the Lombard's house, even as I returned home. Wherefore, mistress, as you may easily perceive, Ruggiero was questionless carried thither in the chest, and so there found, but how he revived again I cannot comprehend. The mistress understanding now apparently the full effect of the whole business, and in what manner it had Benny carried, revealed to the maid her husband's speeches, concerning the glass of sleepy water, which was the only engine of all this trouble, clearly acquitting Ruggiero of the robbery, howsoever in desperate fury, and to make an end of a life so contemptible he had wrongfully accused himself, and notwithstanding this his hard fortune, which hath made him much more infamous than before in all the dissolute behaviour of his life, yet it could not quail her affection towards him, but being loath he should die for some other man's offence, and hoping his future reformation, she fell on her knees before her mistress, and drowned in her tears most earnestly entreated her to advise her with some such happy course as might be the safety of poor Ruggiero's life. Mistress Doctor, affecting her maid dearly and plainly perceiving that no disastrous fortune whatsoever could alter her love to condemned Ruggiero, hoping the best hereafter, as the maid herself did, and willing to save life rather than suffer it to be lost without just cause, she directed her in such discreet manner, as you will better conceive by the success. According as she was instructed by her mistress, she fell at the feet of Master Doctor, desiring him to pardon a great error, whereby she had overmuch offended him. As how, said Master Doctor, in this manner quoth the maid, and thus proceeded, "You are not ignorant, sir, what a lewd liver Ruggiero de Geroli is, and notwithstanding all his imperfections, how dearly I love him, as he protesteth the like to me, and thus hath our love continued a year and more. You being gone to Malfi, and your absence granting me apt opportunity for conference with so kind a friend, I made the bolder and gave him entrance into your house, yea, even into mine own chamber, yet free from any abuse, neither did he bad though he be off for any. Thirsty he was before his coming thither, either by salt meats or distempered diet, and I being unable to fetch him wine or water, by reason my mistress sate in the hall, seriously talking with her sisters, remembered that I saw a vial of water standing in your chamber window, which he drinking quite off, I set it empty in the place again. I have heard your discontentment for the said water, and confess my fault to you therein, but who liveth so justly, without offending at one time or other, and I am heartily sorry for my transgression, yet not so much for the water as the hard fortune that hath followed thereon, because thereby Ruggiero is in danger to lose his life, and all my hopes are utterly lost. Let me entreat you therefore, gentle master, first to pardon me, and then to grant me permission to succour my poor condemned friend, by all the best means I can devise. When the doctor had heard all her discourse, angry though he were, yet thus he answered with a smile. Much better had it been if thy folly's punishment had found thee on thyself, that it might have paid thee with deserved repentance, upon thy mistress's finding thee sleeping. But go and get his deliverance if thou canst, with this caution, that if ever hereafter he be seen in my house, the peril thereof shall light on thyself. Receiving this answer for her first entrance into the attempt, and as her mistress had advised her, in all haste she went to the prison, where she prevailed so well with the jailer, that he granted her private conference with Ruggiero, she having instructed him what he should say to the provost if he had any purpose to escape with life, went thither before him to the provost, who admitting her into his presence, and knowing that she was master doctor's maid, a man especially respected of all the city, he was the more willing to hear her message, he imagining that she was sent by her master. So quoth she, you have apprehended Ruggiero de Geroli as a thief, and judgment of death is as I hear pronounced against him. But he is wrongfully accused, and is clearly innocent of such a heinous detection. So entering into the history, she declared every circumstance from the original to the end, relating truly that being her lover, she brought him into her master's house, where he drank the compounded sleepy water and reputed for dead, she laid him in the chest. Afterward she rehearsed the speeches between the joiner and him that laid claim to the chest, giving him to understand thereby how Ruggiero was taken in the Lombard's house. The provost presently gathering that the truth in this case was easy to be known, sent first for Master Dr. Mazzio to know whether he compounded any such water or no, which he affirmed to be true, and upon what occasion he prepared it. Then the joiner, the owner of the chest, and the two Lombards being severally questioned withal, it appeared evidently that the Lombards did steal the chest in the night season, and carried it home to their own house. In the end, Ruggiero being brought from the prison, and demanded where he was lodged the night before, made answer that he knew not where, only he well remembered that bearing affection to the chambermaid of Master Dr. Mazzio della Montagna, she brought him into a chamber where a vial of water stood in the window, and he being extremely thirsty, drank it off all. But what became of him afterward till being awake, he found himself enclosed in a chest, and in the house of the two Lombards he could not say anything. When the provost had heard all their answers, which he caused them to repeat over divers times, in regard they were very pleasing to him, he cleared Ruggiero from the crime imposed on him, and condemned the Lombards in 300 ducats, to be given to Ruggiero in way of an amends, and to enable his marriage with the doctor's maid, whose constancy was much commended, and wrought such a miracle on penitent Ruggiero, that, after his marriage, which was graced with great and honourable pomp, he regained the intimate love of all his kindred, and lived in most noble condition, even as if he had never been the disordered man. If the former novels had made all the ladies sad and sigh, this last of Dionysius as much delighted them, as restoring them to their former jocund humour, and banishing tragical discourse for ever, the king perceiving that the sun was near setting, and his government as near ending, with many kind and courteous speeches, excused himself to the ladies, for being the motive of such an argument, as expressed the infelicity of poor lovers, and having finished his excuse up he arose, taking the crown of laurel from off his own head, the ladies awaiting on whose head he pleased next to set it, which proved to be the gracious Lady Fiammetta, and thus he spake. Here I place this crown on her head, that knoweth better than any other, how to comfort this fair assembly tomorrow, for the sorrow which they have this day endured. Madame Fiammetta, whose locks of hair were curled, long, and like golden weirs, hanging somewhat down over her white delicate shoulders, her visage round, wherein the damask rose and lily contended for priority, the eyes in her head resembling those of the falcon messenger, and a dainty mouth. Her lips looking like two little rubies with a commendable smile. Thus she replied, Philostratus, gladly I do accept your gift, and to the end that ye may the better remember yourself, concerning what you have done hitherto, I will and command that general preparation be made against tomorrow, for fair and happy fortunes happening to lovers, after former cruel and unkind accidents, which proposition was very pleasing to them all. Then calling for the master of the household, and taking order with him what was most needful to be done, she gave leave unto the whole company, who were all risen to go recreate themselves until supper time. Some of them walked about the garden, the beauty whereof banished the least thought of weariness. Others walked by the river to the mill, which was not far off, and the rest fell to exercises, fitting their own fancies until they heard the summons for supper. Hard by the goodly fountain, according to their wonted manner, they supped all together, and were served to their no mean contentment, but being risen from the table, they fell to their delight of singing and dancing. While Philomela led the dance, the queen spake in this manner. Philostratus, I intend not to vary from those courses heretofore observed by my predecessors, but even as they have already done, so it is my authority to command a song, and because I am well assured that you are not unfurnished of songs answerable to the quality of the past novels, my desire is, in regard we would not be troubled hereafter with any more discourses of unfortunate love, that you shall sing a song agreeing with your own disposition. Philostratus made answer that he was ready to accomplish her command, and without all further ceremony, thus he began. The song. Chorus, my tears do plainly prove how justly that poor heart hath cause to grieve, which under trust finds treason in his love. When first I saw her, that now makes me sigh, distrust did never enter in my thoughts. So many virtues clearly shinned in her, that I esteemed all martyrdom was light, which love could lay on me, nor did I grieve, although I found my liberty was lost. But now mine error I do plainly see, not without sorrow thus betrayed to be. My tears do 100, for being left by basest treachery of her in whom I most reposed trust, I then could see apparent flattery in all the fairest shows that she did make. But when I strove to get forth of the snare, I found myself the further plunged in, for I beheld another in my place, and I cast off with manifest disgrace. My tears do 100, then felt my heart such hells of heavy woes, not utterable. I cursed the day and hour when first I saw her lovely countenance, enricht with beauty far beyond all other, which set my soul on fire, inflamed each part, making a martyrdom of my poor heart. My faith and hope being basely thus betrayed, I durst not move to speak, I was afraid. My tears do 100, thou canst, thou powerful God of love, perceive my ceaseless sorrow, void of any comfort. I make my moan to thee, and do not fable, desiring that to end my misery, death may come speedily, and with his dart, with one fierce stroke, quite passing through my heart, to cut off future fell contending strife, and happy end be made of love and life. My tears do 100, no other means of comfort doth remain, to ease me of such sharp afflictions, but only death. Grant then that I may die, to finish grief and life in one blessed hour, for, being bereft of any future joys, come, take me quickly from so false a friend, yet in my death let thy great power approve that I died true and constant in my love. My tears 100, happy shall I account this sighing song, if some beside myself do learn to sing it, and so consider of my miseries, as may incite them to lament my wrongs, and to be warned by my wretched fate, least like myself themselves do sigh too late. Learn, lovers, learn what 'tis to be unjust, and be betrayed where you repose best trust. Finis. The words contained in this song did manifestly declare what torturing afflictions poor Philostratus felt, and more perhaps had been perceived by the looks of the lady whom he spake of, being then present in the dance, if the sudden ensuing darkness had not hid the crimson blush which mounted up into her face. But the song being ended, divers other beside, lasting till the hour of rest drew on, by command of the queen they all repaired to their chambers. The end of the 4th day. The 5th day. Whereon all the discourses do pass under the government of the most noble Lady Fiametta, concerning such persons as have been successful in their love after many hard and perilous misfortunes. The induction. Now began the sun to dart forth his golden beams, when Madame Fiametta, incited by the sweet singing birds, which since the break of day sat merrily chanting on the trees, arose from her bed, as all the other ladies likewise did, and the 3 young gentlemen descending down into the fields, where they walked in a gentle pace on the green grass, until the sun were risen a little higher. On many pleasant matters they conferred together, as they walked in several companies, till at the length the Queen, finding the heat to enlarge itself strongly, returned baccy to the castle, where when they were all arrived, she commanded that after this morning's walking, their stomachs should be refreshed with wholesome wines, as also divers sorts of banqueting stuff. Afterward they all repaired into the garden, not departing thence until the hour of dinner was come, at which time the master of the household, having prepared everything in decent readiness, after a solemn song was sung, by order from the Queen, they were seated at the table. When they had dined, to their own liking and contentment, they began in continuation of their former order to exercise divers dances, and afterward voices to their instruments, with many pretty madrigals and roundelays. Up in the finishing of these delights, the Queen gave them leave to take their rest, when such as were so minded went to sleep, others solaced themselves in the garden. But after midday was overpast, they met according to their wonted manner, and as the Queen had commanded, at the fair fountain, where she being placed in her seat royal, and casting her eye upon Pamphilus, she bade him begin the day's discourses, of happy success in love, after disastrous and troublesome accidents, who yielding thereto with humble reverence thus began. Many novels, gracious ladies, do offer themselves to my memory, wherewith to begin so pleasant a day, as it is her Highness' desire that this should be, among which plenty, I esteem one above all the rest, because you may comprehend thereby, not only the fortunate conclusion, we intend to begin our day, but also how mighty the forces of love are, deserving to be both admired and reverenced, albeit there are many, who scarcely knowing what they say, do condemn them with infinite gross imputations, which I purpose to disprove, I hope to your no little pleasing. Chinon by falling in love became wise, and by force of arms winning his fair lady Iphigenia on the seas, was afterward imprisoned at Rhodes. Being delivered by one named Lysimachus, with him he recovered his Iphigenia again, and fair Cassandra, even in the midst of their marriage. They fled with them into Candae, where after they had married them, they were called home to their own dwelling. The first novel, wherein is approved that love oftentimes maketh a man both wise and valiant. According to the ancient annals of the Cypriots, there sometime lived in Cyprus a noble gentleman who was commonly called Aristippus, and exceeded all other of the country in the goods of fortune. Divers children he had, but amongst the rest a son, in whose birth he was more unfortunate than any of the rest, and continually grieved in regard that having all the complete perfections of beauty, good form, and manly parts, surpassing all other youths of his age or stature, yet he wanted the real ornament of the soul, reason, and judgment, being indeed a mere idiot or fool, and no better hope to be expected of him. His true name, according as he received it by baptismy, was Galsus, but because neither by the laborious pains of his tutors, indulgence and fair endeavour of his parents, or ingenuity of any other, he could be brought to civility of life, understanding of letters, or common carriage of a reasonable creature, by his gross and deformed kind of speech, his qualities also savouring rather of brutish breeding than any way derived from manly education. As an epithet of scorn and derision, generally, they gave him the name of Chinon, which in their native country language, and divers other beside, signifieth a very sot or fool, and so was he termed by every one. This lost kind of life in him was no mean burthen of grief unto his noble father, and all hope being already spent, of any future happy recovery, he gave command, because he would not always have such a sorrow in his sight, that he should live at a farm of his own in a country village, among his peasants and ploughswains, which was not any way distasteful to Chinon, but well agreed with his own natural disposition, for their rural qualities and gross behaviour pleased him beyond the city's civility. Chinon living thus at his father's country village, exercising nothing else but rural demeanour, such as then delighted him above all other. It chanced upon a day about the hour of no one, as he was walking over the fields with a long staff on his neck, which commonly he used to carry, he entered into a small thicket, reputed the goodliest in all those quarters, and by reason it was then the month of May, the trees had their leaves fairly shot forth. When he had walked thorough the thicket, it came to pass that even as if good fortune guided him, he came into a fair meadow, on every side engirt with trees, and in one corner thereof stood a goodly fountain, whose current was both cool and clear. Hard by it, up in the green grass, he espied a very beautiful young damosel, seeming to be fast asleep, attired in such fine loose garments, as hid very little of her white body. Only from the girdle downward, she ware a kirtle made close unto her, of interwoven delicate silk, and at her feet lay two other damosels sleeping, and a servant in the same manner. No sooner had Chinon fixed his eye upon her, but he stood leaning up in his staff, and viewed her very advisedly, without speaking a word, and in no mean admiration, as if he had never seen the form of a woman before. He began then to feel in his harsh rural understanding whereinto never till now, either by painful instruction, or all other good means used to him, any honest civility had power of impression a strange kind of humour to awake, which informed his gross and dull spirit, that this damosel was the very fairest, which ever any living man beheld. Then he began to distinguish her parts, commending the tresses of her hair which he imagined to be of gold, her forehead, nose, mouth, neck, arms, but above all her breasts, appearing as yet but onely to shew themselves like two little mountainets, so that of a fielden clownish lout, he would needs now become a judge of beauty, coveting earnestly in his soul to see her eyes which were veiled over with sound sleep, that kept them fast enclosed together, and only to look on them, he wished 1,000 times that she would awake, for in his judgment she excelled all the women that ever he had seen, and doubted whether she were some goddess or no. So strangely was he metamorphosed from folly to a sensible apprehension, more than common, and so far did this sardine knowledge in him extend, that he could conceive of divine and celestial things, and that they were more to be admired, reverenced, than those of humane or terrene consideration. Wherefore the more gladly he contented himself to tarry till she awaked of her own accord. And although the time of stay seemed tedious to him, yet notwithstanding, he was overcome with such extraordinary contentment, as he had no power to depart thence, but stood as if he had been glued fast to the ground. After some indifferent respite of time, it chanced that the young damosel who was named Iphigenia awaked before any of the other with her, and lifting up her head with her eyes wide open, she saw Chinon standing before her, leaning still on his staff. Whereat marvelling not a little, she said unto him, Chinon, whither wanderest thou, or what dost thou seek for in this wood? Chinon, who not only by his countenance, but likewise his folly, nobility of birth, and wealthy possessions of his father, was generally known throughout the country, made no answer at all to the demand of Iphigenia. But so soon as he beheld her eyes open, he began to observe them with a constant regard, as being persuaded in his soul, that from them flowed such an unutterable singularity, as he had never felt till then, which the young gentlewoman well noting, she began to wax fearful, lest these steadfast looks of his should incite his rusticity to some attempt which might redound to her dishonour. Wherefore awaking her women and servant, and they all being risen, she said, Farewell, Chinon, I leave thee to thine own good fortune, whereto he presently replied, saying, I will go with you. Now, although the gentlewoman refused his company, as dreading some act of incivility from him, yet could she not devise any way to be rid of him, till he had brought her to her own dwelling, where taking leave mannerly of her, he went directly home to his father's house, saying, nothing should compel him to live any longer in the muddy country. And albeit his father was much offended hereat, and all the rest of his kindred and friends, yet not knowing how to help it, they suffered him to continue there still, expecting the cause of this his so sardine alteration from the course of life, which contented him so highly before. Chinon being now wounded to the heart, where never any civil instruction could before get entrance with love's piercing dart, by the bright beauty of Iphigenia, moved much admiration, falling from one change to another in his father, kindred, and all else that knew him. For first he requested of his father, that he might be habited and respected like to his other brethren, whereto right gladly he condescended, and frequenting the company of civil youths, observing also the carriage of gentlemen, especially such as were amorously inclined, he grew to a beginning in short time to the wonder of every one not only to understand the first instruction of letters, but also became most skilful, even amongst them that were best exercised in philosophy. And afterward, love to Iphigenia being the sole occasion of this happy alteration, not only did his harsh and clownish voice convert itself more mildly, but also he became a singular musician, could perfectly play on any instrument. Beside, he took delight in the riding and managing of great horses, and finding himself of a strong and able body, he exercised all kinds of military disciplines, as well by sea as on the land, and to be brief, because I would not seem tedious in the repetition of all his virtues, scarcely had he attained to the 4th year, after he was thus foully in love. But he became generally known to be the most civil, wise, and worthy gentleman, as well for all virtues enriching the mind, as any whatsoever to beautify the body, that very hardly he could be equalled throughout the whole kingdom of Cyprus. What shall we say then, virtuous ladies, concerning this Chinon? Surely nothing else, but that those high and divine virtues infused into his gentle soul were by envious fortune bound and shut up in some small angle of his intellect, which being shaken and set at liberty by love, as having a far more potent power than fortune, in quickening and reviving the drowsy spirits, declared his mighty and sovereign authority in setting free so many fair and precious virtues unjustly detained, to let the world's eye behold them truly, by manifest testimony, from whence he can deliver those spirits subjected to his power, guide them afterward to the highest degrees of honor. And although Chinon, by affecting Iphigenia, failed in some particular things, yet notwithstanding, his father Aristippus duly considering that love had made him a man, whereas before he was no better than a beast, not only endured all patiently, but also advised him therein to take such courses as best liked himself. Nevertheless, Chinon, who refused to be called Galsus, which was his natural name indeed, remembering that Iphigenia termed him Chinon, and coveting under that title to accomplish the issue of his honest amorous desire, made many motions to Siphus the father of Iphigenia, that he would be pleased to let him enjoy her in marriage. But Siphus told him that he had already passed his promise for her to a gentleman of Rhodes, named Passamondo, which promise he religiously intended to perform. The time being come, which was concluded on for Iphigenia's marriage, in regard that the affianced husband had sent for her, Chinon thus communed with his own thoughts. Now is the time, quoth he, to let my divine mistress see how truly and honourably I do affect her, because by her I am become a man. But if I could be possessed of her, I should grow more glorious than the common condition of a mortal man, and have her I will, or lose my life in the adventure. Being thus resolved, he prevailed with divers young gentlemen his friends, making them of his faction, and secretly prepared a ship, furnished with all things for a naval fight, setting sedanely forth to sea, and hulling abroad in those parts by which the vessel should pass, that must convey Iphigenia to Rhodes to her husband. After many honours done to them, who were to transport her thence unto Rhodes, being embarked, they set sail up in their barn Vigio. Chinon, who slept not in a business so earnestly importing him, set on them the day following with his ship, and standing aloft on the deck, cried out to them that had the charge of Iphigenia, saying, Strike your sails, or else determined to be sunk in the sea. The enemies to Chinon, being nothing daunted with his words, prepared to stand upon their own defence, which made Chinon, after the former speeches delivered, and no answer returned, to command the grappling irons to be cast forth, which took such fast hold on the Rhodians' ship, that whether they would or no, both the vessels joined close together, and he, showing himself fierce like a lion, not tarrying to be seconded by any, stepped aboard the Rhodians' ship, as if he made no respect at all of them, and having his sword ready drawn in his hand, incited by the virtue of unfeigned love, laid about him on all sides very manfully. Which when the men of Rhodes perceived, calling down their weapons, and all of them as it were with one voice, yielded themselves his prisoners, whereupon he said, Honest friends, neither desire of booty or hatred to you did occasion my departure from Cyprus, thus to assail you with drawn weapons, but that which hereto hath most moved me is a matter highly importing to me, and very easy for you to grant, and so enjoy your present peace. I desire to have fair Iphigenia from you, whom I love above all other ladies living, because I could not obtain her of her father, to make her my lawful wife in marriage. Love is the ground of my instant conquest, and I must use you as my mortal enemies if you stand up in any further terms with me, and do not deliver her as mine own. For your Passamondo must not enjoy what is my right, first by virtue of my love, now by conquest. Deliver her therefore, and depart hence at your pleasure. The men of Rhodes, being rather constrained thereto than of any free disposition in themselves, with tears in their eyes delivered Iphigenia to Chinon, who beholding her in like manner to weep, thus spake unto her, Noble lady, do not any way discomfort yourself, for I am your Chinon, who have more right and true title to you, and much better do deserve to enjoy you by my long-continued affection to you, than Passamondo can any way plead, because you belong to him but only by promise. So, bringing her aboard his own ship, where the gentlemen his companions gave her kind welcome, without touching anything else belonging to the Rhodians, he gave them free liberty to depart. Chinon being more joyful by the obtaining of his heart's desire, than any other conquest else in the world could make him, after he had spent some time in comforting Iphigenia, who as yet sate sadly sighing. He consulted with his companions, who joined with him in opinion that their safest course was by no means to return to Cyprus, and therefore all with one consent resolved to set sail for Candae, where every one made account, but especially Chinon, in regard of ancient and new combined kindred, as also very intimate friends, to find very worthy entertainment, and so to continue there safely with Iphigenia. But fortune, who was so favourable to Chinon, in granting him so pleasing a conquest, to show her inconstancy, as suddenly changed the inestimable joy of our jocund lover into as heavy sorrow and disaster. For 4 hours were not fully completed, since his departure from the Rhodians, but dark night came upon them, and he sitting conversing with his fair mistress in the sweetest solace of his soul. The winds began to blow roughly, the seas swelled angrily, a tempest arose impetuously, that no man could see what his duty was to do in such a great unexpected distress, nor how to warrant themselves from perishing. If this accident were displeasing to poor Chinon, I think the question were in vain demanded. For now it seemed to him that the gods had granted his chief desire, to the end he should die with the greater anguish, in losing both his love and life together. His friends likewise felt the self-same affliction, but especially Iphigenia, who wept and grieved beyond all measure, to see the ship beaten, with such stormy billows as threatened her sinking every minute. Impatiently she cursed the love of Chinon, greatly blaming his desperate boldness, and maintaining that so violent a tempest could never happen, but only by the gods' displeasure, who would not permit him to have a wife against their will, and therefore thus punished his proud presumption, not only in his unavoidable death, but also that her life must perish for company. She continuing in these waffle lamentations, and the mariners labouring all in vain, because the violence of the tempest increased more and more, so that every moment they expected racking, they were carried contrary to their own knowledge very near unto the Isle of Rhodes, which they being no way able to avoid, and utterly ignorant of the coast, for safety of their lives, they laboured to land there if possibly they might, wherein fortune was somewhat furtherest to them, driving them into a small gulf of the sea, wherein tow but a little while before the Rhodians, from whom Chinon had taken Iphigenia, were newly entered with their ship, nor had they any knowledge each of other, till the break of day which made the heavens to look more clearly gave them discovery, of being within a flight shoot together. Chinon looking forth, and espying the same ship which he had left the day before, he grew exceeding sorrowful, as fearing that which after followed, and therefore he willed the mariners to get away from her by all their best endeavour, let fortune afterward dispose of them as she pleased, for into a worse place they could not come, nor fall into the like danger. The mariners employed their very utmost pains, and all proved but loss of time, for the wind was so stern and the waves so turbulent that still they drove them the contrary way, so that striving to get forth of the gulf whether they would or no, they were driven on land, and instantly known to the Rhodians, whereof they were not a little joyful. The men of Rhodes being landed, ran presently to a near neighbouring village, where dwelt divers worthy gentlemen, to whom they reported the arrival of Chinon, what fortune befell them at sea, and that Iphigenia might now be recovered again, with chastisement to Chinon for his bold insolence. They being very joyful of these good news, took so many men as they could of the same village, and ran immediately to the seaside, where Chinon being newly landed and his people, intending flight into a near adjoining forest, for defence of himself and Iphigenia, they were all taken, led thence to the village, and afterwards to the chief city of Rhodes. No sooner were they arrived, but Pasimondo, the intended husband for Iphigenia, who had already heard the tidings, went and complained to the Senate, who appointed a gentleman of Rhodes, named Lysimachus, and being that year sovereigny magistrate over the Rhodians, to go well provided for the apprehension of Chinon and all his company, committing them to prison, which accordingly was done. In this manner the poor unfortunate lover Chinon lost his fair Iphigenia, having won her in so short a while before, and scarcely requited with so much as a kiss. But as for Iphigenia, she was royally welcomed by many lords and ladies of Rhodes, who so kindly comforted her, that she soon forgot all her grief and trouble on the sea, remaining in company of those ladies and gentlewomen until the day determined for her marriage. At the earnest entreaty of divers Rhodian gentlemen who were in the ship with Iphigenia, and had their lives courteously saved by Chinon, both he and his friends had their lives likewise spared, although Pasimondo laboured importunately to have them all put to death. Only they were condemned to perpetual imprisonment, which you must think was most grievous to them, as being now hopeless of any deliverance. But in the meantime, while Passamando was ordering his nuptial preparation, Fortune, seeming to repent the wrongs she had done to Chinon, prepared a new accident, whereby to comfort him in this deep distress, and in such manner as I will relate unto you. Passamando had a brother, younger than he in years, but not a jot inferior to him in virtue, whose name was Hormister, and long time the case had been in question, for his taking to wife a fair young gentlewoman of Rhodes called Cassandra, whom Lysimachus the governor loved very dearly, and hindered her marriage with Hormister by divers strange accidents. Now Passamando, perceiving that his own nuptials required much cost and solemnity, he thought it very convenient that one day might serve for both the weddings, which else would launch into more lavish expenses, and therefore concluded that his brother Hormister should marry Cassandra at the same time as he wedded Iphigenia. Hereupon, he consulted with the gentlewoman's parents, who, liking the motion as well as he, the determination was set down, and one day to effect the duties of both. When this came to the hearing of Lysimachus, it was very greatly displeasing to him, because now he saw himself utterly deprived of all hope to attain the issue of his desire, if Hormister received Cassandra in marriage. Yet being a very wise and worthy man, he dissembled his distaste, and began to consider on some apt means, whereby to disappoint the marriage once more, which he found impossible to be done, except it were by way of rape or stealth, and that did not appear to him any difficult matter in regard of his office and authority. Only it wold seemed dishonest in him by giving such an unfitting example. Nevertheless, after long deliberation, honour gave way to love, and resolutely he concluded to steal her away, whatsoever became of it. Nothing wanted now but a convenient company to assist him, the order how to have it done. Then he remembered Chinon and his friends, whom he detained as his prisoners, and persuaded himself that he could not have a more faithful friend in such a business than Chinon was. Hereupon, the night following, he sent for him into his chamber, and being alone by themselves, thus he began. Chinon, quoth he, as the gods are very bountiful in bestowing their blessings on men, so do they therein most wisely make proof of their virtues, and such as they find firm and constant in all occurrences which may happen, them they make worthy as valiant spirits of the very best and highest merits. Now they being willing to have more certain experience of thy virtues than those which heretofore thou hast shewn, within the bounds and limits of thy father's possessions, which I know to be superabounding, perhaps do intend to present the other occasions of more important weight and consequence. For first of all, as I have heard by the piercing solicitudes of love, of a senseless creature, they made thee to become a man endued with reason, afterward by adverse fortune, and now again by wearisome imprisonment, it seemeth that they are desirous to make trial, whether thy manly courage be changed, or no, from that which heretofore it was, when thou enjoyedst a matchless beauty, and lost her again in so short a while. Wherefore, if thy virtue be such as it hath been, the gods can never give thee any blessing more worthy of acceptance than she whom they are now minded to bestow on thee. In which respect, to the end that thou mayst reassume thy wonted heroic spirit, and become more courageous than ever heretofore, I will acquaint thee withal more at large. Understand then, noble Chinon, that Passamando, the onely glad man of thy misfortune, and diligent suitor after thy death, maketh all haste he can possibly devise to do, to celebrate his marriage with thy fair mistress, because he would plead possession of the prey, which fortune when she smiled did first bestow, and afterward frowning took from thee again. Now that it must needs be very irksome to thee, at least if thy love be such, as I am persuaded it is, I partly can collect from myself, being intended to be wronged by his brother Hormister, even in the selfsame manner, and on his marriage day, by taking fair Cassandra from me, the only jewel of my love and life. For the prevention of two such notorious injuries, I see that fortune hath left us no other means, but only the virtue of our courages, and the help of our right hands, by preparing ourselves to arms, opening a way to thee by a second rape or stealth, and to me the first, for absolute possession of our divine mistresses. Wherefore, if thou art desirous to recover thy loss, I will not only pronounce liberty to thee, which I think thou dost little care for without her, but dare also assure thee to enjoy Iphigenia, so thou wilt assist me in mine enterprise, and follow me in my fortune, if the gods do let them fall into our power. You may well imagine that Chinon's dismayed soul was not a little cheered at these speeches, and therefore, without craving any long respite of time for answer, thus he replied: Lord Lysimachus, in such a business as this is, you cannot have a faster friend than myself, at least, if such good hap may betide me, as you have more than half promised. Therefore do no more but command what you would have to be effected by me, and make no doubt of my courage in the execution. Whereon Lysimachus made this answer, Know then, Chinon, quoth he, that 3 days hence these marriages are to be celebrated in the houses of Passamondo and Hormister, upon which day thou, thy friends, and myself with some others, in whom I repose especial trust by the friendly favour of night, will enter into their houses, while they are in the midst of their jovial feasting, and seizing on the 2 brides bear them thence to a ship, which I will have lie in secret, waiting for our coming, and kill all such as shall presume to impeach us. This direction gave great contentment to Chinon, who remained still in prison, without revealing a word to his own friends, until the limited time was come. Upon the wedding day, performed with great and magnificent triumph, there was not a corner in the brethren's houses, but it sung joy in the highest key. Lysimachus, after he had ordered all things as they ought to be, and the hour for dispatch approached near, he made a division in 3 parts of Chinon, his followers, and his own friends, being all well armed under their outward habits. Having first used some encouraging speeches, for more resolute prosecution of the enterprise, he sent 1 troop secretly to the port, that they might not be hindered of going aboard the ship, when the urgent necessity should require it. Passing with the other 2 trains of Passamondo, he left the one at the door, that such as were in the house might not shut them up fast, and so impeach their passage forth. Then with Chinon and the 3rd band of confederates, he ascended the stairs up into the hall, where he found the brides with store of ladies and gentlewomen, all sitting in comely order at supper. Rushing in roughly among the attendants, down they threw the tables, and each of them laying hold of his mistress, delivered them into the hands of their followers, commanding that they should be carried aboard the ship, for avoiding of further inconveniences. This hurry and amazement being in the house, the brides weeping, the ladies lamenting, and all the servants confusedly wondering, Chinon and Lysimachus with their friends having their weapons drawn in their hands, made all opposers to give them way, and so gained the stairhead for their own descending. There stood Passamondo with an huge long staff in his hand, to hinder their passage down the stairs, but Chinon saluted him so soundly on the head, that it being cleft in twain, he fell dead before his feet. His brother Hormister came to his rescue, and sped in the self-same manner as he had done, so did divers other beside, whom the companions to Lysimachus and Chinon either slew outright or wounded. So they left the house, filled with blood, tears, and outcries, going on together without any hindrance, and so brought both the brides aboard the ship, which they rowed away instantly with their oars. For now the shore was full of armed people, who came in rescue of the Startling ladies, but all in vain, because they were launched into the main, and sailed on merrily towards Candid, where being arrived, they were worthily entertained by honourable friends and kinsmen, who pacified all unkindnesses between them and their mistresses, and, having accepted them in lawful marriage, there they lived in no mean joy and contentment, albeit there was a long and troublesome difference about these rapes between Rhodes and Cyprus. But yet in the end, by the means of noble friends and kindred on either side, labouring to have such discontentment appeased, endangering war between the kingdoms, after a limited time of banishment, Chinon returned joyfully with his Iphigenia home to Cyprus, and Lysimachus with his beloved Cassandra unto Rhodes, each living in their several countries with much felicity. Fair Constance of Liparis fell in love with Martuccio Gamito, and hearing that he was dead, desperately she entered into a bark, which being transported by the winds to Susa in Barbary, from thence she went to Thunes, where she found him to be living. There she made herself known to him, and he being in great authority as a privy councillor to the king, he married the said Constance, and returned richly home with her to the island of Liparis. The 2nd novel, wherein is declared the firm loyalty of a true lover, and how fortune doth sometime humble men, to raise them afterward to a far higher degree. When the queen perceived that the novel recited by Pamphilus was concluded, which she graced with especial commendations, she commanded Madame Milia to take her turn as next in order, whereupon thus she began, Methinks it is a matter of equity, that every one should take delight in those things, whereby the recompense may be noted, answerable to their own affection. And because I rather desire to walk along by the paths of pleasure, than dwell on any ceremonious or scrupulous affectation, I shall the more gladly obey our queen today, than yesterday I did our melancholy king. Understand then, noble ladies, that near to Sicily, there is a small island, commonly called Liparis, wherein not long since lived a young damozel, named Constance, born of very sufficient parentage in the same island. There dwelt also a young man called Martuccio Gamito, of comely feature, well conditioned, and not unexpert in many virtuous qualities, affecting Constance in hearty manner, and she so answerable to him in the same kind, that to be in his company was her onely felicity. Martuccio, coveting to enjoy her in marriage, made his intent known to her father, who, upbraiding him with poverty, told him plainly that he should not have her. Martuccio, grieving to see himself thus despised because he was poor, made such good means that he was provided of a small bark, and calling such friends as he thought fit to his association, made a solemnly vow that he would never return baccy to Liparis until he was rich and in better condition. In the nature and course of a rover or pirate, so put he thence to sea, coasting all about Barbary, robbing and spoiling such as he met with, who were of no greater strength than himself, wherein fortune was so favourable to him that he became wealthy in a very short while. But as felicities are not always permanent, so he and his followers, not contenting themselves with sufficient riches, by greedy seeking to get more, happened to be taken by certain ships of the Saracens, and so were robbed themselves of all that they had gotten. Yet they resisted them stoutly a long while together, though it proved to the loss of many lives among them. When the Saracens had sunk his ship in the sea, they took him with them to Thunes, where he was imprisoned, and lived in extremest misery. News came to Liparis, not onely by one, but many more beside, that all those which departed thence in the small bark with Martuccio were drowned in the sea, and not a man escaped. When Constance heard these unwelcome tidings, who was exceeding full of grief, for his so desperate departure, she wept and lamented extraordinarily, desiring now rather to die than live any longer. Yet she had not the heart to lay any violent hand on herself, but rather to end her days by some new kind of necessity, and departing privately from her father's house, she went to the port or haven, where by chance she found a small fisher boat, lying distant from the other vessels, the owners whereof being all gone on shore, and it well furnished with masts, sails, and oars. She entered into it, and putting forth the oars, being somewhat skilful in sailing, as generally all the women of that island are, she so well guided the sails, rudder, and oars that she was quickly far off from the land, and solely remained at the mercy of the winds. For thus she had resolved with herself, that the boat being uncharged and without a guide, wold either be overwhelmed by the winds, or split in pieces against some rock, by which means she could not escape although she would, but as it was her desire must needs be drowned. In this determination, wrapping a mantle about her head, and lying down weeping in the boat's bottom, she hourly expected her final expiration. But it fell out otherwise, and contrary to her desperate intention, because the wind turning to the north and blowing very gently without disturbing the seas a jot, they conducted the small boat in such sort, that after the night of her entering into it, and the morrow's sailing until the evening, it came within 100 leagues of Thunes, and to a strand near a town called Susa. The young damozel knew not whether she were on the sea or land, as one, who not by any accident happening, lifted up her head to look about her, neither intended ever to doe. Now it came to pass that as the boat was driven to the shore, a poor woman stood at the seaside, washing certain fishermen's nets, and seeing the boat coming towards her under sail, without any person appearing in it, she wondered thereat not a little, it being close at the shore, and she thinking the fishermen to be asleep therein, stepped boldly and looked into the boat, where she saw not any body, but only the poor distressed damozel, whose sorrows having brought her now into a sound sleep, the woman gave many cowls before she could awake her, which at the length she did, and looked very strangely about her. The poor woman, perceiving by her habit that she was a Christian, demanded of her in speaking Latin how it was possible for her, being all alone in the boat, to arrive there in this manner. When Constance heard her speak the Latin tongue, she began to doubt, lest some contrary wind had turned her baccy to Liparis again, and starting up sedanely to look with better advice about her, she saw herself at land, and not knowing the country, demanded of the poor woman where she was. Daughter, quoth she, you are here hard by Susa in Barbary. Which Constance hearing, and plainly perceiving that death had denied to end her miseries, fearing lest she should receive some dishonour in such a barbarous unkind country, and not knowing what should now become of her, she sate down by the boat's side, wringing her hands, weeping bitterly. The good woman did greatly compassionate her case, and prevailed so well by gentle speeches, that she conducted her into her own poor habitation, where at length she understood by what means she happened thither so strangely. And perceiving her to be fasting, she set such homely bread as she had before her, a few small fishes and a cruse of water, praying her for to accept of that poor entertainment, which mere necessity compelled her to do, and showed herself very thankful for it. Constance, hearing that she spake the Latin language so well, desired to know what she was, whereto the oldie woman thus answered, Gentlewoman, quoth she, I am of Trapenham, named Caraprea, and am a servant in this country to certain Christian fishermen. The young maiden, albeit she was very full of sorrow hearing her name to be Carapreia, conceived it as a good augury to herself that she had heard the name before, although she knew not what occasion should move her thus to do. Now began her hopes to quicken again, and yet she could not tell upon what ground, nor was she so desirous of death as before, but made more precious estimation of her life, and without any further declaration of herself or country, she entreated the good woman even for charity's sake to take pity on her youth, and help her with such good advice, to prevent all injuries which might happen to her, in such a solitary waffle condition. Carapreia, having heard her request like a good woman as she was, left Constance in her poor cottage, and went hastily to leave her nets in safety, which being done she returned back again, and covering Constance with her mantle, led her on to Susa with her, where being arrived, the good woman began in this manner: Constance, I will bring thee to the house of a very worthy Sarrazin lady, to whom I have done many honest services, according as she pleased to command me. She is an ancient woman full of charity, and to her I will commend thee as best I may, for I am well assured that she will gladly entertain thee, and use thee as if thou wert her own daughter. Now let it be thy part during thy time of remaining with her, to employ thy utmost diligence in pleasing her, by deserving and gaining her grace, till heaven shall bless thee with better fortune. And as she promised, so she performed. The Sarrazin lady, being well stepped into years, upon the commendable speeches delivered by Carapreia, did the more seriously fasten her eye on Constance, and compassion provoking her to tears, she took her by the hand, and in loving manner kissed her forehead. So she led her further into her house, where dwelt divers other women, but not one man, all exercising themselves in several labours, as working in all sorts of silk, with embroideries of gold and silver, and sundry other excellent arts beside, which in short time were very familiar to Constance, and so pleasing grew her behaviour to the old lady, and all the rest beside, that they loved and delighted in her wonderfully, and by little and little she attained to the speaking of their language, although it were very harsh and difficult. Constance, continuing thus in the old lady's service at Susa, thought to be dead or lost in her own father's house. It fortuned that one reigning then as King of Thunes, who named himself Mary Abdella, there was a young lord of great birth and very powerful, who lived as then in Granada, and pleaded that the kingdom of Thunes belonged to him. In which respect he mustered together a mighty army, and came to assault the king, as hoping to expel him. These news calming to the ear of Martuccio Gomito, who spake the barbarian language perfectly, and hearing it reported that the king of Thunes made no mean preparation for his own defence, he conferred with one of his keepers who had the custody of him, and the rest taken with him, saying, If, quoth he, I could have means to speak with the king, and he were pleased to allow of my counsel, I can instruct him in such a course as shall assure him to win the honour of the field. The guard reported these speeches to his master, who presently acquainted the king therewith, and Martuccio being sent for, he was commanded to speak his mind, whereupon he began in this manner: My gracious lord, during the time that I have frequented your country, I have heedfully observed that the military discipline used in your fights and battles dependeth more upon your archers than any other men employed in your war, and therefore if it could be so ordered that this kind of artillery might fail in your enemy's camp, yours be sufficiently furnished therewith, you need make no doubt of winning the battle. Whereto the king thus replied: Doubtless, if such an acte were possible to be done, it would give great hope of successful prevailing. Sir, said Martuccio, if you please it may be done, and I can quickly resolve you how. Let the strings of your archers' bows be made more soft and gentle than those which heretofore they have formerly used, and next, let the nocks of the arrows be so provided as not to receive any other than those pliant gentle strings, but this must be done so secretly, that your enemies may have no knowledge thereof, lest they should provide themselves in the same manner. Now the reason, gracious lord, why thus I counsel you, is to this end: when the archers on the enemy's side have shot their arrows at your men, and yours in the like manner at them, it followeth that upon mere constraint they must gather up your arrows, to shoot them back again at you, for so long while as the battle endureth, as no doubt but your men will do the like to them. But your enemies will find themselves much deceived, because they can make no use of your people's arrows, in regard that the nocks are too narrow to receive their boisterous strings, which will fall out contrary with your followers, for the pliant strings belonging to your bows are as apt for their enemies' great nocked arrows as their own, and so they shall have free use of both, reserving them in plentiful store, when your adversaries must stand unfurnished of any, but them that they cannot any way use. This counsel pleased the king very highly, and he being a prince of great understanding, gave order to have it accordingly followed, and thereby valiantly vanquished his enemies. Hereupon Martuccio came to be great in his grace, as also consequently rich, and seated in no mean place of authority. Now, as worthy and commendable actions are soon spread abroad, in honor of the man by whom they happened, even so the fame of this rare got victory was quickly noised throughout the country, and came to the hearing of poor Constance, that Martuccio Gamito, whom she supposed so long since to be dead, was living, and in honorable condition. The love which formerly she bare unto him being not altogether extinct in her heart, of a small spark brake forth into a sardine flame, and so increased day by day, that her hope being before almost quite dead revived again in cheerful manner. Having imparted all her fortunes to the good oldie lady with whom she dwelt, she told her beside that she had an earnest desire to see Thunes, to satisfy her eyes as well as her ears, concerning the rumour blazed abroad. The good oldie lady commended her desire, and even as if she had been her mother took her with her aboard a bark, and so sailed thence to Thunes, where both she and Constance found honourable welcome in the house of a kinsman to the Sarrazin lady. Caraprea also went along with them thither, and her they sent abroad into the city to understand the news of Martuccio Gamito, after they knew for a certainty that he was living, and in great authority about the king, according as the former report went of him. Then the good old lady, being desirous to let Martuccio know that his fair friend Constance was come thither to see him, went herself to the place of his abiding, and spake unto him in this manner: Noble Martuccio, there is a servant of thine in my house, which came from Liparis, and requireth to have a little private conference with thee. But because I durst not trust any other with the message, myself at her entreaty am come to acquaint thee therewith. Martuccio gave her kind and hearty thanks, and then went along with her to the house. No sooner did Constance behold him, but she was ready to die with conceit of joy, and being unable to contain her passion, suddenly she threw her arms about his neck, and in mere compassion of her many misfortunes, as also the instant solace of her soul not being able to utter one word, the tears trickled abundantly down her cheeks. Martuccio also, seeing his fair friend, was overcome with exceeding admiration, stood a while, as not knowing what to say, till venting forth a vehement sigh, thus he spake: My dearest love Constance, art thou yet living? It is a tedious long while since I heard thou wast lost, and never any tidinges known of thee in thine own father's house. With which words, the tears standing his eyes, most lovingly he embraced her. Constance recounted to him all her fortunes, and what kindness she had received from the Sarrazin lady, since her first hour of coming to her. And after much other discourse passing between them, Martuccio departed from her, and returning to the king his master, told him all the history of his fortunes, and those beside of his love Constance, being purposely minded with his gracious liking to marry her according to the Christian law. The king was much amazed at so many strange accidents, and sending for Constance to come before him, from her own mouth he heard the whole relation of her continued affection to Martuccio, whereupon he said: Now trust me, fair damosel, thou hast dearly deserved him to be thy husband. Then sending for very costly jewels and rich presents, the one half of them he gave to her, and the other to Martuccio, granting them license withal, to marry according to their own minds. Martuccio did many honours, and gave great gifts to the aged Sarrazin lady, with whom Constance had lived so kindly respected, which although she had no need of, neither ever expected any such rewarding, yet conquered by their urgent importunity, especially Constance, who could not be thankful enough to her, she was enforced to receive them, and taking her leave of them weeping, sailed back again to Susa. Within a short while after, the king licensing their departure thence, they entered into a small bark, and Caraprea with them, sailing on with prosperous gales of wind, until they arrived at Liparis, where they were entertained with general rejoicing. And because their marriage was not sufficiently performed at Thunes, in regard of divers Christian ceremonies there wanting, their nuptials were again most honourably solemnized, and they lived many years after in health and much happiness. Pedro Boccaccio, escaping away with a young damosel which he loved, named Angelina, met with thieves in his journey. The damosel flying fearfully into a forest, by chance arriveth at a castle. Pedro being taken by the thieves, and happening afterward to escape from them, cometh accidentally to the same castle where Angelina was, and marrying her they then returned home to Rome. The third novel, wherein the several powers both of love and fortune is more at large approved. There was not any one in the whole company, but much commended the novel reported by Madam Emilia, and when the queen perceived it was ended, she turned towards Madam Eliza, commanding her to continue on their delightful exercise, whereto she, declaring her willing obedience, began to speak thus: Courteous ladies, I remember one unfortunate night, which happened to two lovers that were not endued with the greatest discretion, but because they had very many fair and happy days afterwards, I am the more willing for to let you hear it. In the city of Rome, which in times past was called the lady and mistress of the world, though now scarcely so good as the waiting maid, there dwelt sometime a young gentleman named Pedro Boccaccio, descended from one of the most honourable families in Rome, who was much enamoured of a beautiful gentlewoman called Angelina, daughter to one named Giglivazzo Solo, whose fortunes were none of the fairest, yet he greatly esteemed among the Romanes. The intercourse of love between these twain had so equally instructed their hearts and souls, that it could hardly be judged which of them was the more fervent in affection, but he, not being inured to such oppressing passions, and therefore the less able to support them, except he were sure to compass his desire, plainly made the motion that he might enjoy her in honourable marriage, which his parents and friends hearing, they went to confer with him, blaming him with overmuch baseness, so far to disgrace himself and his stock. Beside, they advised the father to the maid, neither to credit what Pedro said in this case, or to live in hope of any such match, because they all did wholly despise it. Pedro, perceiving that the way was shut up, whereby and none other he was to mount the ladder of his hopes, began to wax weary of longer living, and if he could have won her father's consent, he would have married her in the despite of all his friends. Nevertheless, he had a conceit hammering in his head, which if the maid would be as forward as himself, should bring the matter to full effect. Letters and secret intelligences passing still between, at length, he understood her ready resolution, to adventure with him thorough all fortunes whatsoever, concluding on their sardine and secret flight from Rome, for which Pedro did so well provide that very early in a morning and well mounted on horsebacky, they took the way leading unto a lagna, where Pedro had some honest friends, in whom he reposed especial trust. Riding on thus thorough the country, having no leisure to accomplish their marriage, because they stood in fear of pursuit, they were ridden above 4 leagues from Rome, still shortening the way with their amorous discoursing. It fortuned that Pedro, having no certain knowledge of the way, but following a tract guiding too far on the left hand, rode quite out of course and came at last within sight of a small castle, out of which before they were aware ushered 12 villains, whom Angelina sooner espied than Pedro could do, which made her cry out to him, saying, "Help dear love to save us, or else we shall be assailed." Pedro then turning his horse so expeditiously as he could, and giving him the spurs as need required, mainly he galloped into a near adjoining forest, more minding the following of Angelina than any direction of his way, or than that endeavoured to be his hindrance, so that by often winding turning about as the passage appeared troublesome to him, when he thought himself free and furthest from them, he was round and girt, and seized on by them, when they had made him to dismount from his horse, questioning him of whence and what he was, and he resolving them therein, they fell into a secret consultation, saying thus among themselves, "This man is a friend to our deadly enemies, how can we then otherwise dispose of him, but bereave him of all he hath, and in despite of the Orsini men in nature hateful to us, hang him up here on one of these trees?" All of them agreeing in this dismal resolution, they commanded Pedro to put off his garments, which he yielding to do, albeit unwillingly, it so fell out, that 25 other thieves came suddenly rushing in upon them, crying, "Kill, kill, and spare not a man." They which before had surprised Pedro, desiring no to shift for their own safety, left him standing quaking in his shirt, and so ran away mainly to defend themselves, which the new crew perceiving, and that their number far exceeded the other, they followed to rob them of what they had gotten, accounting it as a present purchase for them, which when Pedro perceived and saw none tarrying to prey upon him, he put on his clothes again, and mounting on his own horse galloped that way which Angelina before had taken, yet could he not descry any tracky or path or so much as the footing of a horse, but thought himself in sufficient security, being rid of them that first seized on him, and also of the rest which followed in the pursuit of them. For the loss of his beloved Angelina, he was the most waffle man in the world, wandering one while this way, and then again another, calling for her all about the forest, without any answer returning to him, and not daring to ride backy again, on he travailed still, not knowing where to make his arrival, and having formerly heard of savage ravenous beasts which commonly live in such unfrequented forests, he not only was in fear of losing his own life, but also despaired much for his Angelina, lest some lion or wolf had torn her body in pieces. Thus rode on poor unfortunate Pedro, until the break of day appeared, not finding any means to get forth of the forest, still crying and calling for his fair friend, riding many times backward, when as he thought he rode forward until he became so weak and faint, what with extreme fear, load calling, and continuing so long a while without any sustenance, that the whole day being thus spent in vain, and dark night suddenly come upon him, he was not able to hold out any longer. Now was he in far worse case than before, not knowing where, or how to dispose of himself, or what might best be done in so great a necessity. From his horse he alighted, and tying him by the bridle unto a great tree, up he climbed into the same tree, fearing to be devoured in the night time by some wilder beast, choosing rather to let his horse perish than himself. Within a while after, the moon began to rise, and the skies appeared bright and clear. Yet durst he not nod, or take a nap, lest he should fall out of the tree, but sate still grieving, sighing, and mourning, despairing of ever seeing his Angelina any more, for he could not be comforted by the smallest hopeful persuasion that any good fortune might befall her in such a desolate forest, where nothing but dismal fears was to be expected, and no likelihood that she should escape with life. Now concerning poor affrighted Angelina, who as you heard before knew not any place of refuge to fly unto, but even as it pleased here horse to carry her, she entered so far into the forest that she could not devise where to seek her own safety, and therefore, even as it fared with her friend Pedro, in the same manner did it fall out with her, wandering the whole night and all the day following, one while taking one hopeful trackie, and then another, calling, weeping, wringing her hands, and grievously complaining of her hard fortune. At the length perceiving that Pedro came not to her at all, she found a little path which she lighted on by great good fortune even when dark night was apace drawing, and followed it so long, till it brought her within the sight of a small poor cottage, whereto she rode on so fast as she could, and found therein a very old man, having a wife rather more aged than he, who seeing here to be without company, the old man spake thus unto her. Fair daughter, quoth he, whether wander you at such an unseasonable hour, and all alone in a place so desolate? The damosel weeping replied, that she had lost her company in the forest, and inquired how near she was to Alagna. Daughter, answered the old man, this is not the way to Alagna, for it is above 6 leagues hence. Then she desired to know how far off she was from such houses, where she might have any reasonable lodging. There are none so near, said the old man, that daylight will give you leave to reach. May it please you then, good father, replied Angelina, seeing I cannot travail any whether else, for God's sake, to let me remain here with you this night. Daughter, answered the good old man, we can gladly give you entertainment here for this night in such poor manner as you see. But let me tell you withal, that up and down these woods as well by night as day walk companies of all conditions, and rather enemies than friends, who do us many grievous displeasures and harms. Now if by misfortune you being here, any such people should come, and seeing you so lovely fair as indeed you are, offer you any shame or injury, alas, you see it lies not in our power to lend you any help or succour. I thought it good therefore to acquaint you herewith, because if any such mischance do happen, you should not afterward complain of us. The young maiden, seeing the time to be so far spent, albeit the oldie man's words did much dismay her, yet she thus replied, if it be the will of heaven, both you and I shall be defended from any misfortune, but if any such mischance do happen, I account the matter less deserving grief, if I fall into the mercy of men, than to be devoured by wild beasts in this forest. So being dismounted from her horse, and entered into the homely house, she supped poorly with the oldie man and his wife, with such mean cates as their provision afforded, and after supper lay down in her garments on the same poor pallet, where the aged couple took their rest, and was very well contented therewith, albeit she could not refrain from sighing and weeping, to be thus divided from her dear Pedro, of whose life and welfare she greatly despaired. When it was almost day, she heard a great noise of people travailing by, whereupon suddenly she arose, and ran into a garden plot, which was on the backside of the poor cottage, espying in one of the corners a great stacky of hay, wherein she hid herself to the end that travelling strangers might not readily find her there in the house. Scarcely was she fully hidden, but a great company of thieves and villains, finding the door open, rushed into the cottage, where looking round about them for some booty, they saw the damosel's horse stand ready saddled, which made them demand to whom it belonged. The good oldie man, not seeing the maiden present there, but imagining that she had made some shift for herself, answered thus, Gentlemen, there is no bawdy here but my wife and myself. As for this horse which seemeth to be escaped from the owner, he came hither yesternight, and we gave him house room here, rather than to be devoured by wolves abroad. Then said the principal of the thievish crew, This horse shall be ours in regard he hath no other master, and let the owner come claim him of us. When they had searched every corner of the poor cottage, found no such prey as they looked for, some of them went into the backy side, where they had left their javelins and targets wherewith they used commonly to travail. It fortuned that one of them, being more subtly suspicious than the rest, thrust his javelin into the stacky of hay, in the very same place where the damozel lay hidden, missing very little of killing her. For it entered so far that the iron head pierced quite through her garments and touched her left bare breast, whereupon she was ready to cry out, as fearing that she was wounded, but considering the place where she was, she lay still and spake not a word. This disordered company, after they had fed on some young kids and other flesh which they brought with them thither, they went thence about their thieving exercise, taking the damozel's horse along with them. After they were gone a good distance off, the good old man began thus to question his wife. What is become, quoth he, of our young gentlewoman, which came so late to us yesternight? I have not seen here today since our arising. The old woman made answer that she knew not where she was, and sought all about to find her. Angelini's fears being well overblown, and hearing none of the former noise which made her the better hope of their departure, came forth of the haystack, whereof the good old man was not a little joyful, and because she had so well escaped from them. So seeing it was now broad daylight, he said unto her, Now that the morning is so fairly begun, if you can be so well contented, we will bring you to a castle, which stands about 2.5 miles hence, where you will be sure to remain in safety. But you must needs travail thither on foot, because the night walkers that happened hither have taken away your horse with them. Angelina, making little or no account of such a loss, entreated them for charity's sake to conduct her to that castle, which accordingly they did, and arrived there between 7 and 8 of the clock. The castle belonged to one of the Orsini, being called Liello di Campo di Fior, and by great good fortune, his wife was then there, she being a very virtuous and religious lady. No sooner did she look upon Angelina, but she knew her immediately, and entertaining her very willingly, requested to know the reason of her thus arriving there, which she at large related, and moved the lady, who likewise knew Pedro perfectly well, to much compassion, because he was a kinsman and dear friend to her husband, and understanding how the thieves had surprised him, she feared that he was slain among them, whereupon she spake thus to Angelina, Seeing you know not what is become of my kinsman Pedro, you shall remain here with me, until such time as if we hear no other tidings of him, you may with safety be sent baccy to Rome. Pedro all this while sitting in the tree, so full of grief as no man could be more. About the hour of midnight, by the bright splendour of the moon, espied about some 20 wolves, who, so soon as they got a sight of the horse, ran and engirt him round about. The horse, when he perceived them so near him, drew his head so strongly backward, that breaking the reins of his bridle, he laboured to escape away from them, but being beset on every side, and utterly unable to help himself, he contended with his feet in his own defence, till they haled him violently to the ground, and tearing his body in pieces, left not a jot of him but the bare bones, and afterward ran ranging thorough the forest. At this sight poor Pedro was mightily dismayed, fearing to speed no better than his horse had done, and therefore could not devise what was best to be done, for he saw no likelihood now of getting out of the forest with life. But daylight drawing on apace, and he almost dead with cold, having stood quaking so long in the tree, at length by continual looking everywhere about him, to discern the least glimpse of any comfort, he espied a great fire, which seemed to be about 1/2 mile off from him. By this time it was broad day when he descended down out of the tree, yet not without much fear, and took his way towards the fire, where being arrived, he found a company of shepherds banqueting about it, whom he courteously saluting, they took pity on his distress and welcomed him kindly, after he had tasted of such cheer as they had, and was indifferently refreshed by the good fire. He discoursed his hard disasters to them, as also how he happened thither, desiring to know if any village or castle were near thereabout, where he might in better manner relieve himself. The shepherds told him that about 1.5 miles from thence was the castle of Signor Liello di Campo di Fior, and that his lady was now residing there, which was no mean comfort to poor Pedro, requesting that one of them would accompany him thither, as 2 of them did in loving manner, to rid him of all further fears. When he was arrived at the castle, and found there divers of his familiar acquaintance, he laboured to procure some means that the damozel might be sought for in the forest. Then the lady calling for her and bringing her to him, he ran and caught her in his arms, being ready to swoon with conceit of joy, for never could any man be more comforted than he was at the sight of his Angelina, and questionless, her joy was not a jot inferior to his. Such a sympathy of firm love was sealed between them. The lady of the castle, after she had given them very gracious entertainment, and understood the scope of their bold adventure, she reproved them both somewhat sharply, for presuming so far without the consent of their parents, but perceiving notwithstanding all her remonstrances that they continued still constant in their resolution, without any inequality on either side, she said to herself, "Why should this matter be any way offensive to me? They love each other loyally, they are not inferior to one another in birth but in fortune, they are equally loved and allied to my husband, and their desire is both honest and honourable. Moreover, what know I if it be the will of heaven to have it so? Thieves intended to hang him, in malice to his name and kindred, from which hard fate he hath happily escaped. Her life was endangered by a sharp-pointed javelin, and yet her fairer stars would not suffer her so to perish. Beside, they both have escaped the fury of ravenous wild beasts, and all these are apparent signs that future comforts should recompense former past misfortunes. Far be it therefore from me to hinder the appointment of the heavens." Then turning herself to them, thus she proceeded, "If your desire be to join in honourable marriage, I am well contented therewith, and your nuptials shall here be solemnized at my husband's charges. Afterward both he and I will endeavour to make peace between you and your discontented parents." Pedro was not a little joyful at her kind offer, and Angelina much more than he. So they were married together in the castle, and worthily feasted by the lady, as forest entertainment could permit, and there they enjoyed the first fruits of their love. Within a short while after, the lady and they well mounted on horsebacky, and attended with an honourable train returned to Rome, where her Lord Liello and she prevailed so well with Pedro's angry parents, that all variance ended in love and peace, and afterward they lived lovingly together, till old age made them as honourable as their true and mutual affection formerly had done. Ricciardo Manardi was found by Messer Lizio de Valbona, as he sate fast asleep at his daughter's chamber window, having his hand fast in hers, and she sleeping in the same manner. Whereupon they were joined together in marriage, and their long loyal love mutually recompensed. The fourth novel, declaring the discreet providence of parents, in care of their children's love and their own credit, to cut off inconveniences before they do proceed too far. Madame Eliza having ended her tale, and heard what commendations the whole company gave thereof, the Queen commanded Philostratus to tell a novel agreeing with his own mind, who smiling thereat thus replied, "Fair ladies, I have been so often checked-snapped, for my yesterday's matter and argument of discoursing, which was both tedious and offensive to you, that if I intended to make you any amends, I should now undertake to tell such a tale, as might put you into a mirthful humour, which I am determined to do, in relating a brief and pleasant novel, not any way offensive as I trust, but exemplary for some good notes of observation. Not long since there lived in Romania a knight, a very honest gentleman and well qualified, whose name was Messer Lizio de Valbona, to whom it fortuned that at his entrance into age by his lady and wife called Jacquemina, he had a daughter, the very choicest and goodliest gentlewoman in all those parts. Now because such a happy blessing in their older years was not a little comfortable to them, they thought themselves the more bound in duty to be circumspect of her education, by keeping her out of over-frequent companies, but only such as agreed best with their gravity might give the least ill example to their daughter, who was named Katharina, as making no doubt, but by this their provident and wary respect, to match her in marriage answerable to their liking. There was also a young gentleman in the very flourishing estate of his youthful time, descended from the family of the Manardi de Bretinoro, named Messer Ricciardo, who oftentimes frequented the house of Messer Lizio, and was a continual welcome guest to his table, Messer Lizio and his wife making the like account of him, even as if he had been their own son. This young gallant, perceiving the maiden to be very beautiful, of singular behaviour, and of such years as was fit for marriage, became exceedingly enamoured of her, yet concealed his affection so closely as he could, which was not so covertly carried but that she perceived it and grew in as good liking of him. Many times he had an earnest desire to have conference with her, which yet still he deferred, as fearing to displease her, till at the length he lighted on an apt opportunity, and boldly spake to her in this manner, "Fair Katharina, I hope thou wilt not let me die for thy love." Signor Ricciardo replied she suddenly, "Again I hope you will extend the like mercy to me, as you desire that I should show to you." This answer was so pleasing to Messer Ricciardo, that presently he said, "Alas, dear love, I have dedicated all my fairest fortunes only to thy service, so that it remaineth solely in thy power to dispose of me as best shall please thee, and to appoint such times of private conversation as may yield more comfort to my poor afflicted soul." Katharina, standing musing a while, at last returned him this answer. "Signor Ricciardo," quoth she, "you see what a restraint is set on my liberty, how short I am kept from conversing with anyone, that I hold this our interparlance now almost miraculous. But if you could devise any convenient means, to admit us more familiar freedom, without any prejudice to mine honour or the least distaste of my parents, do but instruct it, and I will adventure it. Ricciardo, having considered on many ways and means, thought one to be the fittest of all, and therefore thus replied. Katharina, quoth he, the onely place for our more private talking together, I conceive to be the gallery over your father's garden. If you can win your mother to let you lodge there, I will make means to climb over the wall, and at the goodly gazing window, we may discourse so long as we please. Now trust me, dear love, answered Katharina, no place can be more convenient for our purpose. There shall we hear the sweet birds sing, especially the nightingale, which I have heard singing there all the night long. I will break the matter to my mother, and how I speed you shall hear further from me. So with divers parting kisses, they break off conference till their next meeting. On the day following, which was towards the ending of the month of May, Katharina began to complain to her mother that the season was over hot and tedious, to be still lodged in her mother's chamber, because it was an hindrance to her sleeping, and wanting rest, it would be an impairing of her health. Why, daughter, quoth the mother, the weather as yet is not so hot, but in my mind you may very well endure it. Alas, mother, said she, aged people, as you and my father are, do not feel the heats of youthful blood, by reason of your far colder complexion, which is not to be measured by younger years. I know that well, daughter, replied the mother, but is it in my power to make the weather warm or cool, as thou perhaps wouldst have it? Seasons are to be suffered according to their several qualities, and though the last night might seem hot, this next ensuing may be cooler, and then thy rest will be the better. No, mother, quoth Katharina, that cannot be, for as summer proceedeth on, so the heat increaseth, and no expectation can be of temperate weather, until it groweth to winter again. Why, daughter, said the mother, what wouldest thou have me to do? Mother, quoth she, if it might stand with my father's good liking and yours, I would be lodged in the garden gallery, which is a great deal more cool and temperate. There shall I hear the sweet nightingale sing, as every night she useth to do, and many other pretty birds beside, which I cannot do, lodging in your chamber. The mother, loving her daughter dearly, as being somewhat overfond of her, and very willing to give her contentment, promised to impart her mind to her father, not doubting but to compass what she requested. When she had moved the matter to Messer Lizio, whose age made him somewhat froward and teasty, angrily he said to his wife, Why, how now, woman, cannot our daughter sleep, except she hear the nightingale sing? Let there be a bed made for her in the oven, and there let the crickets make her melody. When Katharina heard this answer from her father, and saw her desire to be disappointed, not only could she not take any rest the night following, but also complained more of the heat than before, not suffering her mother to take any rest, which made her go angrily to her husband in the morning, saying, Why, husband, have we but one only daughter, whom you pretend to love right dearly, and yet can you be so careless of her as to deny her a request, which is no more than reason? What matter is it to you or me to let her lodge in the garden gallery? Is her young blood to be compared with ours? Can our weak and crazy bodies feel the frolic temper of hers? Alas, she is hardly as yet out of her childish years, and children have many desires far differing from ours. The singing of birds is rare music to them, and chiefly the nightingale, whose sweet notes will provoke them to rest, when neither art or physic can do it. Is it even so, wife? Answered Messer Lizio. Must your will and mine be governed by our daughter? Well, be it so then, let her bed be made in the garden gallery, but I will have the keeping of the key, both to lock her in at night, and set her at liberty every morning. Woman, young wenches are wily, many wanton crochets are busy in their brains, and to us that are aged, they sing like lapwings, telling us one thing and intending another, talking of nightingales when their minds run on cock-sparrows. Seeing, wife, she must needs have her mind, let yet your care and mine extend so far to keep her chastity uncorrupted, and our credulity from being abused. Katharina having thus prevailed with her mother, her bed made in the garden gallery, and secret intelligence given to Ricciardo, for preparing his means of access to her window, old provident Lizio locks the door to bedward, and gives her liberty to come forth in the morning, for his own lodging was near to the same gallery. In the dead and silent time of night, when all but lovers take their rest, Ricciardo, having provided a ladder of ropes, with grappling hooks to take hold above and below, according as he had occasion to use it, by help thereof, first he mounted over the garden wall, and then climbed up to the gallery window, before which, as is everywhere in Italy, was a little round engirting terrace, only for a man to stand upon, for making clean the window, or otherwise repairing it. Many nights in this manner enjoyed they their meetings, intermixing their amorous conference with infinite kisses and kind embraces, as the window gave leave, he sitting in the terrace, and departing always before break of day, for fear of being discovered by any. But as excess of delight is the nurse to negligence, and begetteth such an over-presuming boldness, as afterward proveth to be sauced with repentance, so came it to pass with our overfond lovers, in being taken tardy through their own folly, after they had many times met in this manner, the nights according to the season growing shorter and shorter, which their stolny delight made them less respective of, than was requisite in an adventure so dangerous. It fortuned that their amorous pleasure had so far transported them, and dulled their senses in such sort by these their continued nightly watchings, that they both fell fast asleep, he having his hand closed in hers, and she one arm folded about his body, and thus they slept till broad daylight. Old Messer Lizio, who continually was the morning cock to the whole house, going forth into his garden, saw how his daughter and Ricciardo were seated at the window. In he went again, and going to his wife's chamber, said to her, "Rise quickly, wife, and you shall see what made our daughter so desirous to lodge in the garden gallery. I perceive that she loved to hear the nightingale, for she hath caught one, and holds him fast in her hand." "Is it possible," said the mother, "that our daughter should catch a live nightingale in the dark?" "You shall see that yourself," answered Messer Lizio, "if you will make haste and go with me." She, putting on her garments in great haste, followed her husband, and being come to the gallery door, he opened it very softly, and going to the window, showed her how they both sate fast asleep, and in such manner as hath been before declared. Whereupon, she perceiving how Ricciardo and Katharina had both deceived her, would have made an outcry, but that Messer Lizio spake thus to her, "Wife, as you love me, speak not a word, neither make any noise. For seeing she hath loved Ricciardo without our knowledge, and they have had their private meetings in this manner, yet free from any blameful imputation, he shall enjoy her and she him. Ricciardo is a gentleman well derived, and of rich possessions. It can be no disparagement to us, that Katharina match with him in marriage, which he neither shall, or dare deny to do in regard of our law's severity. For climbing up to my window with his ladder of ropes, whereby his life is forfeited to the law, except our daughter please to spare it, as it remaineth in her power to do, by accepting him as her husband, or yielding his life up to the law, which surely she will not suffer, their love agreeing together in such mutual manner, and he adventuring so dangerously for her." Madame Jacquemina, perceiving that her husband spake very reasonably, and was no more offended at the matter, stepped aside with him behind the drawn curtains until they should awake of themselves. At the last Ricciardo awaked, and seeing it was so far in the day, thought himself half dead, and calling to Katharina, said, "Alas, dear love, what shall we do? We have slept too long, and shall be taken here." At which words Messer Lizio stepped forth from behind the curtains, saying, "Nay, Signor Ricciardo, seeing you have found such an unbefitting way hither, we will provide you a better for your baccy returning." When Ricciardo saw the father and mother both there present, he could not devise what to do or say, his senses became so strangely confounded. Yet knowing how heinously he had offended, if the strictness of law should be challenged against him, falling on his knees, he said, "Alas, Messer Lizio, I humbly crave your mercy, confessing myself well worthy of death, that knowing the sharp rigour of the law, I would presume so audaciously to break it. But pardon me, worthy sir, my loyal and unfeigned love to your daughter Katharina hath been the only cause of my transgressing." Ricciardo replied, "Messer Lizio, the love I bear thee, and the honest confidence I do repose in thee, step up in some measure to plead thine excuse, especially in the regard of my daughter, whom I blame thee not for loving, but for this unlawful way of presuming to her. Nevertheless, perceiving how the case now standeth, and considering withal that youth and affection were the ground of thine offence, to free thee from death, and myself from dishonour before thou departest hence, thou shalt espouse my daughter Katharina, to make her thy lawful wife in marriage, and wipe off all scandal to my house and me." All this while was poor Katharina on her knees likewise to her mother, who notwithstanding this her bold adventure made earnest sweet to her husband to remit all, because Ricciardo right gladly condescended, as it being the main issue of his hope and desire, to accept his Katharina in marriage, whereto she was as willing as he. Messer Lizio presently called for the confessor of his house, and borrowing one of his wife's rings before they went out of the gallery, Ricciardo and Katharina were espoused together, to their no little joy and contentment. Now had they more leisure for further conference, with the parents and kindred to Ricciardo, who being no way discontented with this sudden match, but applauding it in the highest degree, they were publicly married again in the cathedral church, and very honourable triumphs performed at the nuptials, living long after in happy prosperity. Guidato of Cremona, departing out of this mortal life, left a daughter of his with Giacomino of Pavia. Giovanni di Severino and Menghino de Minghall, fell both in love with the young maiden and fought for her, who being afterward known to be the sister to Giovanni, she was given in marriage to Menghino. The fifth novel, wherein may be observed what quarrels and contentions are occasioned by love, with some particular description concerning the sincerity of a loyal friend. All the ladies laughing heartily at the novel of the Nightingale, so pleasingly delivered by Philostratus, when they saw the same to be fully ended, the queen thus spake: Now trust me, Philostratus, though yesterday you did much oppress me with melancholy, yet you have made me such an amends today, as we have little reason to complain any more of you. So converting her speech to Madame Nephila, she commanded her to succeed with her discourse, which willingly she yielded to, beginning in this manner: Seeing it pleased Philostratus to produce his novel out of Romania, I mean to walk with him in the same jurisdiction, concerning what I am to say. There dwelt sometime in the city of Fano 2 Lombards, the one being named Guidato of Cremona, and the other Giacomino of Pavia, men of sufficient entrance into years, having followed the wars as soldiers all their youthful time, Guidato feeling sickness to overmaster him, and having no son, kinsman, or friend, in whom he might repose more trust than he did in Giacomino, having long conference with him about his worldly affairs, and settled his whole estate in good order, he left a daughter to his charge about 10 years of age with all such goods as he enjoyed, and then departed out of this life. It came to pass that the city of Faenza, long time being molested with tedious wars, and subjected to very servile condition, began now to recover her former strength, with free permission for all such as pleased to return and possess their former dwellings, whereupon Giacomino, having sometime been an inhabitant there, was desirous to live in Faenza again, conveying thither all his goods, and taking with him also the young girl, which Guidato had left him, whom he loved and respected as his own child. As she grew in stature, so she did in beauty and virtuous qualities, as none was more commended throughout the whole city, for fair, civil, and honest demeanour, which incited many amorously to affect her, but above all the rest 2 very honest young men, of good fame and repute, who were so equally in love addicted to her, that being jealous of each other's fortune, in preventing of their several hopeful expectation, a deadly hatred grew suddenly between them, the one being named Giovanni de Severino, and the other Menghino de Minghall. Either of these 2 young men, before the maid was 15 years old, laboured to be possessed of her in marriage, but her guardian would give no consent thereto. Wherefore, perceiving their honest intended meaning to be frustrated, they now began to busy their brains, how to forestall one another by craft and circumvention. Giacomino had a maidservant belonging to his house, somewhat aged, and a manservant beside, named Gravello, of mirthful disposition and very friendly, with whom Giovanni grew in great familiarity. And when he found time fit for the purpose, he discovered his love to him, requesting his furtherance and assistance, encompassing the height of his desire with bountiful promises of rich rewarding. Whereto Gravello returned this answer: I know not how to stead you in this case, but when my master shall sup forth at some neighbour's house, to admit your entrance where she is, because if I offer to speak to her, she never will stay to hear me. Wherefore, if my service this way may do you any good, I promise to perform it, do you beside as you shall find it most convenient for you. So the bargain was agreed on between them, and nothing else now remained, but to what issue it should sort in the end. Menghino, on the other side, having entered into the chambermaid's acquaintance, sped so well with her, that she delivered so many messages from him, as had already half won the liking of the Virgin, passing further promises to him beside, of bringing him to have conference with her, whensoever her master should be absent from home. Thus Menghino being favoured on the one side by the oldie chambermaid, and Giovanni on the other by trusty Gravello, their amorous war was now on foot, and diligently followed by both their solicitors. Within a short while after, by the procurement of Gravello, Giacomino was invited by a neighbour to supper, in company of divers his very familiar friends, whereof intelligence being given to Giovanni, a conclusion passed between them, that upon a certain signal given he should come, and find the door standing ready open, to give him all access unto the affected maiden. The appointed night being come, and neither of these hot lovers knowing the other's intent, but their suspicion being alike and increasing still more and more, they made choice of certain friends and associates, well armed and provided, for either's safer entrance when need should require. Menghino stayed with his troop, in a near neighbouring house to the maiden, attending when the signal would be given, but Giovanni and his consorts were ambushed somewhat further off from the house, and both saw when Giacomino went forth to supper. Now Gravello and the chambermaid began to vary, which should send the other out of the way, till they had effected their several intention. Whereupon Gravello said to her, What maketh thee to walk thus about the house, and why doest thou not get thee to bed? And thou, quoth the maid, why doest thou not go to attend on our master, and tarry for his returning home? I am sure thou hast supped long ago, and I know no business here in the house for thee to do. Thus by no means the one could send away the other, but either remained as the other's hindrance. But Gravello, remembering himself, that the hour of his appointment with Giovanni was come, he said to himself, What care I whether our oldie maid be present or no? If she disclose anything that I do, I can be revenged on her when I list. So, having made the signal, he went to open the door, even when Giovanni and 2 of his confederates rushed into the house, and finding the fair young maiden sitting in the hall, laid hands on her, to bear her away. The damozel began to resist them, crying out for help so loud as she could, as the oldie chambermaid did the like. Which Menghino hearing, he ran thither presently with his friends, and seeing the young damozel brought well near out of the house, they drew their swords, crying out, Traitors, you are but dead men, here is no violence to be offered, neither is this a booty for such base grooms. So they laid about them lustily, and would not permit them to pass any further. On the other side, upon this mutinous noise and outcry, the neighbours came forth of their houses, with lights, staves, and clubs, greatly reproving them for this outrage, yet assisting Menghino. By means whereof, after a long time of contention, Menghino recovered the maiden from Giovanni, and placed her peaceably in Giacomino's house. No sooner was this hurly-burly somewhat calmed, but the serjeants to the captain of the city came thither and apprehended divers of the mutineers, among whom were Menghino, Giovanni, and Gravello, committing them immediately to prison. But after everything was pacified, and Giacomino returned home to his house from supper, he was not a little offended at so gross an injury. When he was fully informed how the matter happened, and apparently perceived that no blame at all could be imposed on the maiden, he grew the better contented, resolving with himself, because no more such inconveniences should happen, to have her married so soon as possibly he could. When morning was come, the kindred and friends on either side, understanding the truth of the error committed, and knowing beside what punishment would be inflicted on the prisoners, if Giacomino pressed the matter no further, then as with reason and equity well he might, they repaired to him, and in gentle speeches entreated him not to regard a wrong offered by unruly and youthful people, merely drawn into the action by persuasion of friends, submitting both themselves and the offenders to such satisfaction as he pleased to appoint them. Giacomino, who had seen and observed many things in his time, and was a man of sound understanding, returned them this answer: Gentlemen, if I were in mine own country as now I am in yours, I would as forwardly confess myself your friend, as here I must needs fall short of any such service, but even as you shall please to command me. But plainly, and without all further ceremonious compliment, I must agree to whatsoever you can request, as thinking you to be more injured by me than any great wrong that I have sustained. Concerning the young damozel remaining in my house, she is not as many have imagined either of Cremona or Pavia, but born a Fintine here in this city, albeit neither myself, she, or he of whom I had her, did ever know it, or yet could learn whose daughter she was. Wherefore the sweet you make to me should rather in duty be mine to you, for she is a native of your own. Do right to her, and then you can do no wrong unto me. When the gentlemen understood that the maiden was born in Faenza, they marvelled thereat, and after they had thanked Giacomino for his courteous answer, they desired him to let them know by what means the damozel came into his custody, and how he knew her to be born in Faenza, when he, perceiving them attentive to hear him, began in this manner: Understand, worthy gentlemen, that Guidato of Cremona was my companion and dear friend, who, growing near to his death, told me that when this city was surprised by the Emperor Frederigo, and all things committed to sacking and spoil, he and certain of his confederates entered into a house, which they found to be well furnished with goods, but utterly forsaken of the dwellers, only this poor maiden excepted, being then aged but 2 years or thereabout. As he mounted up the steps with intent to depart from the house, she called him father, which word moved him so compassionately, that he went back again, brought her away with him, and all things of worth which were in the house, going thence afterward to Fano, and there deceasing he left her and all his goods to my charge, conditionally that I should see her married when due time required, and bestow on her the wealth which he had left her. Now very true it is, although her years are convenient for marriage, yet I could never find any one to bestow her on, at least that I thought fitting for her. Howbeit, I will listen thereto much more respectively, before any other such accident shall happen. It came to pass that in the reporting of this discourse, there was then a gentleman in the company, named Guillemino de Medicina, who at the surprisal of the city was present with Guidato of Cremona, and knew well the house which he had ransacked, the owner whereof was also present with him. Wherefore, taking him aside, he said to him, Bernardino, hearest thou what Giacomino hath related? Yes, very well, replied Bernardino, and remember withal, that in that dismal bloody combustion I lost a little daughter, about the age as Giacomino speaketh. Questionless then, replied Guillemino, she must needs be the same young maiden, for I was there at the same time, and in the house whence Guidato did bring both the girl and goods, and I do perfectly remember that it was thy house. I pray thee call to mind if ever thou sawest any scar or mark about her, which may revive thy former knowledge of her, for my mind persuades me that the maid is thy daughter. Bernardino, musing a while with himself, remembered that under her left ear she had a scar in the form of a little cross, which happened by the biting of a wolf, and but a small while before the spoil was made. Wherefore, without deferring it to any further time, he stepped to Giacomino, who as yet stayed there, and entreated him to fetch the maiden from his house, because she might be known to some in the company, whereto right willingly he condescended, and there presented the maid before them. So soon as Bernardino beheld her, he began to be much inwardly moved, for the perfect character of her mother's countenance was really figured in her sweet face, only that her beauty was somewhat more excelling. Yet not herewith satisfied, he desired Giacomino to be so pleased as to lift up a little the locks of hair depending over her left ear. Giacomino did it presently, albeit with a modest blushing in the maid, and Bernardino, looking advisedly on it, knew it to be the self-same cross, which confirmed her constantly to be his daughter. Overcome with excess of joy which made the tears to trickle down his cheeks, he proffered to embrace and kiss the maid. But she, resisting his kindness, because as yet she knew no reason for it, he turned himself to Giacomino, saying, My dear brother and friend, this maid is my daughter, and my house was the same which Guidato spoiled in the general havoc of our city, and thence he carried this child of mine, forgotten in the fury by my wife her mother. But happy was the hour of his becoming her father, and carrying her away with him, for else she had perished in the fire, because the house was instantly burnt down to the ground. The maiden, hearing his words, observing him also to be a man of years and gravity, she believed what he said, and humbly submitted herself to his kisses embraces, even as instructed thereto by instinct of nature. Bernardino instantly sent for his wife, her own mother, his daughters, sons, and kindred, who, being acquainted with this admirable accident, gave her most gracious and kind welcome, he receiving her from Giacomino as his child, and the legacies which Guidato had left her. When the captain of the city, being a very wise and worthy gentleman, heard these tidings, and knowing that Giovanni, then his prisoner, was the son to Bernardino, and natural brother to the newly recovered maid, he bethought himself how best he might qualify the fault committed by him, and entering into the hall among them, handled the matter so discreetly that a loving league of peace was confirmed between Giovanni and Menghino, to whom with free and full consent on all sides the fair maid named Agatha was given in marriage, with a more honourable enlargement of her dowry, and Gravello with the rest delivered out of prison, which for their tumultuous riot they had justly deserved. Menghino and Agatha had their wedding worthily solemnized, with all due honours belonging thereto, and long time after they lived in Faenza, highly beloved and graciously esteemed. Gian Procida, being found familiarly conversing with a young damozel which he loved, and had been given formerly to Federigo, king of Sicily, was bound to a stake, to be consumed with fire, from which danger nevertheless he escaped, being known by Don Rogero de Oria, Lord Admiral of Sicily, and afterward married the damozel. The 6th novel, wherein is manifested that love can lead a man into numberless perils, out of which he escapeth with no mean difficulty. The novel of Madame Nephila being ended, which proved very pleasing to the ladies, the Queen commanded Madame Pampania that she should prepare to take her turn next, whereto willingly obeying, thus she began. Many and mighty gracious ladies are the prevailing powers of love, conducting amorous souls into infinite travels, with inconveniences no way avoidable, and not easily to be foreseen or prevented. As partly already hath been observed, by divers of our former novels related, and some no doubt to ensue hereafter. For one of them coming now to my memory I shall acquaint you withal, in so good terms as I can. Ischia is an island very near to Naples, wherein not long since lived a fair and lovely gentlewoman named Restituta, daughter to a gentleman of the same isle, whose name was Marino Bulgaro. A proper youth called Gian, dwelling also in a near neighbouring isle called Procida, did love her as dearly as his own life, and she was as intimately affected towards him. Now, because the sight of her was his only comfort as occasion gave him leave, he resorted to Ischia very often in the daytime, and as often also in the night season, when any bark passed from Procida to Ischia, if to see nothing else yet to behold the walls that enclosed his mistress thus. While this love continued in equal fervency, it chanced upon a fair summer's day, that Restituta walked alone upon the seashore, going from rock to rock, having a naked knife in her hand, wherewith she opened such oysters as she found among the stones, seeking for small pearls enclosed in their shells. Her walk was very solitary and shady, with a fair spring or well adjoining to it, and thither at that very instant time certain Sicilian young gentlemen, which came from Naples, had made their retreat. They perceiving the gentlewoman to be very beautiful, she as yet not having any sight of them, and in such a silent place alone by herself, concluded together to make a purchase of her, and carry her thence away with them, as indeed they did, notwithstanding all her outcries and exclaims, bearing her perforce aboard their bark. Setting sail thence, they arrived in Calabria, and then there grew a great contention between them, to which of them this booty of beauty should belong, because each of them pleaded a title to her. But when they could not grow to any agreement, but doubted greater disaster would ensue thereon, by breaking their former league of friendship, by an equal conformity and consent they resolved to bestow her as a rich present on Frederigo, King of Sicily, who was then young jovial, and could not be pleased with a better gift. Wherefore they were no sooner landed at Palermo, but they did according as they had determined. The king did commend her beauty extraordinarily, and liked her far beyond all his other loves, but being at that time impaired in his health and his body much distempered by ill diet, he gave command that until he should be in more able disposition, she must be kept in a goodly house of his own, erected in a beautiful garden, called the Cube, where she was attended in most pompous manner. Now grew the noise and rumour great in Ischia, about this rape or stealing away of Restituta, but the chiefest grievance of all was, that it could not be known how, by whom, or by what means. But Giovanni Procida, whom this injury concerned much more than any other, stood not in expectation of better tidings from Ischia, but hearing what course the bark had taken, made ready another, to follow after with all possible speed, flying thus on the winged minds through the seas, even from Minerva, unto the Scalia in Calabria, searching for his lost love in every angle. At length it was told him at the Scalia that she was carried away by certain Sicilian mariners to Palermo, whither Gian set sail immediately. After some diligent search made there, he understood that she was delivered to the king, and he had given strict command for keeping her in his place of pleasure, called the Cube, which news were not a little grievous to him, for now he was almost quite out of hope, not only of ever enjoying her but also of seeing her. Nevertheless, love would not let him utterly despair, whereupon he sent away his bark, and perceiving himself to be unknown of any, he continued for some time in Palermo, walking many times by that goodly place of pleasure. It chanced on a day that, keeping his walk as he used to do, fortune was so favourable to him as to let him have a sight of her at her window, from whence also she had a full view of him, to their exceeding comfort and contentment. And Gian, observing that the Cube was seated in a place of small resort, approached so near as possibly he durst, to have some conference with Restituta. As love sets a keen edge on the dullest spirit, and by a small advantage makes a man the more adventurous, so this little time of unseen talk inspired him with courage and her with witty advice, by what means his access might be much nearer to her, and their communication concealed from any discovery, the situation of the place, and benefit of time duly considered. Night must be the cloud to their amorous conclusion, and therefore, so much thereof being spent, as was thought convenient, he returned thither again, provided of such grappling irons as is required when men will clamber, made fast unto his hands and knees. By their help he attained to the top of the wall, whence descending down into the garden, there he found the main yard of a ship, whereof before she had given him instruction, and rearing it up against her chamber window, made that his means for ascending thereto, she having left it open for his easier entrance. You cannot deny, fair ladies, but here was a very hopeful beginning, and likely to have as happy an ending, were it not true love's fatal misery, even in the very height of promised assurance, to be thwarted by unkind prevention, and in such manner as I will tell you. This night intended for our lovers' meeting proved disastrous and dreadful to them both, for the king, who at the first sight of Restituta was highly pleased with her excelling beauty, gave order to his eunuchs and other women that a costly bathe should be prepared for her, and therein to let her wear away that night, because the next day he intended to visit her. Restituta being royally conducted from her chamber to the bathe, attended on with torchlight as if she had been a queen, none remained there behind but such women as waited on her, and the guards without, which watched the chamber. No sooner was poor Gian aloft at the window, calling softly to his mistress, as if she had been there, but he was overheard by the women in the dark, and immediately apprehended by the guard, who forthwith brought him before the Lord Marshal, where being examined, and he avouching that Restituta was his elected wife, and for her he had presumed in that manner, closely was he kept in prison till the next morning, when he came into the king's presence, and there boldly justified the goodness of his cause. Restituta likewise was sent for, who no sooner saw her dear love Gian, but she ran and caught him fast about the neck, kissing him in tears and grieving not a little at his hard fortune. Hereat the king grew exceedingly enraged, loathing and hating her now, much more than formerly he did affect her, and having himself seen by what strange means he did climb over the wall, and then mounted to her chamber window, he was extremely impatient and could not otherwise be persuaded, but that their meetings thus had been very many. Forthwith he sentenced them both with death, commanding that they should be conveyed thence to Palermo, and their being stripped stark naked be bound to a stake baccy to baccy, and so to stand the full space of 9 hours, to see if any could take knowledge of whence or what they were, then afterward to be consumed with fire. The sentence of death did not so much daunt or dismay the poor lovers, as the uncivil and unsightly manner, which in fear of the king's wrathful displeasure no man durst presume to contradict. Wherefore, as he had commanded, so were they carried thence to Palermo and bound naked to a stake in the open market-place, and before their eyes the fire and wood brought, which was to consume them, according to the hour as the king had appointed. You need not make any question what an huge concourse of people were soon assembled together, to behold such a sad and woeful spectacle, even the whole city of Palermo, both men and women. The men were stricken with admiration, beholding the unequalled beauty of fair Restituta. The self-same passion possessed the women, seeing Gian to be such a goodly and complete young man. But the poor unfortunate lovers themselves, they stood with their looks dejected to the ground, being much pitied of all, but no way to be holpen or rescued by any, awaiting when the happy hour would come, to finish both their shame and lives together. During the time of this tragical expectation, the fame of this public execution being noised abroad, calling all people far and near to behold it, it came to the ear of Don Rogero de Oria, a man of much admired valour, and then the Lord High Admiral of Sicily, who came himself in person to the place appointed for their death. First he observed the maiden, confessing her in his soul to be a beauty beyond all compare. Then looking on the young man, thus he said within himself, if the inward endowments of the mind do parallel the outward perfections of body, the world cannot yield a more complete man. Now, as good natures are quickly incited to compassion, especially in cases almost commanding it, and compassion knocking at the door of the soul, doth quicken the memory with many past recordations, so this noble admiral, advisedly beholding poor condemned Gian, conceived that he had somewhat seen him before this instant, and upon this persuasion, even as if divine virtue had tutored his tongue, he said, is not thy name Gian di Procida? Mark now how quickly misery can receive comfort upon so poor and silly a question, for Gian began to elevate his dejected countenance, and looking on the admiral, returned him this answer: Sir, heretofore I have been the man which you spake of, but now both that name and man must die with me. What misfortune, quoth the admiral, hath thus unkindly crossed thee? Love, answered Gian, and the king's displeasure. Then the admiral would needs know the whole history at large, which briefly was related to him, and having heard how all had happened, as he was turning his horse to ride away thence, Gian called to him, saying, Good my lord, entreat one favour for me, if possible it may be. What is that? Replied the admiral. You see, sir, quoth Gian, that I am very shortly to breathe my last. All the grace which I do most humbly entreat is that as I am here with this chaste virgin, whom I honour and love beyond my life, and miserably bound baccy to baccy, our faces may be turned each to other, to the end that when the fire shall finish my life by looking on her, my soul may take her flight in full felicity. The admiral, smiling, said, I will do for thee what I can, and perhaps thou mayest so long look on her, as thou wilt be weary and desire to look off her. At his departure he commanded them that had the charge of this execution to proceed no further, until they heard more from the king, to whom he galloped immediately, and although he beheld him to be very angrily moved, yet he spared not to speak in this manner. Sir, wherein have those poor young couple offended you, that are so shamefully to be burnt at Palermo? The king told him, whereto the admiral, pursuing still his purpose, thus replied, Believe me, sir, if true love be an offence, then theirs may be termed to be one, and albeit it did deserve death, yet far be it from thee to inflict it on them, for as faults do justly require punishment, So do good turns as equally merit grace and requital. Knowest thou what and who they are, whom thou hast so dishonourably condemned to the fire? Not I, quoth the king. Why then I will tell thee, answered the admiral, that thou mayest take the better knowledge of them, and forbear hereafter to be so over-violently transported with anger. The young gentleman is the son to Landolfo di Procida, the only brother to Lord John di Procida, by whose means thou becamest lord and king of this country. The fair young damosel is the daughter to Marino Bulgaro, whose power extendeth so far as to preserve thy prerogative in Ischia, which but for him had long since been outrooted there. Beside these two main motives, to challenge justly grace and favour from thee, they are in the flower and pride of their youth, having long continued in loyal love together, and compelled by fervency of endeared affection, not any will to displease thy majesty. They have offended, if it may be termed an offence to love, and in such lovely young people as they are. Canst thou then find in thine heart to let them die, whom thou rather oughtest to honour and recompense with no mean rewards? When the king had heard this, and believed for a certainty that the admiral told him nothing but truth, he appointed not only that they should proceed no further, but also was exceeding sorrowful for what he had done, sending presently to have them released from the stake, and honourably to be brought before him. Being thus instructed in their several qualities, and standing in duty obliged to recompense the wrong which he had done, with respective honours, he caused them to be clothed in royal garments, and knowing them to be knit in unity of soul, the like he did by marrying them solemnly together, and bestowing many rich gifts and presents on them, sent them honourably attended home to Ischia, where they were with much joy and comfort received, and lived long after in great felicity. Theodoro falling in love with Violenta, the daughter to his master, named Amerigo, and she conceiving with child by him, was condemned to be hanged. As they were leading him to the gallows, beating and misusing him all the way, he happened to be known by his own father, whereupon he was released, and afterward enjoyed Violenta in marriage. The 7th novel, wherein is declared the sundry travels and perilous accidents occasioned by those two powerful commanders, Love and Fortune, the insulting tyrants over humane life. Greatly were the ladies' minds perplexed when they heard that the two poor lovers were in danger to be burned, but hearing afterward of their happy deliverance, for which they were as joyful again, upon the concluding of the novel, the queen looked on Madame Lauretta, enjoining her to tell the next tale, which willingly she undertook to do, and thus began. Fair ladies, at such time as the good King William reigned in Sicily, there lived within the same dominions a young gentleman, named Signor Amerigo, abbot of Trapani, who among his other worldly blessings, commonly termed the goods of fortune, was not unfurnished of children, and therefore having need of servants, he made his provision of them as best he might. At that time, certain galleys of Genoa pirates coming from the eastern parts, which coasting along Armenia, had taken divers children, he bought some of them, thinking that they were Turks, they all resembling clownish peasants, yet there was one among them, who seemed to be of more tractable and gentle nature, yea, and of a more affable countenance than any of the rest, being named Theodoro, who growing on in years, albeit he lived in the condition of a servant, was educated among Amerigo's children, and as instructed rather by nature than accident, his conditions were very much commended, as also the feature of his body, which proved so highly pleasing to his master Amerigo, that he made him a free man, and imagining him to be a Turk, caused him to be baptized and named Pedro, creating him superintendent of all his affairs, and reposing his chiefest trust in him. As the other children of Signor Amerigo grew in years and stature, so did a daughter of his, named Violenta, a very goodly and beautiful damosel, somewhat overlong kept from marriage by her father's covetousness, and casting an eye of good liking on poor Pedro. Now, albeit she loved him very dearly, and all his behaviour was most pleasing to her, yet maiden modesty forbade her to reveal it, till love too long concealed must needs disclose itself, which Pedro at the length took notice of, and grew so forward towards her in equality of affection, as the very sight of her was his only happiness. Yet very fearful he was, lest it should be noted, either by any of the house or the maiden herself, who yet well observed it, and to her no mean contentment, as it appeared no less on the other side to honest Pedro. While thus they loved together merely in dumb shows, not daring to speak to each other, though nothing more desired to find some ease in this their oppressing passions. Fortune, even as if she pitied their so long languishing, instructed them how to find out a way, whereby they might both better relieve themselves. Signor Amerigo, about some 2 or 3 miles distance from Trapani, had a country house or farm, whereto his wife with her daughter and some other women used oftentimes to make their resort, as it were in sportful recreation, Pedro always being diligent to man them thither. One time among the rest it came to pass, as often it falleth out in the summer season, that the fair sky became suddenly overclouded, even as they were returning home towards Trapani, threatening a storm of rain to overtake them, except they made the speedier haste. Pedro, who was young and likewise Violenta, went far more lightly than her mother and her company, as much perhaps provoked by love, as fear of the sudden rain falling, and paced on so fast before them that they were wholly out of sight. After many flashes of lightning and a few dreadful claps of thunder, there fell such a tempestuous shower of hail, as compelled the mother and her train to shelter themselves in a poor countryman's cottage. Pedro and Violenta, having no other refuge, ran likewise into a poor sheepcote, so over-ruined as it was in danger to fall on their heads. For no body dwelt in it, neither stood any other house near it, and it was scarcely any shelter for them, howbeit necessity enforceth to make shift with the meanest, the storm increasing more, and they coveting to avoid it so well as they could. Sighs and dry hems were often intervented, as dumbly before they were wont to do, when willingly they could afford another kind of speaking. At last Pedro took heart and said, I would this shower would never cease, that I might be always where I am. The like could I wish, answered Violenta, so we were in a better place of safety. These wishes drew on other gentle language, with modest kisses and embraces, the onely ease to poor lovers' souls, so that the rain ceased not, till they had taken order for their oftener conversing, and absolute plighting of their faiths together. By this time the storm was fairly overblown, and they attending on the way till the mother and the rest were come, with whom they returned to Trapani, where by wise and provident means, they often conferred in private together, and enjoyed the benefit of their amorous desires, yet free from any ill surmise or suspicion. But as lovers' felicities are seldom permanent without one encountering cross or other, so these startling pleasures of Pedro and Violenta met with as sour a sauce in the farewell. For she proved to be conceived with child, than which could befall them no heavier affliction, and Pedro, fearing to lose his life therefore, determined immediate flight, and revealed his purpose to Violenta, which when she heard she told him plainly, that if he fled, forthwith she would kill herself. Alas, dear love, quoth Pedro, with what reason can you wish my tarrying here? This conception of yours doth discover our offence, which a father's pity may easily pardon in you. But I, being his servant and vassal, shall be punished both for your sin and mine, because he will have no mercy on me. Content thyself, Pedro, replied Violenta. I will take such order for mine own offence, by the discreet counsel of my loving mother, that no blame shall any way be laid on thee, or so much as a surmise, except thou wilt fondly betray thyself. If you can do so, answered Pedro, and constantly maintain your promise, I will not depart, but see that you prove to be so good as your word. Violenta, who had concealed her amiss so long as she could, and saw no other remedy, but now at last it must needs be discovered, went privately to her mother, and in tears revealed her infirmity, humbly craving her pardon and furtherance in hiding it from her father. The mother, being extraordinarily displeased, chiding her with many sharp and angry speeches, would needs know with whom she had thus offended. The daughter, to keep Pedro from any detection, forged a tale of her own brain, far from any truth indeed, which her mother verily believing, and willing to preserve her daughter from shame, as also the fierce anger of her husband, he being a man of very implacable nature, conveyed her to the country farm, whither signia Amerigo sildom or never resorted, intending under the shadow of sickness to let her lie in there, without the least suspicion of any in Trapani. Sin and shame can never be so closely carried, or clouded with the greatest cunning, but truth hath a loop-light whereby to discover it, even when it supposeth itself in the surest safety. For on the very day of her deliverance, at such time as the mother, and some few friends sworn to secrecy were about the business, signia Amerigo, having been in company of other gentlemen, to fly his hawk at the river, upon a sudden, but very unfortunately, albeit he was alone by himself, stepped into his farm-house, even to the next room where the women were, and heard the newborn babe to cry, whereat marvelling not a little, he called for his wife, to know what young child cried in his house. The mother, amazed at his so strange calming thither, which never before he had used to do, and pitying the woful distress of her daughter, which now could be no longer covered, revealed what happened to Violenta. But he, being nothing so rash in belief as his wife was, made answer, that it was impossible for his daughter to be conceived with child, because he never observed the least scene of love in her to any man whatsoever, and therefore he would be satisfied in the truth, as she expected any favour from him, for else there was no other way but death. The mother laboured by all means she could devise, to pacify her husband's fury, which proved all in vain, for being thus impatiently incensed, he drew forth his sword, and stepping with it drawn into the chamber where she had been delivered of a goodly son, he said unto her, Either tell me who is the father of this bastard, or thou, and it shall perish both together. Poor Violenta, less respecting her own life than she did the child's, forgot her solemnly promise made to Pedro and discovered all. Which when Amerigo had heard, he grew so desperately enraged, that hardly he could forbear from killing her. But after he had spoken what his fury instructed him, he mounted on horseback again, riding back to Trapani, where he disclosed the injury which Pedro had done him, to a noble gentleman named Signor Conrado, who was captain for the king over the city. Before poor Pedro could have any intelligence, or so much as suspected any treachery against him, he was suddenly apprehended, and being called in question, stood not on any denial but confessed truly what he had done. Whereupon, within some few days after, he was condemned by the captain, to be whipped to the place of execution, and afterward to be hanged by the neck. Signor Amerigo, because he would cut off at one and the same time not only the lives of the two poor lovers, but their childs also. As a frantic man, violently carried from all sense of compassion, even when Pedro was led and whipped to his death. He mingled strong poison in a cup of wine, delivering it to a trusty servant of his own, and a naked rapier withal, speaking to him in this manner, Go carry these two presents to my late daughter Violenta, and tell her from me, that in this instant hour 2 several kinds of death are offered unto her, and one of them she must make choice of, either to drink the poison and so die, or to run her body on this rapier's point, which if she deny to do she shall be haled to the public market-place, and presently be burned in the sight of her lewd companion, according as she hath worthily deserved. When thou hast delivered her this message, take her bastard brat, so lately since born, and dash his brains out against the walls, and afterward throw him to my dogges to feed on. When the father had given this cruel sentence, both against his own daughter, and her young son, the servant, readier to do evil than any good, went to the place where his daughter was kept. Poor condemned Pedro, as you have heard, was led whipped to the gibbet, and passing as it pleased the captain's officers to guide him by a fair in knee. At the same time were lodged there 3 chief persons of Armenia, whom the king of the country had sent to Rome as ambassadors to the Pope's Holiness, to negotiate about an important business nearly concerning the king and state. Reposing there for some few days, as being much wearied with their journey, and highly honoured by the gentlemen of Trapani, especially Signor Amerigo, these ambassadors, standing in their chamber window, heard the woeful lamentations of Pedro in his passage by. Pedro was naked from the middle upward, and his hands bound fast behind him, but being well observed by one of the ambassadors, a man aged and of great authority named Finio, he espied a great red spot up in his breast, not painted or procured by his punishment, but naturally imprinted in the flesh, which women in these parts term the rose. Upon the sight hereof, he suddenly remembered a son of his own, which was stolen from him about 15 years before, by pirates on the sea-coast of Leazzo, never hearing any tidings of him afterward. Upon further consideration, and comparing his son's age with the likelihood of this poor wretched man's, thus he conferred with his own thoughts. If my son, quoth he, be living, his age is equal to this man's time, and by the red blemish on his breast, it plainly speaks him for to be my son. Moreover, thus he conceived, that if it were he could not but remember his own name, his father's, and the Armenian language, wherefore when he was just opposite before the window, he called aloud to him, saying, Theodoro. Pedro, hearing the voice, presently lifted up his head, and Finio, speaking Armenian, said, Of whence art thou, and what is thy father's name? The sergeants, in reverence to the Lord Ambassador, stayed a while, till Pedro had returned his answer, who said, I am an Armenian born, son to one Finio, and was brought hither I cannot tell by whom. Finio, hearing this, knew then assuredly that this was the same son which he had lost, wherefore, the tears standing in his eyes with conceit of joy, down he descended from the window, and the other ambassadors with him, running in among the sergeants to embrace his son, and casting his own rich cloak about his whipped body, entreating them to forbear and proceed no further, till they heard what command he should return withal unto them, which very willingly they promised to do. Already by the general rumour dispersed abroad, Finio had understood the occasion, why Pedro was thus punished and sentenced to be hanged, wherefore, accompanied with his fellow ambassadors and all their attending train, he went to Signor Conrado and spake thus to him, My lord, he whom you have sent to death as a slave is a free gentleman born, and my son, able to make her amends whom he hath dishonoured, by taking her in marriage as his lawful wife. Let me therefore entreat you to make stay of the execution, until it may be known, whether she will accept him as her husband, or no, least if she be so pleased you offend directly against your own law. When Signor Conrado heard that Pedro was son to the Lord Ambassador, he wondered thereat not a little, and being somewhat ashamed of his fortune's error, confessed that the claim of Finio was conformable to law, and ought not to be denied him. Going presently to the council chamber, sending for Signor Amerigo immediately thither, and acquainting him fully with the case. Amerigo, who believed that his daughter and her child were already dead, was the wafflest man in the world, for his so rash proceeding, knowing very well that if she were not dead, the scandal would easily be whipped away with credit. Wherefore he sent in all post-haste to the place where his daughter lay, that if his command were not already executed, by no means to have it done at all. He who went on this speedy errand found there Signor Amerigo's servant standing before Violenta, with the cup of poison in his one hand and the drawn rapier in the other, reproaching herewith very foul and injurious speeches, because she had delayed the time so long, and would not accept the one or other, striving by violence to make her take the one. But hearing his master's command to the contrary, he left her, and returned baccy to him, certifying him how the case stood. Most highly pleased was Amerigo with these glad news, and going to the ambassador Finio, in tears excused himself so well as he could for his severity, and craving pardon, assured him that if Theodoro would accept his daughter in marriage, willingly he would bestow her on him. Finio allowed his excuses to be tolerable, and said beside, "If my son will not marry your daughter, then let the sentence of death be executed on him." Amerigo and Finio being thus accorded, they went to poor Theodoro, fearfully looking every minute when he should die, yet joyful that he had found his father, who presently moved the question to him. Theodoro, hearing that Violenta should be his wife if he would so accept her, was overcome with such exceeding joy as if he had leapt out of hell into paradise, confessing that no greater felicity could befall him if Violenta herself were so well pleased as he. The like motion was made to her, to understand her disposition in this case, who hearing what good hap had befallen Theodoro, and now in like manner must happen to her, whereas not long before, when two such violent deaths were prepared for her, and one of them she must needs embrace, she accounted her misery beyond all other women's, but she now thought herself above all in happiness if she might be wife to her beloved Theodoro, submitting herself wholly to her father's disposing. The marriage being agreed on between them, it was celebrated with great pomp and solemnity, a general feast being made for all the citizens, and the young married couple nourished up their sweet son, which grew to be a very comely child. After that the embassy was dispatched at Rome, and Finio with the rest was returned thither again. Violenta did reverence him as her own natural father, and he was not a little proud of so lovely a daughter, beginning a fresh feasting again, and continuing the same a whole month together. Within some short while after, a galley being fairly furnished for the purpose, Finio, his son, daughter, and their young son went aboard, sailing away thence to Leazzo, where afterward they lived long in much tranquillity. Anastasio, a gentleman of the family of the Honesty, by loving the daughter to Signor Paulo Traversario, lavishly wasted a great part of his substance, without receiving any love from her again. By persuasion of some of his kindred and friends, he went to a country dwelling of his, called Chiasso, where he saw a knight desperately pursue a young damosel whom he slew, and afterward gave her to be devoured by his hounds. Anastasio invited his friends, and hers also whom he so dearly loved, to take part of a dinner with him, who likewise saw the same damosel so torn in pieces, which his unkind love perceiving, and fearing lest the like ill fortune should happen to her, she accepted Anastasio to be her husband. The 8th novel, declaring that love not only makes a man prodigal, but also an enemy to himself. Moreover, adventure oftentimes bringeth such matters to pass, as wit and cunning in man can never comprehend. So soon as Madame Loretta held her peace, Madame Philomena by the Queen's command began and said, "Lovely ladies, as pity is most highly commended in our sex, even so is cruelty in us as severely revenged oftentimes by divine ordination, which that you may the better know and learn likewise to shun as a deadly evil, I purpose to make apparent by a novel, no less full of compassion than delectable." Ravenna being a very ancient city in Romania, there dwelt sometime a great number of worthy gentlemen, among whom I am to speak of one more especially, named Anastasio, descended from the family of the Honesty, who by the death of his father and an uncle of his was left extraordinarily abounding in riches, and growing to years fitting for marriage, as young gallants are easily apt enough to do, he became enamoured of a very beautiful gentlewoman, who was daughter to Signor Paulo Traversario. one of the most ancient and noble families in all the country, nor made he any doubt but by his means and industrious endeavour to derive affection from her again. For he carried himself like a brave-minded gentleman, liberal in his expenses, honest and affable in all his actions, which commonly are the true notes of a good nature, and highly to be commended in any man. But howsoever fortune became his enemy, these laudable parts of manhood did not any way friend him, but rather appeared hurtful to him. So cruel, unkind, and almost merely savage did she show herself to him, perhaps in pride of her singular beauty, or presuming on her nobility by birth, both which are on her blemishes, then ornaments in a woman, especially when they be abused. The harsh and uncivil usage in her grew very distasteful to Anastasio, and so unsufferable that after a long time of fruitless service, requited still with nothing but coy disdain. Desperate resolutions entered into his brain, and often he was minded to kill himself, but better thoughts supplanting those furious passions, he abstained from any such violent act. Governed by more manly consideration, determined that as she hated him, he would requite her with the like if he could, wherein he became altogether deceived, because as his hopes grew to a daily decaying, yet his love enlarged itself more and more. Thus Anastasio persevering still in his bootless affection, and his expenses not limited within any compass, it appeared in the judgment of his kindred and friends that he was foully into a mighty consumption, both of his body and means, in which respect, many times they advised him to leave the city of Ravenna, and live in some other place for such a while, as might set a more moderate stint upon his spendings, and bridle the indiscreet course of his love, the only fuel which fed this furious fire. Anastasio held out thus a long time, without lending an ear to such friendly counsel, but in the end he was so nearly followed by them, as being no longer able to deny them, he promised to accomplish their request, whereupon making such extraordinary preparation, as if he were to set thence for France or Spain, or else into some further distant country, he mounted on horsebacky, and accompanied with some few of his familiar friends departed from Ravenna, and rode to a country dwelling house of his own, about 3 or 4 miles distant from the city, which was called Chiasso, and there upon a very goodly green erecting divers tents and pavilions, such as great persons make use of in the time of a progress. He said to his friends, which came with him thither, that there he determined to make his abiding, they all returning baccy unto Ravenna, and might come to visit him again so often as they pleased. Now it came to pass that about the beginning of May, it being then a very milder and serene season, and he leading there a much more magnificent life than ever he had done before, inviting divers to dine with him this day, and as many tomorrow, and not to leave him till after supper. Upon the sardine, falling into remembrance of his cruel mistress, he commanded all his servants to forbear his company and suffer him to walk alone by himself a while, because he had occasion of private meditations, wherein he would not by any means be troubled. It was then about the 9th hour of the day, and he walking on solitary all alone, having gone some half-miles distance from his tents, entered into a grove of pine trees, never minding dinner time or anything else, but only the unkind requital of his love. Suddenly he heard the voice of a woman, seeming to make most mournful complaints, which breaking of his silent considerations, made him to lift up his head, to know the reason of this noise, when he saw himself so far entered into the grove before he could imagine where he was. He looked amazedly round about him, and out of a little thicket of bushes briars, round and girt with spreading trees, he espied a young damosel come running towards him, naked from the middle upward, her hair dishevelled on her shoulders, and her fair skin rent and torn with the briars and brambles, so that the blood ran trickling down, mainly, she weeping, wringing her hands, and crying out for mercy so loud as she could. 2 fierce bloodhounds also followed swiftly after, and where their teeth took hold did most cruelly bite her. Last of all, mounted on a lusty blacky courser, came galloping a knight, with a very stern and angry countenance, holding a drawn short sword in his hand, giving her very vile and dreadful speeches, and threatening every minute to kill her. This strange and uncouth sight bred in him no mean admiration, as also kind compassion to the unfortunate woman, out of which compassion sprung an earnest desire to deliver her if he could from a death so full of anguish and horror. But seeing himself to be without arms, he ran and plucked up the plant of a tree, which handling as if it had been a staff, he opposed himself against the dogs, and the knight, who seeing him coming, cried out in this manner to him, Anastasio, put not thyself in any opposition, but refer her to my hounds and me, to punish this wicked woman as she hath justly deserved. And in speaking these words, the hounds took fast hold on her body, so staying her, until the knight was come nearer to her, and alighted from his horse. When Anastasio after some other angry speeches spake thus unto him, I cannot tell what or who thou art, albeit thou takest such knowledge of me. Yet I must say that it is mere cowardice in a knight, being armed as thou art, to offer to kill a naked woman, and make thy doggess thus to seize on her, as if she were a savage beast. Therefore believe me, I will defend her so far as I am able. Anastasio, answered the knight, I am of the same city as thou art, and do well remember that thou wast a little lad, when I who was then named Guido Anastasio, and thine uncle became as entirely in love with this woman, as now thou art of Paulo Traversario's daughter. But through her coy disdain and cruelty, such was my heavy fate, that desperately I slew myself with this short sword which thou beholdest in mine hand. For which rash sinful deed, I was and am condemned to eternal punishment. This wicked woman, rejoicing immeasurably in mine unhappy death, remained no long time alive after me, and for her merciless sin of cruelty, and taking pleasure in my oppressing torments, dying unrepentant and in pride of her scorn, she had the like sentence of condemnation pronounced on her, and sent to the same place where I was tormented. There the three impartial judges imposed this further infliction on us both, namely, that she should fly in this manner before me, and I who loved her so dearly while I lived must pursue her as my deadly enemy, not like a woman that had any taste of love in her, and so often as I can overtake her, I am to kill her with this sword, the same weapon wherewith I slew myself. Then am I enjoined therewith to open her accursed body, and tear out her hard and frozen heart with her other inwards, as now thou seest me do, which I give unto my hounds to feed on. Afterward such is the appointment of the supreme powers that she reassumeth life again, even as if she had not been dead at all, and falling to the same kind of flight, I with my hounds am still to follow her, without any respite or intermission. Every Friday, and just at this hour our course is this way, where she suffereth the just punishment inflicted on her, nor do we rest any of the other days, but are appointed unto other places, where she cruelly executed her malice against me, being now of her dear affectionate friend ordained to be her endless enemy, and to pursue her in this manner for so many years, as she exercised months of cruelty towards me. Hinder me not then, in being the executioner of divine justice, for all thy interposition is but in vain, in seeking to cross the appointment of supreme powers. Anastasio having attentively heard all this discourse, his hair stood upright like porcupine's quills, and his soul was so shaken with the terror, that he stepped back to suffer the knight to do what he was enjoined, looking yet with milder commiseration on the poor woman, who kneeling most humbly before the knight, sternly seized on by the two bloodhounds, he opened her breast with his weapon, drawing forth her heart and bowels, which instantly he threw to the doggess, and they devoured them very greedily. Soon after the damoisel, as if none of this punishment had been inflicted on her, started up sedanely, running amain towards the sea-shore, and the hounds swiftly following her, as the knight did the like, after he had taken his sword, and was mounted on horseback, so that Anastasio had soon lost all sight of them, and could not guess what was become of them. After he had heard and observed all these things, he stood a while as confounded with fear and pity, like a simple silly man, hoodwinked with his own passions, not knowing the subtle enemy's cunning illusions in offering false suggestions to the sight, to work his own ends thereby, increase the number of his deceived servants. Forthwith he persuaded himself that he might make good use of this woman's tormenting, so justly imposed on the knight to prosecute, if thus it should continue still every Friday. Wherefore, setting a good note or mark upon the place, he returned baccy to his own people, and at such time as he thought convenient, sent for divers of his kindred and friends from Ravenna, who being present with him, thus he spake to them. Dear kinsmen and friends, ye have a long while importuned me, to discontinue my over-doting love to her, whom you all think, and I find to be my mortal enemy, as also to give over my lavish expenses, wherein I confess myself too prodigal, both which requests of yours I will condescend to, provided that you will perform one gracious favour for me, namely, that on Friday next, Signor Paulo Traversario, his wife, daughter, with all other women linked in lineage to them, and such beside onely as you shall please to appoint, will vouchsafe to accept a dinner here with me. As for the reason thereto moving me, you shall then more at large be acquainted withal. This appeared no difficult matter for them to accomplish, wherefore, being returned to Ravenna, and as they found the time answerable to their purpose, they invited such as Anastasio had appointed them. And although they found it somewhat an hard matter to gain her company whom he so dearly affected, yet notwithstanding, the other women won her along with them. A most magnificent dinner had Anastasio provided, and the tables were covered under the pine trees, where he saw the cruel lady so pursued and slain, directing the guests so in their seating, that the young gentlewoman his unkind mistress sate with her face opposite unto the place, where the dismal spectacle was to be seen. About the closing up of dinner, they began to hear the noise of the poor prosecuted woman, which drove them all to much admiration. Desiring to know what it was, and no one resolving them, they arose from the tables, and looking directly as the noise came to them, they espied the waffle woman, the dog is eagerly pursuing her, and the armed knight on horseback, galloping fiercely after them with his drawn weapon, and came very near unto the company, who cried out with loud exclaims against the dogs and the knight, stepping forth in assistance of the injuried woman. The knight spake unto them, as formerly he had done to Anastasio, which made them draw baccy, possessed with fear and admiration, acting the same cruelty as he did the Friday before, not differing in the least degree, most of the gentlewomen there present being near allied to the unfortunate woman, and likewise to the knight, remembering well both his love and death, did shed tears as plentifully, as if it had been to the very persons themselves, in visual performance of the action indeed, which tragical scene being passed over, and the woman and knight gone out of their sight, all that had seen this strange accident fell into diversity of confused opinions, yet not daring to disclose them, as doubting some further danger to ensue thereon. But beyond all the rest, none could compare in fear and astonishment with the cruel young maid affected by Anastasio, who both saw and observed all with a more inward apprehension, knowing very well that the moral of this dismal spectacle carried a much nearer application to her than any other in all the company, for now she could call to mind how unkind and cruel she had shewn herself to Anastasio, even as the other gentlewoman formerly did to her lover, still flying from him in great contempt and scorn, for which she thought the bloodhounds also pursued her at the heels already, and a sword of due vengeance to mangle her body. This fear grew so powerful in her that, to prevent the like heavy doom from falling on her, she studied by all her best commendable means, and therein bestowed all the night's season how to change her hatred into kind love, which at the length she fully obtained, and then purposed to prosecute in this manner. Secretly she sent a faithful chambermaid of her own to greet Anastasio on her behalf, humbly entreating him to come see her, because now she was absolutely determined to give him satisfaction in all which with honour he could request of her, whereto Anastasio answered that he accepted her message thankfully, and desired no other favour at her hand, but that which stood with her own offer, namely, to be his wife in honourable marriage. The maid, knowing sufficiently that he could not be more desirous of the match than her mistress showed herself to be, made answer in her name, that this motion would be most welcome to her. Hereupon the gentlewoman herself became the solicitor to her father and mother, telling them plainly that she was willing to be the wife of Anastasio, which news did so highly content them that up in the Sunday next following, the marriage was very worthily solemnized, and they lived and loved together very kindly. Thus the divine bounty, out of the malignant enemy's secret machinations, can cause good effects to arise and succeed, for from this conceit of fearful imagination in her, not only happened this long-desired conversion of a maid so obstinately scornful and proud, but likewise all the women of Ravenna, being admonished by her example, grew afterward more kind and tractable to men's honest motions than ever they showed themselves before. And let me make some use hereof, fair ladies, to you, not to stand over nicely conceited of your beauty and good parts, when men growing enamoured of you by them solicite you with their best and humblest services. Remember then this disdainful gentlewoman, but more especially her, who being the death of so kind a lover, was therefore condemned to perpetual punishment, and he made the minister thereof, whom she had cast off with coy disdain, from which I wish your minds to be as free, as mine is ready to do you any acceptable service. Frederigo of the Alberighi family loved a gentlewoman, and was not requited with like love again. By bountiful expenses and over-liberal invitations, he wasted and consumed all his lands and goods, having nothing left him but a hawk or falcon. His unkind mistress happeneth to come visit him, and he not having any other food for her dinner, made a dainty dish of his falcon for her to feed on. Being conquered by this his exceeding kind courtesy, she changed her former hatred towards him, accepting him as her husband in marriage, and made him a man of wealthy possessions. The 9th novel, wherein is figured to the life the notable kindness and courtesy of a true and constant lover, as also the magnanimous mind of a famous lady. Madame Philomena having finished her discourse, the queen perceiving that her turn was the next, in regard of the privilege granted to Dionysius, With a smiling countenance thus she spake. Now or never am I to maintain the order which was instituted when we began this commendable exercise, whereto I yield with all humble obedience, and worthy ladies I am to acquaint you with a novel, in some sort answerable to the precedent, not only to let you know how powerfully your kindnesses do prevail in such as have a free and gentle soul, but also to advise you in being bountiful where virtue doth justly challenge it, and evermore let your favours shine on worthy deservers without the direction of chance or fortune, who never bestoweth any gift by discretion, but rashly without consideration, even to the first she blindly meets withal. You are to understand then that Capo di Borghi's Domnici, who was of our own city, and perhaps as yet his name remaineth in great and reverend authority, now in these days of ours, as well deserving eternal memory, yet more for his virtues and commendable qualities, than any boast of nobility from his predecessors, this man being well entered into years, and drawing towards the finishing of his days. It was his only delight and felicity, in conversation among his neighbours, to talk of matters concerning antiquity, and some other things within compass of his own knowledge, which he would deliver in such singular order, having an absolute memory and with the best language as very few or none could do the like. Among the multiplicity of his quaint discourses, I remember he told us that sometime there lived in Florence a young gentleman named Federigo, son to Signor Filippo Alberigo, who was held and reputed both for arms and all other actions beseeming a gentleman, hardly to have his equal through all Tuscany. This Federigo, as it is no rare matter in young gentlemen, became enamoured of a gentlewoman, named Madame Gianna, who was esteemed in her time to be the fairest and most gracious lady in all Florence, in which respect, and to reach the height of his desire, he made many sumptuous feasts and banquets, jousts, tilts, tournaments, and all other noble actions of arms, beside sending her infinite rich and costly presents, making spare of nothing, but lashing all out in lavish expense. Notwithstanding, she being no less honest than fair, made no reckoning of whatsoever he did for her sake, or the least respect of his own person, so that Federigo, spending thus daily more than his means and ability could maintain, and no supplies any way redounding to him, or his faculties as very easily they might diminished in such sort that he became so poor, as he had nothing left him but a small poor farm to live upon, the silly revenues whereof were so mean, as scarcely allowed him meat and drink. Yet had he a fair hawk or falcon, hardly anywhere to be fellowed, so expeditious and sure she was of flight. His low ebb and poverty no way quailing his love to the lady, but rather setting a keener edge thereon. He saw the city life could no longer contain him, where most he coveted to abide, and therefore betook himself to his poor country farm, to let his falcon get him his dinner and supper, patiently supporting his penurious estate, without sweet or means making to one, for help or relief in any such necessity. While thus he continued in this extremity, it came to pass that the husband to Madame Gianna fell sick, and his debility of body being such as little or no hope of life remained, he made his last will and testament, ordering thereby that his son, already grown to indifferent stature, should be heir to all his lands and riches, wherein he abounded very greatly. Next unto him, if he chanced to die without a lawful heir, he substituted his wife, whom most dearly he affected, and so departed out of this life. Madame Gianna being thus left a widow, as commonly it is the custom of our city dames, during the summer season, she went to a house of her own in the country, which was somewhat near to poor Federigo's farm, and where he lived in such an honest kind of contented poverty. Hereupon the young gentleman her son, taking great delight in hounds and hawks, grew into familiarity with poor Federigo, and having seen many fair flights of his falcon, they pleased him so extraordinarily that he earnestly desired to enjoy her as his own, yet durst not move the motion for her, because he saw how choicely Federigo esteemed her. Within a short while after, the young gentleman became very sick, whereat his mother grieved exceedingly, as having no more but he, and therefore loved him the more entirely, never parting from him either night or day, comforting him so kindly as she could, and demanding, if he had a desire to anything, willing him to reveal it, and assuring him withal, that if it were within the compass of possibility he should have it. The youth, hearing how many times she had made him these offers, and with such vehement protestations of performance, at last thus spake. Mother, quoth he, if you can do so much for me, as that I may have Federigo's falcon, I am persuaded that my sickness soon will cease. The lady, hearing this, sate some short while musing to herself, and began to consider what she might best do to compass her son's desire, for well she knew how long a time Federigo had most lovingly kept it, not suffering it ever to be out of his sight. Moreover, she remembered how earnest in affection he had been to her, never thinking himself happy, but only when he was in her company. Wherefore she entered into this private consultation with her own thoughts. Shall I send or go myself in person to request the falcon of him, it being the best that ever flew? It is his only jewel of delight, and that taken from him, no longer can he wish to live in this world. How far then void of understanding shall I show myself, to rob a gentleman of his sole felicity, having no other joy or comfort left him? These and the like considerations wheeled about her troubled brain, only in tender care and love to her son, persuading herself assuredly that the falcon were her own if she would but request it. Yet not knowing whereon it were best to resolve, she returned no answer to her son, but sate still in her silent meditations. At the length love to the youth so prevailed with her, that she concluded on his contentation, and come of it what could she would not send for it, but go herself in person to request it, and then return home agging with it, whereupon thus she spake, Son, comfort thyself, and let languishing thoughts no longer offend thee. For here I promise thee, that the first thing I do tomorrow morning shall be my journey for the falcon, and assure thyself that I will bring it with me. Whereat the youth was so joyed that he imagined his sickness began instantly a little to leave him, and promised him a speedy recovery. Somewhat early the next morning, the lady in care of her sick son's health was up and ready betimes, and taking another gentlewoman with her. Only as a morning's recreation, she walked to Frederigo's poor country farm, knowing that it would not a little glad him to see her. At the time of her arrival there, he was by chance in a silly garden on the back-side of his house, because as yet it was no convenient time for flight. But when he heard that Madame Gianna was come thither, and desired to have some conference with him, as one almost confounded with admiration, in all haste he ran to her, and saluted her with most humble reverence. She in all modest and gracious manner requited him with the like salutations, thus speaking to him, Signor Frederigo, your own best wishes befriend you. I am now come hither, to recompense some part of your past travails, which heretofore you pretended to suffer for my sake when your love was more to me, then did well become you to offer or myself to accept. And such is the nature of my recompense, that I make myself your guest, and mean this day to dine with you, as also this gentlewoman, making no doubt of our welcome, whereto with lowly reverence thus he replied, Madam, I do not remember that ever I sustained any loss or hindrance by you, but rather so much good as if I was worth anything, it proceeded from your great deservings, and by the service in which I did stand engaged to you. But my present happiness can no way be equalled, derived from your superabounding gracious favour, and more than common course of kindness, vouchsafing of your own liberal nature to come and visit so poor a servant. Oh, that I had as much to spend again, as heretofore riotously I have run thorough. What a welcome wold your poor host bestow upon you, for gracing this homely house with your divine presence. With these words he conducted her into his house, and then into his simple garden, where having no convenient company for her, he said, Madam, the poverty of this place is such, that it affordeth none fit for your conversation. This poor woman, wife to an honest husbandman, will attend on you, while I with some speed shall make ready dinner. Poor Frederigo, although his necessity was extreme, and his grief great, remembering his former inordinate expenses, a moiety whereof would now have stood him in some stead, yet he had a heart as free and forward as ever, not a jot dejected in his mind, though utterly overthrown by fortune. Alas, how was his good soul afflicted, that he had nothing wherewith to honour his lady. Up and down he runs one while this way, then again another, exclaiming on his disastrous fate like a man enraged or bereft of senses, for he had not one penny of money, neither pawn or pledge, wherewith to procure any. The time hasted on, and he would gladly though in mean measure express his honourable respect of the lady. To beg of any his nature denied it, and to borrow he could not, because his neighbours were all as needy as himself. At last, looking round about, and seeing his falcon standing on her perch, which he felt to be very plump and fat, being void of all other helps in his need, and thinking her to be a foul meat for so noble a lady to feed on, without any further demurring or delay, he plucked off her neck, and caused the poor woman presently to pull her feathers, which being done he put her on the spit, and in short time she was daintily roasted. Himself covered the table, set bread and salt on, and laid the napkins, whereof he had but a few left him, going then with cheerful looks into the garden, telling the lady that dinner was ready, and nothing now wanted but her presence. She and the gentlewoman went in, and being seated at the table, not knowing what they fed on, the falcon was all their food, and Frederigo not a little joyful that his credit was so well saved. When they were risen from the table, and had spent some small time in familiar conference, the lady thought it fit to acquaint him with the reason of her coming thither, and therefore in very kind manner thus began. Frederigo, if you do yet remember your former carriage towards me, as also my many modest and chaste denials, which perhaps you thought to favour of a harsh, cruel, and unwomanly nature, I make no doubt, but you will wonder at my present presumption, when you understand the occasion which expressly moved me to come hither. But if you were possessed of children, or ever had any, whereby you might comprehend what love in nature is due unto them, then I durst assure myself that you would partly hold me excused. Now, in regard that you never had any, and I myself for my part have but only one, I stand not exempted from those laws, which are in common to other mothers, and being compelled to obey the power of those laws, contrary to mine own will and those duties which reason ought to maintain, I am to request such a gift of you, which I am certain that you do make most precious account of, as in manly equity you can do no less. For fortune hath been so extremely adverse to you, that she hath robbed you of all other pleasures, allowing you no comfort or delight, but only that poor one which is your fair falcon, of which bird my son is become so strongly desirous, as, if I do not bring it to him at my calming home, I fear so much the extremity of his sickness, as nothing can ensue thereon, but his loss of life. Wherefore I beseech you, not in regard of the love you have borne me, for thereby you stand no way obliged, but in your own true gentle nature, the which hath always declared itself ready in you, to do more kind offices generally, than any other gentleman that I know you will be pleased to give her me, or at the least let me buy her of you. Which if you do, I shall freely then confess, that only by your means my son's life is saved, and we both shall for ever remain engaged to you. When Frederigo had heard the lady's request, which was now quite out of his power to grant, because it had been her service at dinner, he stood like a man merely dulled in his senses, the tears trickling amin down his cheeks, and he not able to utter one word, which she perceiving began to conjecture immediately that these tears and passions proceeded rather from grief of mind, as being loather to part with his falcon than any other kind of matter, which made her ready to say that she would not have it. Nevertheless she did not speak, but rather tarried to attend his answer, which after some small respite and pause he returned in this manner. Madame, since the hour when first mine affection became solely devoted to your service, fortune hath been cross and contrary to me, in many occasions as justly, and in good reason I may complain of her. Yet all seemed light and easy to be endured, in comparison of her present malicious contradiction, to my utter overthrow and perpetual molestation, considering that you are come hither to my poor house, which while I was rich and able you would not so much as vouchsafe to look on. And now you have requested a small matter of me, wherein she hath also most crookedly thwarted me, because she hath disabled me, in bestowing so mean a gift, as yourself will confess, when it shall be related to you in very few words. So soon as I heard that it was your gracious pleasure to dine with me, having regard to your excellency, and what by merit is justly due unto you, I thought it a part of my bounden duty, to entertain you with such exquisite viands, as my poor power could any way compass, and far beyond respect or welcome, to other common and ordinary persons, whereupon remembering my falcon which know you ask for, and her goodness excelling all other of her kind, I supposed that she would make a dainty dish for your diet, and having dressed here so well as I could devise to do, you have fed heartily on her, and I am proud that I have so well bestown her. But perceiving now that you would have her for your sick son, it is no mean affliction to me that I am disabled of yielding you contentment, which all my lifetime I have desired to do. To approve his words, the feathers, feet, and beak were brought in, which when she saw, she greatly blamed him for killing so rare a falcon, to content the appetite of any woman whatsoever. Yet she commended his height of spirit, which poverty had no power to abase. Lastly, her hopes being frustrate for enjoying the falcon, and fearing besides the health of her son, she thanked Frederigo for his honourable kindness, returning home again sad and melancholy. Shortly after, her son, either grieving that he could not have the falcon, or by extremity of his disease, chanced to die, leaving his mother a most woeful lady. After so much time was expired, as conveniently might agree with sorrow and mourning, her brethren made many motions to her, to join herself in marriage again, because she was extraordinarily rich, and as yet but young in years. Now, although she was well contented never to be married any more, yet being continually importuned by them, and remembering the honourable honesty of Frederigo, his last poor yet magnificent dinner, in killing his falcon for her sake, she said to her, Brethren, this kind of widowed estate doth like me so well, as willingly I would never leave it. But seeing you are so earnest for my second marriage, let me plainly tell you, that I will never accept of any other husband, but only Frederigo de Alberino. Her brethren in scornful manner reproved her, telling her that he was a beggar, and had nothing left to keep him in the world. I know it well, quoth she, and am heartily sorry for it. But give me a man that hath need of wealth, rather than wealth that hath need of a man. The brethren, hearing how she stood addicted, and knowing Frederigo to be a worthy gentleman, though poverty had disgraced him in the worlder, consented thereto, so she bestowed herself and her riches on him. He on the other side, having so noble a lady to his wife, and the same whom he had so long and dearly loved, submitted all his fairest fortunes unto her, became a better husband for the world than before, and they lived and loved together in equal joy and happiness. Pedro de Vinciolo went to sup at a friend's house in the city. His wife in the meanwhile had a young man whom she loved at supper with her. Pedro returning whom upon a sudden, the young man was hidden under a co-op for hens. Pedro, in excuse of his so soon coming home, declareth, how in the house of Herculano with whom he should have supped a friend of his wives was found, which was the reason of the supper's breaking off, Pedro's wife reproving the error of Herculano's wife, and a sare by chance treads on the young man's fingers that lay hidden under the hen co-op. Upon his crying out, Pedro steppeth thither, sees him, knows him, and findeth the fallacy of his wife, with whom nevertheless he groweth to agreement in regard of some imperfections in himself. The 10th novel, reprehending the cunning shifts of light-headed and immodest women, who by abusing themselves do throw evil aspersions on all the sex. The Queen's novel being ended, and all the company applauding the happy fortune of Frederigo, as also the noble nature of Madame Gianna, Dionysius, who never expected any command, preparing to deliver his discourse, began in this manner. I know not whether I should term it a vice accidental, and ensuing through the badness of complexions upon us mortals, or else an error in nature, to joy and smile rather at lewd accidents, than at deeds that justly deserve commendation, especially when they do not any way concern ourselves. Now in regard that all the pains I have hitherto taken, and am also to undergo at this present, aimeth at no other end, but onely to purge your minds of melancholy, and entertain the time with mirthful matter. Pardon me, I pray you, fair ladies, if my tale trip in some part, and favour a little of immodesty. Yet in hearing it you may observe the same course as you do in pleasing and delightful gardens, pluck a sweet rose, and yet preserve your fingers from pricking, which very easily you may do, winking at the imperfections of a foolish man, and smiling at the amorous subtleties of his wife, compassionating the misfortune of others, where urgent necessity doth require it. There dwelt not long since in Perugia a wealthy man named Pedro de Vinciolo, who perhaps more to deceive some other, and restrain an evil opinion, which the Perugians had conceived of him, in matter no way beseeming a man, than any beauty or good feature remaining in the woman, entered into the estate of marriage, and fortune was so conformed to him in his election, that the woman whom he had made his wife had a young, lusty, and well-enabled bawdy, a red-haired wench, hot and fiery-spirited, standing more in need of 3 husbands, than he who could not any way well content one wife, because his mind ran more on his money, than those offices and duties belonging to wedlock, which, time acquainting his wife withal, contrary to her own expectation, and those delights which the estate of marriage afforded, knowing herself also to be of a sprightly disposition, and not to be easily tamed by household cares and attendances, she waxed weary of her husband's unkind courses, upbraided him daily with harsh speeches, making his own home merely as a hell to him. When she saw that this domestic disquietness returned her no benefit, but rather tended to her own consumption than any amendment in her miserable husband, she began thus to confer with her private thoughts. This husband of mine liveth with me, as if he were no husband, or I his wife. The marriage bed, which should be a comfort to us both, seemeth hateful to him, and as little pleasing to me, because his mind is on his money, his head busied with worldly cogitations, and early and late in his counting-house, admitting no familiar conversation with me. Why should not I be as respectless of him, as he declares himself to be of me? I took him for an husband, brought him a good and sufficient dowry, thinking him to be a man, and affected a woman as a man ought to do, else he had never been any husband of mine. If he be a woman-hater, why did he make choice of me to be his wife? If I had not intended to be of the world, I could have co-opted myself up in a cloister, and shorn myself a nun, but that I was not born to such severity of life. My youth shall be blasted with age, before I can truly understand what youth is, and I shall be branded with the disgraceful word baroness, knowing myself meet and able to be a mother, were my husband but worthy the name of a father, or expected issue and posterity, to leave our memorial to after times in our race, as all our predecessors formerly have done, and for which marriage was chiefly instituted. Castles long besieged, dough yield at the last, and women wronged by their own husbands can hardly warrant their own frailty, especially living among so many temptations, which flesh and blood are not always able to resist. Well, I mean to be advised in this case before I will hazard my honest reputation, either to suspicion or scandal, than which no woman can have two heavier enemies, and very few there are that can escape them. Having thus a long while consulted with herself, and perhaps oftener than twice or thrice, she became secretly acquainted with an aged woman, generally reputed to be more than half a saint, walking always very demurely in the streets, counting over and over her paternosters, and all the city's holy pardons hanging at her girdle, never talking of anything but the lives of the holy fathers or the wounds of St. Francis, all the world admiring her sanctity of life, even as if she were divinely inspired. This she saint must be our distressed woman's counsellor, and having found out a convenient season at large, she imparted all her mind to her, in some such manner as formerly you have heard, whereto she returned this answer: Now trust me, daughter, thy case is to be pitied, and so much the rather because thou art in the flower and spring time of thy youth, when not a minute of time is to be left. For there is no greater an error in this life than the loss of time, because it cannot be recovered again. And when the fiends themselves affright us, yet if we keep our embers still covered with warm ashes on the hearth, they have nor any power to hurt us. If anyone can truly speak thereof, then I am able to deliver true testimony, for I know, but not without much perturbation of mind, and piercing afflictions in the spirit, how much time I lost without any profit, and yet I lost not all, for I would not have thee think me to be so foolish, that I did altogether neglect such an especial benefit, which when I call to mind, and consider now in what condition I am, thou must imagine it is no small heart's grief to me, that age should make me utterly despised, and no fire afforded to light my tinder. With men it is not so, they are born apt for 1,000 occasions, as well for the present purpose we talk of as infinite other beside. Yea, and many of them are more esteemed being aged, than when they were young, but women serve only for men's contentation, and to bring children, and therefore are they generally beloved, which if they fail of, either it is by unfortunate marriage, or some imperfection depending on nature, not through want of goodwill in themselves. We have nothing in this world but what is given us, in which regard we are to make use of our time, and employ it the better while we have it. For when we grow to be old, our husbands, yea, our very dearest and nearest friends, will scarcely look on us. We are then fit for nothing, but to sit by the fire in the kitchen, telling tales to the cat, or counting the pots and pans on the shelves. Nay, which is worse, rhymes and songs is made of us, even in mere contempt of our age, and commendation of such as are young, the daintiest morsels are fittest for them, and we referred to feed on the scraps from their trenchers, or such reversion as they can spare us. I tell thee, daughter, thou couldst not make choice of a meeter woman in all the city, to whom thou mightest safely open thy mind, and knows better to advise thee than I do. But remember withal that I am poor, and it is your part not to suffer poverty to be unsupplied. I will make thee partaker of all these blessed pardons. At every altar I will say a Pater Noster, and an Ave Maria, that thou mayest prosper in thy heart's desires, and be defended from foul sin and shame. And so she ended her motherly counsel. Within a while after, it came to pass that her husband was invited forth to supper, with one named Herculano, a kind friend of his, but his wife refused to go, because she had appointed a friend to supper with her, to whom the old woman was employed as her messenger, and was well recompensed for her labour. This friend was a gallant proper youth, as any old Perugia yielded, and scarcely was he seated at the table, but her husband was returned baccy, and called to be let in at the door, which when she perceived, she was almost half dead with fear, and coveting to hide the young man that her husband should not have any sight of him, she had no other means, but in an entry hard by the parlour where they purposed to have supped, stood a co-op or henpen, wherein she used to keep her pullen, under which he crept, and then she covered it with an old empty sackie, and after ran to let her husband come in. When he was entered into the house, as half offended at his so sudden return, angrily she said, It seems, sir, you are a shaver at your meat, that you have made so short a supper. In troth, wife, quoth he, I have not supped at all, no, not so much as eaten one bit. How happened that? Said the woman. Merry wife, quoth he, I will tell you, and then thus he began. As Herculano, his wife, and I were sitting down at the table, very near unto us we heard one sneeze, whereof at the first we made no reckoning, until we heard it again the second time, yea, a third, fourth, and fifth, and many more after, whereat we were not a little amazed. Now, wife, I must tell you, before we entered the room where we were to sup, Herculano's wife kept the door fast shut against us, and would not let us enter in an indifferent while, which made him then somewhat offended, but now much more, when he had heard one to sneeze so often, demanding of her a reason for it, and who it was that thus sneezed in his house. He started from the table, and stepping to a little door near the stairs head, necessarily there made, to set such things in as otherwise would be troublesome to the room, as in all houses we commonly see the like, he perceived that the party was hidden there, which we had heard so often to sneeze before. No sooner had he opened the door, but such a smell of brimstone came forth, whereof we felt not the least savour before, as made us likewise to cough and sneeze, being no way able to refrain it. She, seeing her husband to be much moved, excused the matter thus, that but a little while before she had whited certain linen with the smoke of brimstone, as it is an usual thing to do, and then set the pan into that spare place, because it should not be offensive to us. By this time Herculano had espied him that sneezed, who being almost stifled with the smell and closeness of the small room wherein he lay, had not any power to help himself, but still continued coughing and sneezing, even as if his heart would have split in twain. Forth he plucked him by the heels, and perceiving how matters had passed, he said to her, "I thank you, wife, now I see the reason why you kept us so long from coming into this room. Let me die if I bear this wrong at your hands." When his wife heard these words, and saw the discovery of her shame, without returning either excuse or answer, forth of doors she ran, but whither we know not. Herculano drew his dagger, and would have slain him that still lay sneezing, but I dissuaded him from it, as well in respect of his as also mine own danger, when the law should censure on the deed. And after the young man was indifferently recovered, by the persuasion of some neighbours coming in, he was closely conveyed out of the house, and all the noise quietly pacified. Only by this means, and the flight of Herculano's wife, we were disappointed of our supper, and now you know the reason of my so soon returning. When she had heard this whole discourse, then she perceived that other women were subject to the like infirmity, and as wise for themselves as she could be, though these and the like sinister accidents might sometimes cross them, and gladly she wished that Herculano's wife's excuse might now serve to acquit her. But because in blaming others' errors, our own may sometime chance to escape discovery, and clear us, albeit we are as guilty, in a sharp reprehending manner, thus she began, "See, husband, here is handsome behaviour of an holy fair seeming, and saint-like woman, to whom I durst have confessed my sins. I conceived such a religious persuasion of her life's integrity, free from the least scruple of taxation. A woman, so far stepped into years as she is, to give such an evil example to other younger women, is it not a sin beyond all sufferance? Accursed be the hour when she was born into this world, and herself likewise, to be so lewdly and incontinently given, an universal shame and slander to all the good women of our city. Shall I term her a woman, or rather some savage monster in a woman's shape? Hath she not made an open prostitution of her honesty, broken her plighted faith to her husband, and all the womanly reputation she had in this world, her husband being an honourable citizen, entreating her always, as few men else in the city do their wives? What an heartbreak must this needs be to him, good man! Neither I nor any honest man else ought to have any pity on her, but with our own hands tear her in pieces, or drag her along to a good fire in the market-place, wherein she and her minion should be consumed together, and their base ashes dispersed abroad in the wind, lest the pure air should be infected with them." Then, remembering her own case and her poor affrighted friend, who lay in such distress under the hencoop, she began to advise her husband that he would be pleased to go to bed, because the night passed on apace. But Pedro, having a better will to eat than to sleep, desired her to let him have some meat, else he must go to bed with an empty belly, whereto she answered, "Why, husband," quoth she, "do I make any large provision when I am debarred of your company? I would I were the wife of Herculano, seeing you cannot content yourself from one night's feeding, considering it is now over late to make anything ready." It fortuned that certain husbandmen, which had the charge of Pedro's farm-house in the country, and there followed his affairs of husbandry, were returned home this instant night, having their asses laden with such provision as was to be used in his city house. When the asses were unladen, and set up in a small stable without watering, one of them being belike more thirsty than the rest, brake loose, and wandering all about smelling to seek water, happened into the entry, where the young man lay hidden under the hempen. Now he being constrained like a carp to lie flat on his belly, because the co-op was over weighty for him to carry, and one of his hands more extended forth, than was requisite for him in so urgent a shift. It was his hap or ill fortune rather that the assessor set his foot on the young man's fingers, treading so hard, and the pain being very irksome to him, as he was enforced to cry out aloud, which Pedro hearing, he wondered thereat not a little. Knowing that this cry was in his house, He took the candle in his hand, and going forth of the parlour, heard the cry to be louder and louder, because the assayer removed not his foot, but rather trod the more firmly on his hand, calming to the co-op, driving thence the assayer, and taking off the old sacque, he espied the young man, who, beside the painful anguish he felt of his fingers, arose up trembling, as fearing some outrage beside to be offered him by Pedro, who knew the youth perfectly, and demanded of him how he came thither. No answer did he make to that question, but humbly entreated for charity's sake that he would not do him any harm. Fear not, quoth Pedro, I will not offer thee any violence. Only tell me how thou camest hither, and for what occasion, wherein the youth fully resolved him. Pedro, being no less joyful for thus finding him, than his wife was sorrowful, took him by the hand, and brought him into the parlour, where she sate trembling and quaking, as not knowing what to say in this distress. Seating himself directly before her, and holding the youth still fast by the hand, thus he began, O wife, what bitter speeches did you use even now against the wife of Herculano, maintaining that she had shamed all other women, and justly deserved to be burned? Why did you not say as much of yourself? Or if you had not the heart to speak it, how could you be so cruel against her, knowing your offence as great as hers? Questionless, nothing else urged you thereto, but that all women are of one and the same condition, covering their own gross faults by far inferior infirmities in others. You are a perverse generation, merely false in your fairest shows. When she saw that he offered her no other violence, but gave her such vaunting and reproachful speeches, holding still the young man before her face, merely to vex and despite her, she began to take heart and thus replied, Doest thou compare me with the wife of Herculano, who is an oldie dissembling hypocrite? Yet she can have of him whatsoever she desireth, and he useth her as a woman ought to be, which favour I could never yet find at thy hands. Put the case that thou keepest me in good garments, allowing me to go neatly hosed and shod. Yet well thou knowest, there are other meet matters belonging to a woman, and every way as necessarily required, both for the preservation of household quietness, and those other rights between a husband and wife. Let me be worser garmented, coarser dieted, yea, debarred of all pleasure and delights, so I might once be worthy the name of a mother, and leave some remembrance of womanhood behind me. I tell thee plainly, Pedro, I am a woman as others are, and subject to the same desires as by nature attendeth on flesh and blood. Look how thou failest in kindness towards me. Think it not amiss if I do the like to thee, and endeavour thou to win the worthy title of a father, because I was made to be a mother. When Pedro perceived that his wife had spoken nothing but reason in regard of his overmuch neglect towards her, and not using such household kindness as ought to be between man and wife, he returned her this answer, Well, wife, quoth he, I confess my fault, and hereafter will labour to amend it, conditionally that this youth nor any other may no more visite my house in mine absence. Get me therefore something to eat, for doubtless this young man and thyself fell short of your supper, by reason of my so soon returning home. In troth, husband, said she, we did not eat one bit of anything, and I will be a true and loyal wife to thee, so thou wilt be the like to me. No more words then, wife, replied Pedro, all is forgotten and forgiven, let us to supper, and we are all friends. She, seeing his anger was so well appeased, lovingly kissed him, and laying the cloth set on the supper, which she had provided for herself the youth, and so they supped together merrily, not one unkind word passing between them. After supper the youth was sent away in friendly manner, and Pedro was always afterward more loving to his wife than formerly he had been, and no complaint passed on either side, but mutual joy and household contentment, such as ought to be between man and wife. Dionysius having ended his tale, for which the ladies returned him no thanks, but rather angrily frowned on him, the queen, knowing that her government was now concluded, arose, and taking off her crown of laurel, placed it graciously on the head of Madam Eliza, saying, Now, madam, it is your turn to command. Eliza, having received the honour, did in all respects as others formerly had done, and after she had instructed the master of the household concerning his charge during the time of her regiment, for contentation of all the company, thus she spake. We have long since heard that with witty words, ready answers, and sudden jests or taunts, many have checked reproved great folly in others, and to their own no mean commendation. Now, because it is a pleasing kind of argument, ministering occasion of mirth and wit, my desire is that all our discourse tomorrow shall tend thereto. I mean of such persons, either men or women, who with some sudden witty answer, having countered a scorner in his own intention, and laid the blame where it justly belonged, every one commended the queen's appointment, because it savoured of good wit and judgment, and the queen being risen, they were all discharged till supper time, falling to such several exercises as themselves best fancied. When supper was ended and the instruments laid before them, by the Queen's consent Madame Millier undertook the dance, and the song was appointed to Dionysius, who began many but none that proved to any liking. They were so palpably obscene and idle, savouring altogether of his own wanton disposition. At the length, the Queen looking sternly on him, and commanding him to sing a good one or none at all, thus he began. The song. Eyes, can ye not refrain your hourly weeping? Ears, how are you deprived of sweet attention? Thoughts, have you lost your quiet silent sleeping? Wit, who hath robbed thee of thy rare invention? The lackey of these, being life and motion giving, are senseless shapes and no true signs of living. Eyes, when you gazed upon her angel beauty. Ears, while you heard her sweet delicious strains. Thoughts sleeping then did yet perform their duty. Wit then took sprightly pleasure in his pains. While she did live, then none of these were scanting. But now being dead they all are gone and wanting. After that Dionysius by proceeding no further declared the finishing of his song. Many more were sung beside, and that of Dionysius highly commended. Some part of the night being spent in other delightful exercises, and a fitting hour for rest drawing on, they betook themselves to their chambers, where we will leave them till tomorrow morning. The end of the 5th day. Finis.